Marx and Alienation. Sean Sayers. A note on the term alienation. Alienation is one of the standard translations of both Entfremdung and Entäußerung in Marx's writings. The translations estrangement for the former and externalization for the latter are also common, but alienation is more familiar to most English speakers, and I prefer it for that reason. 1 According to Lukács, 1975, 538, these terms were originally the German translations of the English 18th century word alienation, used in an economic or legal sense to mean the sale of a commodity or relinquishment of freedom. Marx sometimes uses Entäußerung to describe the way we relinquish ourselves in our products, and Entfremdung for the way in which these products become hostile forces working against us, but he also uses the terms interchangeably. These different usages can be seen in the following passage from the 1844 manuscripts. The object that labor produces, its product, stands opposed to it as something alien fremds, as a power independent of the producer. The product of labor is labor embodied and made material in an object, it is the Objektification Vergegenständlichung of labor. In the sphere of political economy, this realization of labor appears as a loss of reality for the worker, objectification as loss of and bondage to the object, and appropriation as estrangement Entfremdung, as alienation Entäußerung. Marx, 1975 e. 324, 2. Some, like Kane, 1982, 75-92, maintain that Marx uses these terms to denote distinct concepts. However, this is disputed. Boto more in Marx, 1961b, 19, and I am not aware of any decisive evidence to show that it is true. In what follows I will not attempt to distinguish them or Marx's use of them. Introduction. Alienation is one of the most familiar terms of Marxist philosophy. It is one of the few theoretical terms from Marxism that has entered into ordinary language, and yet it is one of the most misunderstood and misused terms in the whole of Marxism. In ordinary speech and even in academic contexts it is often taken to describe vague feelings of malaise or meaninglessness, particularly with respect to work. A similarly vague meaning is sometimes attributed to Marx as well. Whatever others may mean by it, Marx's use of the term cannot be understood in this way. Marx's meaning is precise and specific. Alienation is a concept that Marx inherits from Hegel and the young Hegelians, and it occurs most prominently in Marx's early writings, where the influences of these writers are most evident. I go out of my way in what follows to show in some detail how an understanding of Hegel's philosophy is essential for a proper understanding of Marx. This might seem so obvious as to need no emphasis, but it has been widely disputed by the main tendencies of Marxist thought in recent times. Discussion of Marxism in the Western world since the 1960s has been dominated by a reaction against Hegelian ideas. This agenda has been shared equally by the analytical Marxism which has predominated in the English-speaking world and by the structuralist Marxism which has been the major influence in the continental European tradition. In the English-speaking philosophical tradition, most analytical Marxists have simply shut their eyes to the Hegelian aspects of Marx's work and tried to rewrite, or, as they say, reconstruct, his theories as though Hegel had never existed. On the other hand, many philosophers within the continental tradition, particularly those influenced by Althusser, have maintained that Marx made a sharp break with his youthful Hegelianism after his early period and that his later work is scientific and free of this influence. Again, the attempt is made to rewrite Marx's philosophy without referring to Hegel. In this book I show that this cannot be done without ignoring or doing violence to some of the most central and fundamental themes in Marx's thought. One of the main things that Marx inherits from Hegel is the historical and dialectical approach. It is in the light of this that the concept of alienation must be understood. As I argue here, Marx is a thoroughgoing modernist. He maintains that there is a positive aspect to capitalism. And the economic development it has brought about. This does not mean that Marx is not also profoundly critical of capitalism and its impact. Indeed, it is a central purpose of the concept of alienation to express that criticism. However, it does affect the form that critique takes. This is historical in character. Alienation is not the simple moral notion it is often taken to be. The concept is used to understand capitalism and its development, not merely to condemn it. After his early period, Marx does not often use the term alienation. It and much other Hegelian language is for the most part abandoned. Nevertheless, the concept of alienation is implicit throughout Marx's work, and it continues to provide a major basis for his understanding of capitalism and for his critique of the impact of the market. The view that he rejects the concept as well as the term and makes a total theoretical break with it was put forward by Althusser. However, this view is now discredited and has few proponents. Even Althusser himself came to abandon it. Althusser, 2006. There are significant changes and developments in Marx's thought but no sharp philosophical break between his early and later works in this respect. I shall not spend time defending this view here. I shall, however, argue for it implicitly by discussing many passages from Marx's later works in which the concept of alienation is clearly being used. Of course, it is also true that there are some major respects in which Marx differs philosophically from Hegel and rejects his ideas. In particular, Marx rejects Hegel's idealistic and teleological account of history. However, I do not dwell on this theme. My purpose here is the more limited one of exploring Marx's account of alienation and its overcoming and showing how a knowledge of Hegel's philosophy can contribute towards an understanding of this aspect of Marx's thought. In Chapter 1, I give a broad outline of Hegel's legacy with respect to the concept of alienation in order to locate Marx's work in its wider philosophical context. According to the usual story, in the aftermath of Hegel's death, his followers split into left and right tendencies. While this is correct as far as it goes, it omits another important strand of post-Hegelian thought, the radical reaction against the Hegelian and historicist approach of individualist and existential philosophers starting with Kierkegaard. This leads to an existentialist tradition of thought about alienation which is often confused with Marxism and which needs to be distinguished from it in order to form a clear picture of the Marxist account. The next two chapters focus on Marx's notion of alienated labor. In Chapter 2, I show that the keys to understanding the assumptions about human nature involved in it lie in Hegel's philosophy. In my previous work on this topic, Sayers, 1998, Part I was only dimly aware of the philosophical basis of Marx's concept of alienated labor and its Hegelian roots. I was surprised to see that this most clearly articulated in Hegel's Aesthetics. As I show, knowledge of this work is enormously helpful for understanding Marx's philosophy. Marx's concept of labor is often thought to assume a productivist model of work, and it is widely criticized for being dated and irrelevant in contemporary post-industrial conditions. New notions, such as immaterial and biopolitical production, are needed, it is argued. In Chapter 3, I show that an understanding of the Hegelian roots of Marx's philosophy reveals a very different picture of Marx's account of labor that refutes these arguments and provides the basis for an illuminating understanding of post-industrial work. Although discussion of Marx's notion of alienation has focused largely on the topic of labor, this notion plays a much wider role in his thought. Chapter 4 deals with alienation in social and economic relations. It shows how Marx's theory develops from Hegel's account of civil society and uses a framework of historical development similar to Hegel's. However, I argue that Marx uses the concept of alienation to criticize the liberal, communitarian and Hegelian conceptions of modern society and to envisage forms of individuality and community that lie beyond them. Chapter 5 goes on to discuss Marx's notion of freedom in connection with his account of labor and to criticize some widespread and inutiile misconceptions. The concept of alienation is almost invariably taken to be a purely negative moral notion based on a concept of universal human nature. This sort of account is criticized in Chapter 6. The concept of alienation, I show, must rather be interpreted in the light of the Hegelian historical ideas from which it derives. In Hegel, alienation is not a purely negative phenomenon, it is a stage in the process of human development. Marx's account of alienation must be understood in similar terms. Alienation is not a merely subjective discontent with work, it is an objective and historically specific condition, and a necessary phase of historical development. The criticism of capitalism implied in the concept of alienation does not appeal to universal moral standards, I argue, it is historical and relative. Overcoming alienation must also be conceived in historical terms, not as the realization of a timeless, universal moral ideal, but as the dialectical supersession of capitalist conditions achieved in communism. In the last group of chapters I explore Marx's concept of communism as an unalienated and free society in which the division of labor is eliminated, and private property and the market are abolished. Chapter 7 explains and defends the idea of the overcoming of the division of labor in communism. Chapter 8 deals with Marx's account of private property and its supersession, and Chapter 9 gives an overall account and justification of Marx's idea of communism in more popular terms. Finally, the appendix contains a brief article that was originally written to accompany a reconstruction of Prokofiev's Soviet ballet, Le Pas d'Acier, which deals with many of the themes covered in this book. The ballet was directed by Leslie Ann Sayers, my sister-in-law, who sadly died suddenly this year while still in her prime. This book is composed of a series of papers written during the last 7 years. All focus on the topic of Marx's theory of alienation and its overcoming. They develop a single account and form a logical sequence. Originally I planned to write this material up as a book, but I feared that I would not be able to complete it in time for the Ray deadline, so I wrote it as a series of papers instead. Some of these have been published previously, but the majority appear here for the RST time. The previously published material has been revised for the present volume to bring it into line with my present views where necessary and to remove repetition where possible. The origin of the chapters as separate papers has meant that I focus on a number of controversial aspects of Marx's account of alienation rather than giving a systematic and comprehensive treatment. Some topics are passed over altogether, such as political and religious alienation, whereas others are discussed in considerable detail. Moreover, because some of the chapters were written as papers for particular occasions, the book lacks something of the unity of style and continuity of a book written as such, and, inevitably, some repetition remains. The advantage, however, is that the chapters that go to make it up are self-contained pieces that can be read separately and in any order. In writing this book I have been helped by a large number of people. I am particularly grateful for their knowledgeable and detailed comments on earlier drafts of many of these pieces to David McClellan and to the members of the Marx and Philosophy Society Work in Progress seminars at which some of this material was RST presented, including Christopher Arthur, Andrew Chitty, Jan Derry, Nick Gray, Jeff Kay, David Marjorie Banks, and Meade McCluffin. I am also grateful to Edward Greenwood, Edmund Jeffcott, Martin Skoeld, and other members of the Philosophy Reading Group in Canterbury for their stimulus over many years. I have developed many of these ideas in courses on Hegel and Marx that I have taught at the University of Kent, Mount Holyoke College, Massachusetts, Boğaziçi University, Istanbul, and Fudan University, Shanghai. I am greatly indebted to many students in all these places for their questioning and critical responses. Finally, I am particularly grateful to Janet, my wife, for her continuing love and support. Sean Sayers. Canterbury. December 2010. The Concept of Alienation. Hegelian Themes in Modern Social Thought. The concept of alienation is one of the most important and fruitful legacies of Hegel's social philosophy. It is strange therefore that Hegel's own account is widely rejected, not least by writers in those traditions which have taken up and developed the concept in the most influential ways, Marxism and existentialism. Generalization in this area is particularly difficult. The very claim that Marxism has a theory of alienation is controversial. The term has a shifting meaning in Marx's early writings and it plays only an occasional role in his later work. Generalizing about existentialism is even more problematic. It is not a denied philosophical school at all. At best it is a loose tradition, and many of the writers associated with it do not explicitly use the concept of alienation. Nevertheless, there is important common ground in the way philosophers in both these traditions respond to Hegel's philosophy and in their concerns about the self and society. These concerns, which play a central role in both traditions, are generally referred to by means of the term alienation. So despite the problems, the concept of alienation provides a useful focus by means of which to explore these Hegelian themes in contemporary social thought. Partly for the reasons just mentioned, much of the discussion of alienation is murky and confused. At times it appears that two quite different concepts have been mixed up in it which have little real connection with each other. In the Marxist literature, alienation is often taken to be a concept that describes and criticizes the social and economic conditions of capitalism. In existentialist writing, by contrast, the concept is used primarily to refer to a psychological, perhaps even spiritual, kind of malaise which is pervasive in modern society but not specific to it. Rather it is symptomatic of the human condition as such. Some writers try to merge these two strands of thought together, Pappenheim, 1959, Schacht, 1971, but that is unsatisfactory. It is tempting simply to distinguish two quite separate and distinct notions of alienation, a Marxist and an existentialist one, but that too is problematic. Even within these two traditions, both strands are present. Thus it would be wrong to suggest that Marx uses the term alienation exclusively to describe a social or economic condition. On contrary, as Playmenitz, 1975, 141 ff., argues, two kinds of alienation can be distinguished in Marx's work, social and spiritual one. Conversely, it is also a mistake to think that philosophers in the existentialist tradition are concerned solely with psychological or spiritual matters. A critique of the alienating conditions of modern society is a prominent feature of much existentialist thought. In short, both aspects are a part of both traditions. To understand how they are related and how they differ, we need to go back to Hegel. Two responses. The concept of alienation is central to Hegel's account of the development of spirit, Geist, and thus of the process of human self-development. In contrast to the Enlightenment philosophers who came before him, Hegel does not treat individual self-consciousness as an immediate, unchanging given. The self is a historical and social creation. It develops through a process of alienation and its overcoming, self-estrangement and self-recognition, a fall into division and reconciliation. The story is often told of how, in the years immediately following Hegel's death, the Hegelian movement split. A number of right or old Hegelians remained loyal to what had become the conservative views of Hegel's later years. A larger and more influential group, which included Marx and Engels, rejected Hegel's account of contemporary society and developed a more radical approach. For these left Hegelians, Hegel's claim that reason had been realized and reconciliation achieved in modern society was absurd and untenable. Division and disharmony were all too evident in the unideal conditions of Europe at the time, then undergoing the traumatic impact of industrialization. Alienation had clearly not been overcome. Nevertheless, the left Hegelians maintained, the realization of reason and social reconciliation remained valid as ideals. What Hegel treated as an established reality, should be taken rather as an end, still to be achieved. Reason had not been realized, but it ought to be. These ideas were taken up by Marx in his early work, from which has grown one of the main strands of contemporary thought about alienation. 3. This story is familiar enough. Accounts of the aftermath of Hegel's philosophy often go no further. For a full understanding of Hegel's legacy, however, it is important to take a wider view, cf. Marcuse, 1955, Loet, 1967. For Hegel's philosophy also provoked a quite different critical response of a kind apparent rst in Kierkegaard's work. Kierkegaard was a close contemporary of Marx and Engels. For his philosophy was also formed in the Hegelian aftermath, but his rejection of Hegel is more thoroughgoing. He does not regard himself as a Hegelian of any kind. Nevertheless, his philosophy is formed in reaction to Hegel's and directly under its influence. It is the RST example of a quite different, existentialist, way of thinking about issues of the self and alienation bequeathed by Hegel. Hegel and Marx on alienation. By alienation, Hegel refers to the process by which night spirit, the human self, doubles itself, externalizes itself, and then confronts its own other being as something separate, distinct and opposed to it. Hegel rejects the atomistic individualism of the Enlightenment, and its view that the self has a nature which is prior to society and which nourishes best when unrestricted by it. Spirit, for Hegel, is social and historical. It develops through a process of self-division, self-alienation and its overcoming. This occurs in both the theoretical and practical spheres. Finite human spirit, in contrast to innate spirit, God, is bounded and restricted by its opposite, namely nature. This restriction, the human spirit in its existence, overcomes, and thereby raises itself to unity, by grasping nature in thought through theoretical activity, and through practical activity bringing about a harmony. In practical life, this occurs through work on the natural world and through relations with others in society. In this chapter I will focus particularly on the social aspect of alienation. 5. According to Hegel, self-conscious spirit evolves through a series of different historical and social forms. Subjectivity, individuality, and freedom develop through a process in which the self is alienated from itself and then comes to recognize itself in its alienation, so that, at the end of the process, the self eventually comes to be at home with itself. Contrary to the Enlightenment individualist account, social relations and institutions do not necessarily constitute barriers to individual development and freedom. On the contrary, individuality and freedom involve the exercise of powers and capacities which can be acquired only in and through community with others. Alienation can be overcome and individuality developed and realized only through participation in a social world, by fooling, in Bradley's 1927, Chapter 5, phrase, My Station and Duties, cf. Hegel, 1991, 149. The self is also historical. It evolves by passing through a series of historical forms. Hegel, 1956, portrays human history as a progressive development which starts from the immediate unity and harmony of the earliest communities. This initial phase culminates in the ancient Greek polis. With the breakup of the polis, humanity then passes through a long period of division, fragmentation, and alienation. But the results of this are not purely negative. For in and through this process, individuality, subjectivity, and freedom grow and develop. Finally, in the modern liberal state as it emerges after the French Revolution, free and self-conscious individuals at last end reconciliation with the natural and social world. Thus for Hegel, the two aspects of alienation, social and spiritual, are closely linked. Hegel himself was well aware of the continued existence of social problems and divisions in modern liberal, i.e., capitalist, society. He describes them in remarkably clear and uncompromising terms, see Chapter 2 below. Nevertheless, he sees them only as anomalies, Kuhn, 1970, which do not ultimately refute his idealized picture of the present. To many subsequent thinkers, however, it has seemed absurd to suggest that alienation has been overcome and reason realized in the modern world. Both Marxism and existentialism take this view. They agree in rejecting Hegel's picture of modern society in this respect, but they do so in very different ways. Contemporary theories of alienation spring from these different responses. Marx's account of alienation draws explicitly and directly on Hegel's work. He uses the term to refer to a situation in which our own activities and products take on an independent existence and become hostile powers working against us, Marx, 1975e, cf. Elster, 1985, 100. Marx's main use of the concept is in reference to the form of labor in capitalist society, but he also talks of alienation in the spheres of social and economic relations, division of labor, fetishism of commodities, the state, and religion. Marx, 1975e, Marx and Engels, 1978b, Marx, 1961a. Marx's ideas in this area are directly inherited from Hegel, and there is a considerable congruence between their social theories. Marx agrees with Hegel in regarding the self as a social and historical creation. He regards self-alienation as a social and historical phenomenon which is destined to be overcome with historical development and progress. Thus in Marx, as in Hegel, the social and spiritual aspects of alienation and its overcoming are united. However, as mentioned already, Marx rejects the Hegelian view that alienation has already been overcome in present society. He also criticizes Hegel's account of history as the self-development of spirit for its idealism and instead propounds a materialist theory. Present capitalist society is characterized by alienation. This has an economic and social basis. Alienation will be overcome only when this is changed. Alienation thus serves as a critical concept pointing towards the material transformation of the existing order. Existential ideas of alienation. Kierkegaard's philosophy is also formed in response to Hegel. Though he does not use the language of alienation, his ideas about the self in modern society are in some important respects similar to those of Marx. Like Marx, he rejects the Hegelian idea that in the modern world the individual can end reconciliation and alienation is overcome. On the contrary, in the present age individuals are estranged from themselves and from the world, which is experienced as hostile to subjectivity and individuality. Such estrangement takes the form of inauthenticity, of not being oneself or true to oneself. For Kierkegaard, such estrangement is characteristic not only of modern life but of the human situation generally. Similarly, for Heidegger, inauthenticity is our normal, everyday state. It is not specific to modern society or to any particular social or historical conditions. On the contrary, for Heidegger, 1962, 220, inauthenticity is that kind of being which is closest to Dasein and in which Dasein maintains itself for the most part. Neither Kierkegaard nor Heidegger accept the idea that the self has a preggiven nature which will flourish if left alone, uninfluenced by society. Like Hegel and Marx, both believe that the self is necessarily engaged in the world and with others. Authenticity is a mode of being in the world and being with others. However, this must not be confused with Hegelian or Marxist notions of self-realization. In the RST place, the existential self has no predetermined essence to be realized, rather it must determine and create itself. Gollum, 1995, 53-4. Second, both Kierkegaard and Heidegger reject the Hegelian view that the way we end or realize ourselves is in and through our social roles. On the contrary, we tend to lose ourselves in them. Kierkegaard identifies authentic selfhood with true Christianity. The speculative, i.e., Hegelian philosopher views Christianity as an historical phenomenon. But suppose Christianity is nothing of the kind. Kierkegaard, 1941, 52. Authenticity, he insists, cannot be achieved merely by doing one's duty or fooling an objective social role. It is essentially a subjective phenomenon. Christianity is spirit, spirit is inwardness, inwardness is subjectivity, subjectivity is essentially passion. Kierkegaard, 1941, 33. For Kierkegaard, socialization must not be confused with salvation, as Westphal, 1987, 33, puts it. He scornfully repudiates what he takes to be both the common and the Hegelian view, that being a Christian involves nothing more than carrying out my station and its duties. If a man were to say quite simply and unassumingly, that he was concerned for himself, lest perhaps he had no right to call himself a Christian, he would be smothered in angry glances, and people would say, "How tiresome to make such a fuss about nothing at all, why can't he behave like the rest of us, who are all Christians?" And if he happened to be married, his wife would say to him, "Dear husband of mine, how can you get such notions into your head? How can you doubt that you are a Christian? Are you not a Dane, and does not the geography say that the Lutheran form of the Christian religion is the ruling religion in Denmark? Do you not perform your duties? Are you not a good citizen of a Christian state? So then of course you must be a Christian. Kierkegaard, 1941, 50. For Heidegger, too, normal social life is no guarantee of authenticity. On the contrary, in our everyday social existence we are estranged from ourselves and inauthentic. Heidegger, like Hegel, uses the biblical metaphor of the fall to describe this condition. In everyday social life we fall away from ourselves, into the world and into relations with others. Heidegger, 1962, 220. We are dispersed in our involvements, lost in the world, dominated by the they. Heidegger, 1962, 166-7. Such fallenness is not the product only of particular social or historical circumstances, it is the normal mode of human existence. Inauthenticity, self-estrangement, is an ontological characteristic of Dasein. 7 philosophers like Hegel and Marx are guilty of unwarranted optimism. We would misunderstand the ontologico-existential structure of falling if we were to ascribe to it the sense of a bad and deplorable ontical property of which, perhaps, more advanced stages of human culture might be able to rid themselves. Heidegger, 1962, 220. This is not to say that alienation is inescapable. Authenticity is possible, but it is an individual rather than an historical achievement. To nd myself and be authentic, I must stand back. I must detach myself from the they, from my social existence, and make contact with my authentic individual self. However, this is not our natural or normal way of being, and it is complacent to believe that mere social change is going to bring it about. On the contrary, for Heidegger, as for Kierkegaard, the present age, the era of mass society, has only made the situation worse. Alienation as an objective phenomenon. There is an important measure of truth in the existentialist insistence on the significance of individuality and subjectivity for the modern self. Despite the fact that the existentialist position is formed mainly as a critical response to Hegel, Hegel himself goes a long way towards recognizing this. In the development of individuality, he too maintains, there must be a moment of separation and detachment, a subjective and negative moment. Modern individuality is not given simply through the performance of a social role. To be for itself and free, the individual must be able to react, to will and to choose. Hegel is well aware of this. His philosophy cannot be reduced to one of my station and its duties alone. It is not sufficient simply to perform a social role, one's role must be inwardly willed and chosen if it is to be an authentic expression of individuality and selfhood in the modern world. The moment of subjectivity, of choice, of negative liberty, is essential too. This is stressed not only by existential philosophers, it is also a fundamental aspect of Hegel's 1991, 5, 7, account of the self and self-development. However, writers in the Marxist tradition have not always appreciated this point and, arguably, neither does Marx. Marxism often presents itself as a purely social philosophy. The self is portrayed as a merely social creation. Marxists often seem to imply that social change alone will be sufficient to transform and realize the self, as though after the revolution all conflicts between self and society will automatically be resolved without any action on the part of the individual being required. This is untenable, as the existential account quite rightly insists. Sartre, 1960. In short, there is an individual, subjective dimension to alienation and its overcoming. Will and choice are necessary. But they are not sufficient. The self must also be able to express itself, to realize its will and objectify itself. In doing so it comes up against existing objective conditions, 9, and these may either facilitate its expression or hinder it. In this way there is an objective dimension to alienation, and its overcoming requires the existence of specific objective social conditions. This holds true not only for the Hegelian and Marxist account in which the self has a determinate nature to be realized, it applies equally to existential philosophies of self-creation. For even if the self does not begin with a determinate nature, In order to create itself it must acquire a finite content and be realized in the world. Thus, there is an objective social dimension to alienation and its overcoming. Some conditions of social and economic life are objectively alienating, some social roles and relations systematically require inauthenticity. Existential philosophies, like those of Kierkegaard and Heidegger, do not consistently acknowledge this, at least at a theoretical level. They tend to regard authenticity as a subjective and individual affair which resides in the way in which one chooses oneself and lives one's situation, whatever that may be. The implication is that it is possible to respond more or less authentically in any situation, regardless of the specific social circumstances. There are no objective conditions that are in and of themselves alienating, or that prevent or engender authenticity. Any necessary link between the spiritual and the social aspects of alienation is thus severed. As a result, the existential account of the present age loses any specific social or historical grounding, and its critique of modern mass society is undermined. Alienation as a historical phenomenon. The existential view that alienation and inauthenticity are universal features of the human condition, ontological characteristics of the self, is questionable on historical grounds as well. For there are good reasons for the view that specific social and historical circumstances are needed for the development of a self-conscious self, a self that can and will choose, and for which alienation is an issue. The abilities to react, to will and to choose are not natural human endowments. Rather they involve the capacity for self-consciousness and powers of reason that can be acquired only socially and that develop historically. The very existence of a self that can experience alienation and inauthenticity and seek to overcome them is a social and historical creation. Alienation and inauthenticity are historical conditions. Indeed, they are distinctively modern phenomena. In a pre-modern community the self is deemed primarily by its social place. Identity is determined by social role. In such societies, as McIntyre, 1985, 160-1, says, the individual is identified and constituted in and through certain of his or her roles. I confront the world as a member of this family, this household, this class, this tribe, this city, this nation, this kingdom. There is no I apart from these. 10. In the modern world, by contrast, the individual no longer has a xed and given position in society. The very notion of a social place or station has all but ceased to have any application. The self has far greater independence from its roles. These are regarded as external to the self and contingent. Identity is no longer a social given. Individuals must now choose their social place and role and, in doing so, create their own identities. Only in this situation can issues of authenticity and self-realization arise. For only now can the self stand back from its activity and ask itself whether it is realizing itself and living authentically. The mere fact that the individual is fooling an allotted social role is no longer a guarantee of this. 11. Hegel was one of the RST authors to describe these changes. 12. The historical theory of the self is one of Hegel's great achievements as a philosopher. Marx follows and renews this historical account, adding a realistic, material dimension to it. By contrast, writers like Kierkegaard and Heidegger tend to take the self-conscious self as directly given. In Kierkegaard it is simply presupposed. Every human being must be assumed in essential possession of what essentially belongs to being a man, Kierkegaard, 1941, 318-19. Heidegger takes more care to justify his initial assumptions. Nevertheless, the implications of his phenomenological approach are similar. Dasein, self-conscious being, is taken as the immediately given starting point. This is not to suggest that either of these philosophers reverts to the atomistic individualism of the Enlightenment. On the contrary, Kierkegaard regards the self as essentially social, Westphal, 1987, 30-3, Heidegger insists that Dasein is always with others and historical in that it is necessarily oriented to the past, present, and future of its community. Nevertheless, Neither of these writers regards the particular forms of being with or historicality that they describe as socially or existentialist. Writing on authenticity is that we can be true to ourselves only by emancipating ourselves from socially imposed roles. Example Camus, 1961. Though this is not the view either of Kierkegaard or Heidegger, as we have seen. 12. It is not clear when these changes should be located. Self-alienated spirit, according to Hegel, begins to emerge with the breakup of the ancient polis. Hegel, 1977, 294-320. That is perhaps too simple. Even in earlier periods of rapid social change, traditional roles and identities are questioned. Thus the Sophists and Socrates, in 5th century BC Athens, discuss the identity of the self and many of the issues raised by the concept of authenticity, though not in these terms, which are, indeed, distinctively modern. Trilling, 1972, Chapter 2. Historically specific. Both treat sociality and historicality as universal, ontological features of the human self, and neither regards alienation or inauthenticity as socially or historically specific. Thus for Heidegger, as we have seen, alienation is a pervasive feature of everyday life. Fallenness is a normal part of the human condition. For Hegel, by contrast, our fall into social division and alienation is an historical process, and such fallenness can be and is being redeemed through the course of human development and progress. Hegel's optimism on this score may, of course, be questioned. However, at least it is grounded in his historical theory of the development of the self, whereas Heidegger's pessimism is not grounded on any theory, historical or otherwise. It appears to be a mere artifact of his phenomenological method, and it is merely asserted. Alienation as a critical concept. I will conclude this discussion with some comments on the nature of alienation as a critical concept. Surprisingly, Hegel, Marx, and Heidegger all deny that their ideas in this area have any critical or evaluative purpose. All these claims are questionable. Hegel says that he is giving a theoretical description of the self and its development. He explicitly repudiates the view that his purpose is social criticism. Hegel, 1991, 21. However, this is often disputed. Starting with the left Hegelians, many have taken Hegel to be giving, not so much a critical as an uncritical account of modern society. Part of his purpose appears to be the evaluative one of justifying the social order of his day. This is not to suggest that he was unaware of the problems and defects of the society of his time. As already mentioned, Hegel is remarkably acute about these. He is not a mere apologist. He was particularly aware of the persistence of poverty and social exclusion, which he saw as structural problems with no evident solution. Even so, he does not ultimately take such problems to refute his picture of the modern era as one of reconciliation and harmony. Marx also denies that his purpose is evaluative. He maintains that his work has a scientific character. Its main aim, he insists, is to understand and explain capitalism and its historical trajectory, not to criticize it. Even so, criticism is an unmistakable aspect of it, whatever he says. Sayers, 1998, chapters 7-9, and this is aimed partly at defenders of liberal society such as Hegel. Heidegger, too, denies that his work has a moral purpose. Our interpretation is purely ontological in its aims, and is far removed from any moralizing critique of everyday Dasein, and from the aspirations of a philosophy of culture. Heidegger, 1962, 211. As with Marx, however, the critical intent of his work is unmistakable, and, as with Marx, this is aimed partly at Hegel's uncritical celebration of modernity. In short, as I have been arguing, both Marxism and existentialism are united in rejecting Hegel's uncritical picture of modern society. Both strands of thought see alienation and inauthenticity as endemic to modern society, and base their critiques of it on this. However, as we have seen, these critiques are very different. Kierkegaard and Heidegger condemn the present age. They give a thoroughly negative picture of modern social life. Kierkegaard's diagnosis is that individuals in modern mass society lack passion and individuality. Through increasing equality and leveling they are reduced to conformity and uniformity. Just as desert travelers combine into great caravans from fear of robbers and wild beasts, so the individuals of the contemporary generation are fearful of existence, because it is God-forsaken. Only in great masses do they dare to live, and they cluster together en masse in order to feel that they amount to something. Kierkegaard, 1941, 318. Similarly, Heidegger, 1962, 164, describes the way in which modern social life imposes the dictatorship of the they upon the individual. Nietzsche, 1994, talks of modern herd and slave morality. Sartre, 1957, of the pervasiveness of bad faith. 13. What is the basis for these denunciations? In the existentialist account, as we have seen, authenticity and alienation are not historically specific phenomena. It is thus questionable whether they can provide valid grounds for judgments about the present age. Nevertheless, these writers give a bleak and pessimistic picture of contemporary conditions. The destruction of local communities and the increasing equality and uniformity of social experience are erasing individuality and difference. Modern education and mass communications and other such developments are churning out of an undifferentiated mass without passion, personality, or character. Previously such tendencies operated only on a regional and national scale, now they are functioning at a global level. Marx also describes the increasing scale of modern social relations which he sees as an inherent effect of the expansion of capital. However, Marx's estimation of the impact of this is entirely different, and so too is his critique of capitalism. He does not regard any of these developments towards mass society as simply and solely negative in their human effects. Globalization and the erasure of local differences, the equalization of social experience, the growth of mass education and mass culture, even the all-pervasive cash nexus and alienation brought about by capitalism, none of these tendencies is purely negative or destructive in its impact on human life. As much as these developments destroy local communities and fragment, level, homogeneous, and alienate people, at the same time they also create new and wider relations and connections between people, and in so doing they open up opportunities for self-development and cultivation previously available only to a tiny elite. To be sure, these forms of activity often take committed and commercial forms which limit their human value. Nevertheless, any adequate account of the character of modern society must register both sides of the case, the positive as well as the negative. 14. Thus, the concept of alienation is not a purely critical one in Marx. For Marx, like Hegel, gives a historical account of the self and society. He does not regard the alienation and disharmony of modern society as a merely negative condition. Rather, its impact is contradictory. Although it results in the division and fragmentation of people, at the same time it is also the means by which individuality, subjectivity, and freedom develop. It is a necessary stage in the process of self-development and self-realization, necessary in that human development occurs only in and through it. Sayers, 1998, 138 ff, 88 f. Up to now these tendencies have appeared to be alien and hostile influences, operating as if they were uncontrollable forces of nature. With human historical development, however, people collectively can eventually come to understand them and bring them under their conscious control. Only then will they cease to be experienced as alien and hostile powers and be controlled and put to work for human good. 2. Creative activity and alienation in Hegel and Marx. For Marx, work is the fundamental and central activity in human life and, potentially at least, a fooling and liberating activity. Although this view is implicit throughout Marx's work, there is little explicit explanation or defense of it. The fullest treatment is in the account of estranged labor in Fremde Arbeit in the economic and philosophical manuscripts, Marx, 1975 e. 1, but even there Marx does not set out his philosophical assumptions at length. For an understanding of these one must turn to Hegel. Marx is quite explicit about his debt to Hegel in this respect. The importance of Hegel's phenomenology lies in the fact that Hegel conceives the self-creation of man as a process, objectification as loss of object, as alienation, and as supersession of this alienation, that he therefore grasps the nature of labor and conceives objective man, true, because real man, as the result of his own labor. Marx, 1975 385-6. Much of the discussion of this remark has concentrated on the master-servant section of the phenomenology, where Hegel explicitly considers the role of work in human life too. This focus is arbitrary and limiting. As Arthur argues, there is no explicit reference to the master-servant section here or elsewhere in Marx, nor are there any good grounds to believe that it had any special instance on or significance for Marx III. Moreover, although many of the main themes of Hegel's account of work are present in it, it is a somewhat idiosyncratic passage in which the role of labor is by no means the central topic. However, work is a major theme in Hegel's philosophy. It occurs prominently in all his main writings, from the early Jena lectures on philosophy of spirit which preceded the phenomenology right up to the Null lecture series on the philosophy of religion and aesthetics. I shall focus particularly on the lectures on aesthetics. These are very helpful in understanding Hegel's account of work, and highly illuminating about Marx's views, but they have not so far been given the attention they deserve in this respect. 4. One more preliminary point, for both Hegel and Marx work has both a social and a material aspect. Through work the worker relates not only to the object of work and hence to the natural world, but also, and through it, to other human beings. 5. In this chapter, however, I will focus on the labor process as such and on the relation of the worker to the object of labor. 6. Work as an essential human activity. In economic and philosophical manuscripts, Marx, 1975 328-9, describes work as man's vital activity, his species activity, man's spiritual essence, his human essence. 7. The meaning of these phrases is much disputed. Similar ideas are also fundamental to Hegel's philosophy, where they are spelled out and clarified at length. According to Hegel, work plays an essential role in distinguishing human beings from other animals. The non-human animal is a purely natural being, with a purely immediate relation to nature, both to the objects around it in its natural environment and to its own nature, its own appetites and instincts. Hegel calls this immediate relationship to nature desire. Hegel, 1977, 167 ff. 105 ff. The animal is driven by its desires and appetites to consume objects which are directly present to it in its natural environment. Furthermore, this consumption involves the immediate negation, the annihilation of the object. Hegel, 1983, 174, 109, Avinri, 1996. The human being, by contrast, is not a purely natural being but rather a conscious, a self-conscious being, with being for self. Man is a thinking consciousness. Things in nature are only immediate and single, while man duplicates himself sich verdoppelt, in that, he is as things in nature are, but, 2, he is just as much for himself, he sees himself, represents himself to himself, thinks. Hegel, 1975, 31, Hegel, 1971, 76. The human being's ability to duplicate himself and represent himself to himself is most evident in thought, in self-consciousness. But it also takes a practical form. Work is a mode of this practical being for self and a means by which it develops. Work involves a break with the animal, immediate, natural relationship to nature. In work, the object is not immediately consumed and annihilated. Critication is deferred. The object is preserved, worked upon, formed and transformed. In this way, a distinctively human relationship to nature is established. It is these ideas that are at the basis of Marx's notion of work as man's species activity. Like Hegel, Marx contrasts the relationship to nature established through work with the immediacy of the animal's relation to nature. The animal is immediately one with its life activity. It is not distinct from that activity, it is that activity. Man makes his life activity itself an object of his will and consciousness. He has conscious life activity. It is not a determination with which he directly merges. Conscious life activity directly distinguishes man from animal life activity. Only because of that is he a species being. Marx, 1975 e. 328. The development of being for self. Thus by working on the world, by shaping and forming it, human beings become separated from the natural world and established as self. Conscious subjects, as beings for self, over against an objective world. This breach with nature is the negative aspect of work. At the same time, however, it is through work that human beings overcome this division from nature. This is the positive aspect. By shaping and forming the object, man transforms his environment and his relationship to it, and in the process he transforms himself. Through work, says Hegel, the human being imbues the external world with his will. 8. Thereby he humanizes his environment, by showing how it is capable of satisfying him and how it cannot preserve any power of independence against him. Only by means of this effectual activity is he no longer merely in general, but also in particular and in detail, actually aware of himself and at home in his environment. Hegel, 1975, 256. In the language Marx uses in economic and philosophical manuscripts, this is the process of objectification Vergegenstandlichung 9. There are two aspects to this process. In the RST place, by objectifying ourselves in our products, we come to recognize our powers and capacities as real and objective. Thus we develop a consciousness of ourselves. Second, by humanizing the world, we cease to feel that we are confronted by a foreign and hostile world. We overcome our alienation from the natural world and gradually, through a long process of social and economic development, come to feel at home in the world and in harmony with it. Hegel makes these points as follows. Man brings himself before himself by practical activity, since he has the impulse, in whatever is directly given to him, in what is present to him externally, to produce himself and therein equally to recognize himself. This aim he achieves by altering external things whereon he impresses the seal of his inner being and in which he now nds again his own characteristics. Man does this in order, as a free subject, to strip the external world of its inexorable foreignness and to enjoy in the shape of things only an external realization of himself. Hegel, 1971, 31. Again these ideas are taken up by Marx, who repeats them almost exactly, even to the point of echoing Hegel's distinctive language of spirit's doubling of itself. 10. It is, in his fashioning of the objective world that man really proves himself to be a species being. Such production is his active species life. Through it nature appear as his work and his reality. The object of labor is the objectification of the species life of man, for man reproduces himself sich verdoppelt not only intellectually, in his consciousness, but actively and actually, and he can therefore contemplate himself in a world he himself has created. Marx, 1975 e. 329, Marx and Engels, 1970 a. 89. The story of the fall. In this way, work involves both the separation, the alienation, of self from nature, but also the drive to overcome this separation and make ourselves at home in the world. For Hegel, this is a fundamental drive of human beings as spiritual and self-conscious as contrasted with merely natural beings, and a basic human need. Hegel makes these points in a graphic and illuminating way through his distinctive interpretation of the biblical story of the fall of man, which he interprets as a metaphysical parable of the human condition. 11. Adam and Eve, the RST human beings, were placed in a garden where God had forbidden them to eat the fruit of tree of knowledge of good and evil. But they eat the fruit and are expelled from the garden. Adam is condemned to labor in the sweat of his brow and Eve to bring forth in sorrow. In the story, it is because of temptation by the serpent that we are led to eat the fruit and forced to leave the harmonious conditions of the garden. But the truth is that the step into opposition, the awakening of consciousness, follows from the very nature of man, and the same history repeats itself in every son Adam. Hegel, 1892, 24z, 55. In other words, we are all fallen, torn away from the natural state, that is our condition as self-conscious beings. However, for Hegel, that is not the end of the matter. The story seems to imply that the instinctive and natural state of life is the ideal. It appears to suggest the romantic view that our loss of innocence and harmony with nature, our exclusion from the garden, is a misfortune, and hence also that the human condition of self-consciousness is a misfortune. But Hegel questions that interpretation. The human condition is one of division from nature and of self-division, a state of contradiction, a restless state, which creates its own drive to overcome it. In the theoretical sphere, this drive manifests itself as the need to know and to understand. In the practical sphere, it takes the form of the need for creative work. Thus, as a result of our breach from nature, we are condemned to labor. But if labor is the result of disunion, it is also the victory over it. Hegel, 1892, 24z, 55. For through working on the world we also come to objectify ourselves, to transform ourselves, to humanize our world and make ourselves at home in it. The story of the fall suggests that there is a development from the natural to the human condition, but here Hegel's interpretation of the story runs into difficulties. Hegel's thought is pre-Darwinian. He makes an absolute distinction between humans and other animals. For him there is no evolution from the natural to the human, spiritual, realm. Nature does not evolve, it merely repeats itself. Change, in the sense of development, occurs only in the human realm. Marx's account of the difference between humans and animals in economic and philosophical manuscripts described above and his idea that work is a distinctively human activity seem to imply a similarly sharp distinction. 12. There are evident problems with this. As Marx, 1975 e. 329, acknowledges, animals such as the bee, the beaver, and the ant, etc. produce, in that they build nests and dwellings, though they do not produce universally, freely, or in accordance with the laws of beauty. Conversely, some humans satisfy their basic needs directly, without the mediation of work in Hegel's sense. Thus hunter-gatherers satisfy their material needs immediately from nature for the most part, although they work to create their tools, dwellings, clothes, utensils, etc. Marx appears to be more aware of these problems in later work. Nevertheless, important aspects of the idea that work is a distinctive human activity and an essential means of human development are retained. The German ideology, 1845, written only 1 year after economic and philosophical manuscripts, states that men can be distinguished from animals by consciousness, by religion, or anything else you like. They themselves begin to distinguish themselves from animals as soon as they begin to produce their means of subsistence. Marx and Engels, 1978 b. 150. 14. Although this was written well before Darwin published his ideas, it suggests that humans evolved from animals, that being human is a matter of degree, and that labor is the main means by which human beings develop and become fully human. 15. By the time of writing Capital, 1867, Marx no longer regards work as such as distinctively human. He acknowledges that animals also produce. However, he distinguishes between purely natural and specifically human forms work. He argues that the labor of animals is driven by immediate need and is purely instinctive. He distinguishes this from labor in a form that stamps it as exclusively human as follows. A spider conducts operations that resemble those of a weaver, and a bee puts to shame many an architect in the construction of her cells. But what distinguishes the worst architect from the best of bees is this, that the architect raises his structure in imagination before he erects it in reality. At the end of every labor process, we get a result that already existed in the imagination of the laborer at its commencement. He not only effects a change of form in the material on which he works, but he also realizes a purpose of his own that gives the law to his modus operandi, and to which he must subordinate his will. Marx, 1961a, 178. Moreover, in working on the world, man not only changes the world, he also transforms his own nature. 16. By acting on the external world and changing it, he at the same time changes his own nature. He develops his slumbering powers and compels them to act in obedience to his sway. Marx, 1961a, 178. The realm of freedom. Hence for Marx, as for Hegel, work is not only a means to satisfy material needs, it is also a fundamental part of the human process of self-development and self-realization. This process occurs not only in economic labor but in all forms of practical activity through which we deliberately make changes in the world, even in play. Its highest expression is in the free creative activity of art. Even a child's RST impulse involves this practical alteration of external things. A boy throws stones into the river and now marvels at the circles drawn in the water as an effect in which he gains an intuition of something that is his own doing. This need runs through the most diversiform phenomena up to that mode of self-production in external things which is present in the work of art. Hegel, 1975, 31. According to Hegel, these different forms of activity involve different degrees of freedom. At one pole there is consumption directly under the impulse of desire. This is the form taken by the activity of animals, which desire and immediately consume the objects around them. They are not free. They are determined by their desires and dominated by the object. Human beings can also act in this way, in which case they are not acting freely. The person, caught up in the individual, restricted and nugatory interests of his desire, is neither free in himself, since he is not determined by the essential universality and rationality of his will, nor free in respect of the external world, for desire remains essentially determined by external things and related to them. Hegel, 1975, 36. In working on the object rather than immediately consuming it, gratification of desire is postponed, the object is preserved. People thus detach themselves from their desires and achieve a relative freedom with respect to them. At the same time they allow a degree of freedom to the object. However, in deferring his desires, the producer achieves only a limited autonomy with respect to them, he does not transcend them altogether. The product likewise is granted only a limited freedom, it is destined ultimately to be consumed. Economic work continues to be dominated by material desires, it is still in what Marx calls the realm of necessity, Marx, 1971b, 820. Artistic activity by contrast is truly free activity, free creation. 17. It is free, RST of all, in the negative sense that it is not determined by natural desire. Artistic creation is not an instrumental activity to satisfy physical needs. Moreover, the product, the work of art, is not made to be consumed. With art, determination by material desire is altogether transcended. From the practical interest of desire, the interest of art is distinguished by the fact that it lets its object persist freely and on its own account, while desire converts it to its own use by destroying it. Hegel, 1975, 38. For Marx, too, art is the highest form of creative activity, free creative activity, the highest form of work. Animals are not capable of such activity, they are not free. In so far as they produce only when immediate physical need compels them to do so, while man produces even when he is free from physical need and truly produces only in freedom from such need. Hence man also produces in accordance with the laws of beauty, Marx, 1975e, 329. These passages are from the economic and philosophical manuscripts, but the same thought recurs later in Marx's work. In Grundriss he describes composing music as really free labor, which can constitute attractive work, The Individual Self-Realization, Marx, 1973a, 611. In Critique of the Gotha Program, he envisages a time when work will become an end in itself, life's prime want, Marx, 1978 c. 531. These ideas are also at the basis of Marx's almost universally misunderstood distinction between the realms of necessity and freedom in Capital, Volume 3. The realm of freedom begins only where labor which is determined by necessity and mundane consideration ceases. Just as the savage must wrestle with nature to satisfy his wants, so must civilized man, and he must do so in all social formations and under all possible modes of production. Freedom in this eld can only consist in socialized man, the associated producers, rationally regulating their interchange with nature, bringing it under their common control, instead of being ruled by it as by the blind forces of nature. But it nonetheless still remains a realm of necessity. Beyond it begins that development of human energy which is an end in itself, the true realm of freedom. Marx, 1971b, 820. Despite numerous accounts to the contrary, it is quite clear that Marx is not saying that work in the realm of necessity is unfree. 18. He spells out, quite explicitly, what freedom in the realm of necessity involves. Freedom in this eld can only consist. For Marx as for Hegel, it is only purely immediate consumption, dominated by immediate desire, that is unfree. Economic work has a degree of freedom in comparison with this. Human beings are for themselves, they can stand back from desire and the activity to gratify it and subject this to rational control. There is freedom in this realm, which consists in the exercise of rational control over production and consumption. Nevertheless, such economic activity is ultimately in the service of natural needs, it is instrumental activity to meet these needs. To that extent it is not completely free. A fuller and higher form of freedom is realized when we produce, not to meet material needs, but purely as an end in itself. This is the truly free creation of art. It is not determined by material needs or by the object. In its turn it leaves the object free to exist as it is and does not consume it. 19. Alienation and its overcoming. As I have shown, Marx, like Hegel, conceives of economic work as on a continuum with free artistic creation, with the implication that such work, although it is always a means to meeting material needs, is also potentially a self-realizing activity and an end in itself. Marx's account of alienation is a critical and radical version of the Hegelian ideas that I have been describing. Under conditions of alienation, labor, life activity, productive life itself is perverted so that it is external to the worker, i.e. does not belong to his essential being, that he therefore does not consume himself in his work, but denies himself, feels miserable and not happy, does not develop free mental and physical energy, but mortifies his ish and ruins his mind. His labor is therefore not voluntary but forced. Marx, 1975e, 326. It is often said that such a critical notion of alienation is absent from Hegel and distinctive to Marx. Marx himself seems to make this claim. For example, he says, the only labor Hegel knows and recognizes is abstract mental labor, Marx, 1975e, 386. This is a puzzling remark. At face value it is quite evidently false, as Marx is certainly aware. Hegel is notable in giving labor, in the sense of material productive activity, a central place within his philosophical system. In the phenomenology, the specific subject of Marx's discussion, it plays a key role in the master-servant section. Perhaps, as Arthur suggests, the abstract mental labor to which Marx refers is the labor of spirit. The phenomenology is a spiritual odyssey, or, perhaps, a Bildungsroman of spirit, in which spirit discovers that the objective shapes given to it in consciousness and self-consciousness are nothing but its own self-determination. Spirit comes to know itself through producing itself, in the RST instance as something which stands over against it, Spirit can come to itself only through setting up opposition and then negating it. Arthur, 1983, 71. For Hegel, it should be noted, Knight, spirit is not something abstractly mental but rather human being, and material labor is a spiritual activity in that it leads to human development. Nevertheless, Arthur is right to stress the way in which, for Hegel, this is ultimately a process which takes place primarily within consciousness and self-consciousness. Marx, by contrast, insists upon the primacy of the material and economic factors in human development. Marx's target appears to be Hegel's idealism, but he has not got this clearly in his sights. It is true that, for Hegel, economic labor is not the highest stage of spirit's development. This continues further through art, religion, and philosophy. These higher activities do not supersede labor. They supplement it. However, Marx is no position to criticize these ideas, since he holds similar views himself. For Marx too believes that art and philosophy, if not religion, constitute a higher realm of freedom and a higher sphere of human development. This is a direct descendant of the Hegelian view, as I have been arguing. Marx also accuses Hegel of presenting an uncritical and idealized picture of actual economic conditions. Hegel adopts the standpoint of modern political economy. He sees labor as the essence, the self-confirming essence, of man. He sees only the positive and not the negative side of labor. Labor is man's coming to be for himself within alienation or as alienated man. Marx, 1975 386, Lukács' account of this has been particularly influential. I shall deal with it before going on to discuss the more general issues raised by Marx's criticisms. In Marx, objectification is a feature of all work, indeed of all human activity which has an effect in the world, whereas alienation, Lukács maintains, is a specific feature of work under capitalism. Hegel, by contrast, makes no such distinction. He treats alienation as a universal, ontological, characteristic of self-conscious spirit. Thus the Marxist concept of alienation is capable of serving as a critical concept in a way that Hegel's is not. Lukács, 1975, 549, cf. Mazaros, 1970. As we have seen, Hegel does indeed regard alienation from nature as a characteristic feature of spirit. And yet, for Hegel, it is equally a part of the essence of self-conscious spirit to strive to overcome its alienation, its separation, from nature. This sets for it a historical task which is also a characteristic feature of human spirit. It strives to heal its breach with nature and be at home in the world. In other words, and paradoxical as this may sound, for Hegel spirit is essentially, ontologically, historical in character. Alienation can and will be overcome when spirit has completed its development and come to be at home in the world. This is a historical process, and, pace Lukács, this way of thinking provides a framework with which Hegel can criticize the society of his day, as we shall see in due course. Lukács is therefore wrong to attribute a non-historical view of alienation to Hegel in contrast to Marx. For such a view one must turn rather to an existentialist such as Heidegger, 1962, 220, cf. Kierkegaard, 1962. Conversely, as regards Marx, the very idea that he has a single and clear-cut theory of alienation, Mazaros, 1970, 233, is questionable. In particular, Marx does not always apply the concept of alienation only to capitalism, as Lukács maintains. In the economic and philosophical manuscripts, it is true, the term is central to Marx's critique of capitalism, as Lukács suggests, but later his account of capitalism is developed in more specific economic terms. Throughout, however, Marx also uses the term alienation to describe aspects of work which are not specific to capitalism, such as that it is stultifying, externally imposed, that it is merely a means to the end of satisfying material needs, that it takes place within an oppressive division of labor, etc. These are features of work in all class-divided societies. 20. In the German ideology, Marx is already beginning to develop the terms of his later account of capitalism. The language of alienation plays a much less prominent role in his thought. He is even ironical about its Hegelian philosophical associations. Marx and Engels, 1978b, 161. What in 1844 he calls alienated labor, is now referred to simply as labor which has lost all semblance of self-activity and only sustains life by stunting it. Marx and Engels, 1978b, 191. He envisages the abolition of such labor and of the division of labor. Marx and Engels, 1978b, 192. Arguably, labor and the division of labor in this sense are present not only in capitalism but in all class societies. In the Grundriss, he is explicit that the features attributed to alienated labor in the economic and philosophical manuscripts are characteristic of such societies. In its historic forms as slave labor, serf labor, and wage labor, labor always appears as repulsive, always as external forced labor. However, labor can become real freedom, attractive work, the individual's self-realization. Marx, 1973a, 611, life's prime want, as he says in Critique of the Gotha Program. Marx, 1978c, 531. As with Hegel, that is to say, there are aspects of alienation which are not specific to capitalism but apply to all historical societies. Moreover, the overcoming of alienation is a fundamental human drive, a historical task, achievable historically. Thus for Marx as well as for Hegel, alienation is both an ontological and a historical characteristic. Hegel as social critic. Let us now return to the view that Hegel's philosophy is inherently uncritical and that it gives an idealized picture of the society of his time. Undoubtedly, there are aspects of Hegel's philosophy about which this charge is fully justified. For Hegel, the overcoming of alienation is not an unattainable or even a distant ideal, it can be, and is being, achieved in the present. Work is an essential part of the process of spiritual self-development. It is a process of objectification, of alienation and its overcoming, leading to self-realization. The central theme of the Hegelian system is the story of human self-development, culminating in the spiritual achievements, the art, religion, and philosophy, of his own age. Thus, in Hegel's system, labor is often presented in positive and uncritical terms, as playing an essential role in a story of spiritual development and progress. However, there are other strands of Hegel's philosophy which are in contradiction with this. When Hegel focuses on the actual conditions of labor in the society of his day, he is too perceptive and honest to blind himself to the very unideal conditions which prevailed. As Lukács himself observes, he does not close his eyes to the destructive effects of the capitalist division of labor and of the introduction of machinery into human labor. Lukács, 1975, 329. In these contexts, Hegel does employ the concept of alienation in a critical fashion. Indeed, he uses it to pose many of the issues that Marx addresses. Equally, however, Hegel's approach to these issues is significantly different. A discussion of Hegel's observations will help to clarify these differences. To repeat, Hegel's philosophy revolves around a story of progress. This implies that alienation can be overcome only through a process of historical development. Hegel has no shred of romantic attachment to a simple or natural form of life. This may initially seem idyllic, in that our needs would be few and easily satisfied directly from nature, but, Hegel argues, such a life will soon bore us. A restricted mode of life of this kind presupposes an insufficient development of spirit. A full and entire human life requires higher urgings, and this closest association with nature and its immediate products cannot satisfy it any longer. Man may not pass his life in such an idyllic poverty of spirit, he must work. What he has an urge for, he must struggle to obtain by his own activity. Hegel, 1975, 259, 21. All this suggests that Hegel would be favorably disposed towards the industrialization which was occurring in his time. However, he regards this as just as unsatisfactory for human development, though in the opposite way. Hegel believes that modern industrial production has developed excessively. In simpler societies, the individual works to satisfy his own needs and those of his household and of others directly connected with him. With the advent of large-scale industry, the individual is caught up in a network of economic relations which he cannot understand or control. The economic system becomes so complex and extensive that the individual can no longer grasp how the product, or part of a product, which he creates relates to the needs of its eventual consumers, whoever they may be. The long and complicated connection between needs and work, interests, and their satisfaction, is completely developed in all its ramifications, and every individual, losing his independence, is tied down in an endless series of dependencies on others. His own requirements are either not at all or only to a very small extent, his own work. Hegel, 1975, 260. Furthermore, the industrial division of labor makes work increasingly mechanical and stultifying for the worker, so that every one of his activities proceeds not in an individual living way but more and more purely mechanically according to universal norms. Hegel, 1975, 260. Such criticisms of the way in which the worker in industrial society is alienated from his product and from his activity are now more familiar from the descriptions that Marx gives in his early writings. The account of estranged labor in the economic and philosophical manuscripts echoes Hegel's account particularly closely. It is clear from this that Marx believes the non-worker, in the shape of the capitalist, is just as alienated as the worker in capitalist society. Frustratingly, however, Marx's manuscript breaks off just at the point where, having described the alienation of the worker, he is about to consider the way in which the capitalist is also alienated, and he does not deal with this topic elsewhere. Hegel's account does not break off, and it is suggestive of the way in which Marx's ideas might have developed. Just like the workers in modern society, Hegel argues, the wealthy too are caught up in a complex and impenetrable web of economic relationships. Moreover, they are freed from the need to work. But, for this very reason, they are also alienated from the world around them, since they cannot see this as their own creation nor recognize themselves in it. Through wealth, individuals are freed from satisfying their needs and can devote themselves to higher interests. In this superuity, the constant reaction of endless dependence is removed, and man is all the more withdrawn from all the accidents of business as he is no longer stuck in the sordidness of gain. But for this reason the individual is not at home even in his immediate environment, because it does not appear as his work. What he surrounds himself with here has not been brought about by himself, it has been produced by others, and acquired by him only through a long chain of efforts and needs foreign to himself. Hegel, 1975, 260. It is quite evident from these passages that it is wrong to suggest that Hegel is uncritical of the society of his day. On the contrary, he sees well enough that people are alienated from the world that capitalism and large-scale industry were creating. The ideal, unalienated condition for him is a middle way between the extremes of simple idyllic circumstances and excessive modern development. As regards work at least, he looks back to an earlier golden age when production was still on a domestic and local scale, and when producers could relate to their products and feel at home in a world which they could still comprehend as their own creation. In such a mode of life man has the feeling, in everything he uses and everything he surrounds himself with, that he has produced it from his own resources, and therefore in external things has to do with what is his own and not with alienated objects lying outside his own sphere wherein he is master. In that event of course the activity of collecting and forming his material must not appear as painful drudgery but as easy, satisfying work which puts no hindrance and no failure in his way. Hegel, 1975, 261. His primary example is the heroic society portrayed by Homer. Agamemnon's scepter is a family staff, hewn by his ancestor himself, and inherited by his descendants. Iliad, 2. Odysseus carpentered himself his huge marriage bed Odyssey, XXIII, everything is domestic, in everything man has present before his eyes the power of his arm, the skill of his hand, the cleverness of his own spirit, or a result of his courage and bravery. In this way alone have the means of satisfaction not been degraded to a purely external matter, we see their living origin itself and the living consciousness of the value which man puts on them, because in them he has things not dead or killed by custom, but his own closest productions. Hegel, 1975, 261. In other respects, of course, Hegel rejects the ancient Greek model. Such earlier societies lack what for him is the essential feature of the modern world, the sphere of civil society as a realm of individual autonomy and subjectivity. As a modern example of unalienated conditions, Hegel cites Holland in the 17th century, as depicted in the genre paintings of everyday life by artists such as Rembrandt and Van Dyck. 22 These disclose a people who, as a result of their industry and history, are at home in their world. The Dutch themselves have made the greatest part of the land on which they dwell and live, it has continually to be defended against the storms of the sea, and it has to be maintained. By resolution, endurance, and courage, townsmen and countrymen alike threw off the Spanish dominion, and by getting won for themselves freedom in political life and in religious life too. This citizenship, this love of enterprise, in small things as in great, this joy and exuberance in their own sense that for all this they have their own activity to thank, all this is what constitutes the general content of their pictures. Hegel, 1975, 169, 23. This is Hegel's vision of unalienated society, and it provides the standard by which he criticizes modern industrial conditions. For Hegel that ideal is now irretrievably past and gone. Large-scale industry is an inescapable part of modern life. Ultimately Hegel has no wish to renounce modernity, which has seen the development of individuality and freedom, despite the alienation and other problems it brings with it. These problems are insoluble, he believes. The best that can be hoped is that the state will ameliorate some of their harsher effects. The overcoming of alienation. Marx's account of alienation grows out of these ideas, but it develops them in a very different way. For Marx maintains that large-scale industry and the division of labor associated with it, so far from being a barrier to the overcoming of alienation, is the necessary basis for it. That is Marx's view from RST to last, and it is one of the fundamental points on which he diverges from Hegel. Crucially, therefore, Marx's critique of modern society is aimed at capitalism and not at industry per se. Indeed, for Marx, one of the great achievements of capitalism is that it has led to the development of modern industry to the point where it can provide the basis for a new, communist society, a society in which alienation can nally be overcome and in which human beings can at last be at home in world. Such views are often questioned. Modern industry has unleashed gigantic forces of production. It has led to economic relations which are literally global in scale. It has imposed its stamp on nature in such an inexorable fashion that the natural environment is now in danger of being overwhelmed and extinguished by it. Industry and the economy seem to be hostile forces quite beyond human control. Nevertheless, they are not mere alien phenomena, Marx insists, they are human powers and human creations. Industry is the open book of the essential powers of man, Marx, 1975 354. Its forces can potentially be experienced, in unalienated fashion, as the expression of human power and creativity in and through which we recognize and affirm ourselves. The great challenge in modern society is to bring them under human control and make them serve our needs, which may of course involve limiting and curbing them. There is no reason to believe that this is impossible. If we can subdue nature as we have, then surely we can master our own creations and come to be at home with them. That is Marx's vision of the overcoming of alienation, and it lies in the future and not in some golden age which is irretrievably past. 3. The concept of labor. In recent years the character of work in advanced industrial society has been changing rapidly. Production is being automated and computerized. The factory operated by massed workers is being superseded. Industrial labor is ceasing to be the dominant form of work. Work in offices that used to require intellectual skills is now done by computers. With the enormous growth of jobs in the service sector and the increasing use of information technology, new kinds of work are being created. These changes are often summed up by saying that these societies are moving from the industrial to the post-industrial stage. In some important respects this is questionable. Arguably, the economy is still industrial, but it now operates on a global scale. If industry is ceasing to be the predominant form of work in Western Europe and North America, that is mainly because it is being relocated to other parts of the world in a new global division of labor. Nevertheless, it is beyond dispute that work is changing. With the widespread use of computers and information technology, new kinds of work have developed. Hart and Negri's 2005 attempt to theorize these changes has been particularly influential. The older industrial forms of labor which produced material goods, they argue, are no longer dominant. They are being superseded by new immaterial forms of work. Hart and Negri situated their thought within the Marxist tradition. However, they maintain, Marx's ideas need to be rethought in the light of the new conditions of post-industrial society. Hart and Negri, 2005, 140. Marx takes material production as the paradigm of work. His concept of labor is based on an industrial model. In order to describe the new post-industrial forms of work, Marx's account must be supplemented with the concepts of immaterial labor and biopolitical production. My aim in this chapter is to criticize these ideas. First, I will explain Marx's account of labor and show that Hart and Negri's criticisms are based on a fundamental misreading of his thought. Then I will argue that Hart and Negri's own account is confused and unhelpful. Properly understood and suitably developed, Marx's concept of labor continues to provide a more satisfactory basis for understanding the nature of work in the modern world. Marx's concept of labor. According to Marx, labor is an intentional activity designed to produce a change in the material world. In his early writings, he conceives of work as a process of objectification through which labor is embodied and made material in an object. Marx, 1975 e. 324. Later he describes labor as activity through which human beings give form to materials and thus realize themselves in the world. In the labor process, man's activity, with the help of the instruments of labor, effects an alteration, designed from the commencement, in the material worked upon. The process disappears in the product, the latter is a use value, nature's material adapted by a change of form to the wants of man. Labor has incorporated itself with its subject, the former is materialized, the latter transformed. Marx, 1961a, 180. This account is often taken to assume a productivist model that regards work which creates a material product as the paradigm for all work. It is much criticized on this basis. Hart and Negri along with many others point out that many kinds of work do not seem to tee this picture, some with which Marx was familiar, others that have newly developed. There are two versions of the view that Marx has a productivist model of the labor process. Some, like Hart and Negri, 2255-6, 292, 2005, 140-2, accuse him of presupposing an industrial idea of labor. Others, by contrast, maintain that Marx's ideas are based on the paradigm of craft or even artistic work. In either case, the productivist account is treated either as self-evident, Adams, 1991, or as a plausible reading of Marx's language and imagery, Habermas, 1987, 65-6, Benton, 1989, 66. These interpretations are superficial and unsatisfactory. Marx's theory of labor is not self-evident, nor is it based upon mere metaphors or images. It is a central element of a systematic philosophical theory of the relation of human beings to nature in which the concept of labor plays a fundamental role. This theory is never stated explicitly by Marx. Although he discusses the general character of labor in a number of places, he does not fully spell out his philosophical presuppositions. Marx, 1975e, 1973a, 1961a, Marx and Engels, 1978b. These are derived from Hegel. Hegelian assumptions underlie his thinking about labor, not only in his early writings where they are clearly evident, but throughout his work. For a valid understanding of Marx's concept of labor, as I shall demonstrate, it is essential to see it in this Hegelian context. However, the critics I am discussing do not take this background into account. When Marx's thought is restored to its proper context and interpreted in this light, it becomes evident that the charge that he is in the grip of a productivist paradigm is misconceived and unjustified. On the contrary, it is rather these critics who see all labor in these terms and project them onto Marx. In particular, the theory that labor is a process of objectification and a form-giving activity has a Hegelian origin and plays a central role in his philosophy. According to Hegel, labor is a distinctively human, spiritual, activity. Through it, human beings satisfy their needs in a way that is fundamentally different to that of other animals. Non-human animals are purely natural creatures. They are driven by their immediate appetites. They satisfy their needs immediately, by devouring what is directly present in their environment. The object is simply negated and annihilated in the process. Appetites arise again, and the process repeats itself. Natural life is sustained, but no development occurs. Human labor, by contrast, creates a mediated relation to our natural appetites and to surrounding nature. Work is not driven by immediate instinct. In doing it, we do not simply devour and negate the object. On the contrary, gratification must be deferred while we labor to create a product for consumption only later. Through work, moreover, we fashion and shape the object, and give it a human form. We thus duplicate ourselves in the world. Through this process we establish a relation to the natural world and to our own natural desires, which is mediated through work. We objectify ourselves in our product, and come to recognize our powers, embodied in the world. We develop as reactive, self-conscious beings. Moreover, Hegel, 1977, 118, maintains, relations with others are a necessary condition for these developments. Labor is not a purely instrumental activity to meet only individual needs, it is always and necessarily a social activity. It involves and sustains relations with others. As we have seen in the previous chapter, these ideas are taken over and developed by Marx. They apply not only to industrial or craft work, but to work of all kinds, as Hegel makes clear in the following passage. In empirical contexts, this giving of form may assume the most varied shapes. The eld which I cultivate is thereby given form. As far as the inorganic realm is concerned, I do not always give it form directly. If, for example, I build a windmill, I have not given form to the air, but I have constructed a form in order to utilize the air. Even the fact that I conserve game may be regarded as a way of imparting form, for it is a mode of conduct calculated to preserve the object in question. The training of animals is, of course, a more direct way of giving them form, and I play a greater role in this process. Hegel, 1991, 56a, 86. Hegel here treats all these different sorts of work as form-giving activities in the sense that they are all ways of imparting form to matter. Productivist types of work that create a material product, such as craft and manufacture, go as particular kinds of labor, but it is quite clear that Hegel is not trying to assimilate all work to this model. On the contrary, he is emphasizing the great variety of forms that it may take. Its result need not be the creation of a material product, it may also be intended to conserve an object, to change the character of animals or people, to transform social relations, etc. The wider purpose of Hegel's theory is to give a systematic account of the different forms of labor, and this is part of a still larger theme. One of Hegel's most fruitful and suggestive ideas is that subject and object change and develop in relation to each other. He thus questions the Enlightenment idea that a xed and given subject faces a separate and distinct external world. As the activity of the subject develops, so the object to which the subject relates develops and changes too. This is the organizing principle of Hegel's account of labor. 1. He conceives of different kinds of labor as different forms of relation of subject to object, nature. In characteristic fashion, moreover, the different forms of labor are arranged on an ascending scale according to the degree of mediation that they establish between subject and object. Marx draws extensively on these ideas. They provide an indispensable key to understanding Marx's account of labor, as I will now show. Direct appropriation. The simplest form of work, involving the most immediate relation to nature, is direct appropriation from nature, as in hunting, fishing, or the gathering of plants, etc. In work of this kind, nature is taken as it is immediately given. This is the limiting case, still close to unmediated, natural appropriation in that it does not involve transformation of the object in itself. However, such work is a distinctively human rather than a purely natural and unmediated form of activity in that, in its human form, it is intentional, socially organized and usually involves the use of tools or weapons. 2. Benton argues that such labor cannot be fitted into Marx's account, 1961a, 180, quoted above. The conversion of the subject, i.e., object of labor into a use value cannot be adequately described as nature's material adapted by a change of form to the wants of man. This conversion is rather a matter of selecting, extracting, and relocating elements of the natural environment so as to put them at the disposal of other practices, of production or consumption. These primary labor processes, then, appropriate but do not transform. Benton, 1989, 69, 3. This is not correct. Such labor does transform the object. Appropriation is a kind of transformation. It is wrong to oppose these as though they were exclusive of each other. According to Marx, 1961a, 178, direct appropriation transforms the object in that it separates it from nature. The object is thus made usable, it is caught and killed, plucked, extracted, moved, etc. Labor is thereby embodied and objected in it through a change of form. It might be objected that a mere change of place affects only the object's external relations and does not alter the thing itself. This objection assumes that an object's external relations are not part of its being. This view is questioned by Hegelian and Marxist philosophy, which are often described as philosophies of internal relations. For this reason, Sayers, 1990b, Ullman, 1971. In the context of economic life, the fact that game or sh have been caught makes a great deal of difference. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Agriculture. As productive activity develops, our relation to nature alters and subject and object are changed. This is a crucial theme in Hegel that is taken over and developed by Marx. It is overlooked by Benton, Habermas, Hart, and Negri and many other writers. With the development of agriculture, we no longer relate to nature as a mere given, we cease to be entirely dependent on the contingencies of what is immediately present. We actively arrange the natural environment to meet our needs. Thus we begin the process of freeing ourselves from passive dependence on natural contingency. For furthermore, in agriculture, our relation to nature is mediated through previous work. Agriculture employs raw materials that are themselves the results of previous labor, seeds, cultivated land, livestock, etc., and which are then used to create useful products, crops, animals, as well as the materials for future production. In the process, it satisfies not only present needs, it necessitates planning for the future and determining future needs. In these ways, agriculture involves a more mediated and developed relation of subject and object than direct appropriation. Benton argues that agriculture is another case that does not tie the productivist model that he attributes to Marx. The products of farming are not created by forming the object but grow on their own. Human labor does not bring about the transformation of seed to plant to crop, but secures optimal conditions for an organic transformation to occur by itself. Contrast this with the carpenter who works with tools to change the form of a piece of wood. Benton, 1992, 60. Agriculture, he maintains, is primarily a labor of sustaining, regulating, and reproducing, rather than transforming. Benton, 1989, 67-8. Both Hegel and Marx are of course aware that farming depends on natural processes, but they do not regard this as connecting with the view that agricultural work is a formative activity. In thinking that it must do, again Benton is taking the notion of form-giving activity to refer specifically to work which creates a material product. This is a misreading of this concept, as I have stressed. For both Hegel and Marx, agriculture is formative in that we realize our purposes in nature by means of it. It involves the control of natural conditions and processes for human ends. Craft and industry. Craft work involves a further development of our relation to the object of labor and to nature. By comparison with agriculture, craft is less reliant on natural processes and less dependent on natural contingencies. It involves the creation of a material product by the direct activity of the worker. It is thus a directly formative activity. Nevertheless, as I have been arguing, it is not the only kind of formative activity. What differentiates it is that the worker uses his or her own skills to make the object from raw materials that are themselves the products of previous labor. Craft work is the basis upon which industry develops. Under the impact of capitalism, RST, the division of labor and then the character of the labor process itself is transformed. There are two distinct phases to this process. The RST involves what Marx, 1976, 1019-23, 1025-34, terms the formal subsumption of labor under capital. The traditional methods of work are not altered, but the social organization of work, the division of labor, is transformed. With the introduction of machinery, the labor process itself is altered. This is what Marx, 1976, 1023-5, 1034-8, calls the real subsumption of labor under capital. In craft production, the worker controls the tool. In industrial production, the tool is operated by the machine. The craft element is progressively eliminated from the labor process. Marx, 1973a, 705, the industrial factory is created. Subject and object are again changed. Moreover, with the transition from handicraft to manufacture and industry, labor becomes an intrinsically cooperative and social process. The product ceases to be something that the worker creates individually, it becomes the collective result of collective activity. Marx, 1973a, 709. The scale of production also increases enormously. Production is no longer designed to meet particular and local needs, it becomes what Hegel, 1991, 204, 236, calls a universal process aimed at satisfying universal needs by means of market exchange using the universal medium of money. Thus both activity and product become more abstract and universal, and the relation of subject to object in work is further mediated and distanced. The increasingly universal character of work is also a central theme in Marx's account. Craft labor is rooted in particularity. It involves specialized processes and skills tied to particular materials and products. Its products are designed to satisfy individual and local needs. Industry does away with these limitations. What characterizes the division of labor in the automatic workshop is that labor has there completely lost its specialized character. The automatic workshop wipes out specialists and craft idiocy. Marx, 1978a, 138, with the introduction of machinery, work is reduced to routine and mechanical operations dictated by the machine, or to the feeding, minding and maintaining of machines. However, the industrialization and mechanization of work prepares the way for still fuller forms of automation. The more mechanical work becomes, the more it can be taken over by machines altogether. In the end, the human being can step aside, Marx, 1973a, 704, 705, echoing Hegel, 1991, 198, 233. In this way, through the development of industry, the relation of worker to product becomes increasingly mediated and distanced. The labor process ceases to involve the direct transformation of the object by the worker. The craft element is almost entirely removed from the work activity itself. In the production process, machines act on their own, nature acts upon itself. Human purposes are realized through the use of science and technology and the application of knowledge. The craft model of production becomes less and less appropriate. However, that is not to say that the notion of labor as a form-giving activity is rendered inapplicable. On the contrary, industrial production is still formative in that it is intentional activity that gives form to materials and creates use values that embody human labor. Universal work. Industry creates a highly mediated relation of the worker to nature and to the social world. Work become increasingly distant from the direct production process as such, and the product is no longer related in a direct way to the satisfaction of particular needs. However, even automated industry is not the null stage of the process of development that I have been tracing. For modern industrial society has spawned entirely new kinds of work that seem to have no relation at all to the creation of material products or the satisfaction of material needs. These include commercial, administrative, and other kinds of service work. Such work has become increasingly significant in modern society. Hegel and Marx witness the beginning of these developments. Hegel treats commerce as a type of work essentially connected with and subordinated to manufacturing industry. However, he regards public administration and education as distinct spheres which involve the universal work of a separate class of public servants. Such work is universal in that it is abstracted from the creation of particular objects to meet particular material needs. Furthermore, it is the outcome of the exercise of universal, intellectual, and rational powers. Marx also sees such work as employing intellectual abilities and creating a more universal and abstract relation between the worker and the object. Commerce, administration, and service work do not have direct material products, yet both Hegel and Marx include these sorts of work under the same heading of formative activities as other kinds of work. As economic activity grows from a local to an industrial scale, mechanisms of administration, distribution, and exchange are needed to organize production, and to maintain the connections between producers and consumers. Commercial, administrative, and service work are formative activities in that they create and sustain these economic and social relations. Post-industrial work. How do these ideas stand up today with the great changes in work since Hegel and Marx's time? As we have seen, Hart and Negri argue that Marx's concept of labor is a product of the industrial society that was emerging at the time. It must now be rethought. What sort of rethinking is needed? Hart and Negri are not clear about this. At times they suggest that their project is to develop and extend Marx's theory to comprehend work and politics in post-industrial society. They portray mechanization and automation as the paths along which industry has been developing since its inception, in the way that I have been arguing. Post-industrial forms of work using computers merely continue and extend this process. Hart and Negri, 2000, 292. More commonly, however, they suggest that post-industrial forms of work are completely novel and necessitate a radically new theoretical approach. Marx's account of labor, they imply, presupposes an industrial and productivist model which is ceasing to apply. Industry is being superseded by the immaterial production of the information economy. New immaterial forms of labor are becoming predominant. Hart and Negri, 2005, 107-15. Hart and Negri, 2000, 281-5, 2005, 107-9, 140-3, have taken the concept of immaterial labor from Lazaretto, 1996, and extended it to become central to their account of post-industrial society. Immaterial labor, like all labor, they acknowledge, involves material activity. What makes it immaterial is its product. Lazaretto, 1996, 133, deems it as the labor that produces the informational and cultural content of the commodity. According to Hart and Negri, 2005, 108, it creates immaterial products, such as knowledge, information, communication, a relationship, or an emotional response. It makes not just objects but subjectivities, Hart and Negri, 2000, 32. It is biopolitical production, the production of social life itself, Hart and Negri, 2000, 13. These ideas have considerable initial appeal and plausibility. However, they will not bear detailed examination. Precisely what kinds of work are these concepts referring to? Hart and Negri's account is hazy and shifting. In Empire, they distinguish three types of immaterial labor. The RST is involved in an industrial production that has been informationalized and has incorporated communication technologies in a way that transforms the production process itself. Second is the immaterial labor of analytical and symbolic tasks. A third type involves the production and manipulation of affect. Hart and Negri, 2000, 293. More recently, the RST of kind of work on this list has been dropped, Hart and Negri, 2005, 108. Quite rightly so. Although industry uses computer control, this does not make it an immaterial process. The fact that many aspects of car production, for example, are now computerized, does not mean that car making has ceased to be a material process, or that car workers are no longer engaged in material production. Although machines now do the work and shop workers no longer get their hands dirty, nevertheless, by controlling these machines, they still have material effects and produce material goods. Their work is still material and formative in character. Symbolic labor. Hart and Negri no longer include computerized industrial work under the heading of immaterial labor. That leaves two principal forms of such work, symbolic or intellectual labor and affective labor. Dealing with feelings or attitudes. 5. Both are types of immaterial labor, they maintain, in the sense they do not have material products nor are they designed to meet material needs. For this reason also such work seems to fall outside Marx's model of work as formative activity. Symbolic work is primarily intellectual or artistic. It produces ideas, symbols, codes, texts, linguistic figures, images, and other such products, Hart and Negri, 2005, 108. It includes computer programming, graphic design, various sorts of media work, work in advertising and public relations, etc. Work of this kind, it is true, does not directly create a material product. In this respect it resembles commercial, administrative, and other kinds of service work. However, it is wrong to think that a new category of immaterial labor is needed to comprehend it. The error here is to imagine that symbolic work of this sort has no material result and that only work which directly creates a tangible product, like industry or craft, is material activity. It is not the case that symbolic work creates only symbols or ideas, products that are purely subjective and intangible. All labor operates by intentionally transforming matter in some way, as Marx maintains. Symbolic labor is no exception. It involves making marks on paper, making sounds, creating electronic impulses in a computer system, or whatever. Only in this way is such activity objected and realized as labor. In this way, all labor is material. Economically speaking, symbolic work is not primarily concerned with creating a material product as such, but rather with the realization of value through distribution, exchange, marketing, etc. However, it is important to see that these activities are essential to the processes of material production in an industrial economy. They are needed in order to establish, maintain, and facilitate the economic and social relations required for production. A modern economy cannot function without managers, accountants, computer programmers, designers, etc. Their work does not directly create a material product, nevertheless it has material effects which produce and reproduce social and economic relations and alter consciousness. In this way, there is also an immaterial aspect to such labor, as Hart and Negri maintain. However, the same is true for other kinds of work as well. All labor has an immaterial as well as a material aspect. For all labor takes place in a context of social relations. In altering the material world, labor at the same time sustains and alters these social relations. In the process, it affects, creates, alters, subjectivities. All labor, it must be stressed, does this. It is not peculiar to a special sort of immaterial labor or biopolitical activity alone. Social relations are just as much produced by men as linen, axe, etc. In acquiring new productive forces, men change their mode of production, and in changing their mode of production, in changing the way of earning their living, they change all their social relations. Marx, 1978a, 103, in a quite different way, Marx's account is also criticized by Habermas, 1972, Chapter 2, 1996. He conceives of work as a purely instrumental activity to meet individual needs, and he treats the sphere of communicative action and social interaction as a separate and autonomous realm. The result is a dualistic distinction between work on the one side and the sphere of social relations, communicative action and social interaction, on the other. Hart and Negri, 2404-5, criticize Habermas for thus compartmentalizing work and communicative action into separate spheres. In the post-industrial period, with the development of immaterial labor, they argue, work has become biopolitical and essentially communicative and social in character. By separating social relations from the sphere of work, Habermas detaches them from their real, material basis and idealizes them. This criticism of Habermas is valid as far as it goes, but it should be taken further, for it applies to his account of labor and social relations quite generally. By restricting their argument to immaterial labor only, Hart and Negri end up reproducing a dualism between material and immaterial activity of the sort that they criticize in Habermas. All human labor is social and necessarily involves a communicative element, and at the same time all human social relations are rooted in material labor. This is Marx's theory, and neither Hart and Negri nor Habermas presents a valid critique of it. Effective labor. There are similar problems with the account that Hart and Negri give of their second form of immaterial labor, effective labor. This is labor that produces or manipulates effects such as a feeling of ease, well-being, satisfaction, excitement, or passion. One can recognize effective labor, for example in the work of legal assistants, attendants, and fast food workers, service with a smile, Hart and Negri, 2005, 108. Such effective labor also includes caring and helping work. According to Hart and Negri, this is a further form of immaterial labor that cannot be accounted for by Marx since it has no material product. To support their case they appeal to Hannah Arendt's philosophy. She maintains that there is a fundamental distinction between what she calls labor and work which Marx fails to make. What she terms labor is activity to satisfy immediate consumption needs. It is concerned primarily with the maintenance of natural life, it creates no lasting products. Arendt's main examples of such labor are cleaning, cooking, and other forms of housework, but her account applies to other kinds of service work as well. Hart and Negri's effective labor is labor in this sense. What Arendt calls work, by contrast, makes an enduring object for use rather than for immediate consumption. It thereby creates a world. Arendt, 1958, chapters 3, 4, criticizes Marx for treating all productive activity in terms applicable only to work in the specific sense, and hence for ignoring the fact that much productive activity is devoted to labor which has no enduring product. Again, we must avoid thinking that only work which results in a material product counts as work or form-giving activity for Marx. This is at the basis of both Arendt's and Hart and Negri's criticisms of him. It is wrong to imagine that Arendt's labor or Hart and Negri's effective labor have no products. Such work operates, as does all labor, by intentionally forming matter and altering the material environment in some way, including through speech and other forms of communicative action. It does not simply disappear, it is objected in the world, it creates use values. Effective labor is necessary in order to establish and maintain economic and social relations. Housework is needed to create and maintain a home, education to produce socialized individuals. Receptionists, social workers, cleaners, shop workers, etc., are needed to maintain social and economic relations in a modern economy. None of these activities directly creates a material product, yet they are formative activities and modes of objectification nonetheless. As with the other kinds of so-called immaterial production discussed earlier, they have material results which serve to produce and reproduce social relations and subjectivity. Hart and Negri are aware of some of the problems with the concept of immaterial labor to which I have been pointing. The labor involved in all immaterial production, they admit, remains material. What is immaterial is its product. We recognize that immaterial labor is a very ambiguous term in this regard. It might be better to understand it as biopolitical labor, that is, labor that creates not only material goods but also relationships and ultimately social life itself. Hart and Negri, 2005, 109. The concept of biopolitical labor does not resolve these problems, they go deeper than Hart and Negri appreciate. As I have argued, just as all immaterial labor necessarily involves material activity, so all material labor has an immaterial aspect, in that it alters not only the material immediately worked upon but also social relations and subjectivity. There is no clear distinction between material and immaterial labor in this respect. Resort to the concept of biopolitical activity is no help. The same point applies. All productive activity is biopolitical to some degree in that all labor transforms relationships and social life. In this way all labor is ultimately a form of self-creation, Marx, 1973a, 712. In short, the notion of biopolitical activity is no more satisfactory than that of immaterial labor as a way to distinguish post-industrial forms of work. Political implications. Hart and Negri are right to argue that work has changed radically since the Industrial Revolution. Despite the initial plausibility of their account, however, their categories of immaterial labor and biopolitical activity are little help in understanding these changes. Properly understood and suitably developed, Marx's theory of work as objectification and form-giving activity provides a more satisfactory and illuminating conceptual framework for understanding the nature of work, including its new post-industrial forms. According to this theory, different kinds of labor involve different degrees of mediation in our relation to nature, ranging from the most immediate relationship of direct appropriation to the most abstract and universal kinds of work. This is primarily a logical sequence rather than a historical one, though historical changes are associated with it. In Hegel's case, there is also an ethical and political dimension to his account. With the development of our relation to nature through labor comes the emergence of self-consciousness from immediate natural conditions towards a developed, reactive and mediated state, and with that a growth of freedom. It is not immediately clear whether Marx adopts a similar perspective. His theory of labor is developed in an economic context. In purely economic terms, Marx does not differentiate between different kinds of labor, still less make a hierarchy of them. Like other classical economists, in the labor theory of value he equates different forms of labor together as abstract labor. This may appear to suggest that he does not rank different kinds of work morally or politically, but that is not the case. There is clearly an evaluative dimension to Marx's theory. The writers I have been discussing all criticize it in this respect, and they are not wrong to do so. However, they fail to take account of the Hegelian dimension to Marx's thought and so misunderstand its implications. The view that Marx's account relies on a romantically transgurred prototype of handicraft activity, Habermas, 1987, 65-6, cf. Benton discussed above, is a complete misconception. Marx could not be clearer in his rejection of the craft ideal. He is scornful of the idiocy and small-mindedness engendered by handicraft work, Marx, 1978a, 138. His critical attitude is grounded on the account of the labor process that I have been describing, which sees craft work as a limited and purely individual activity aimed at the satisfaction of particular and local needs. For Marx, the coming of industry means a liberation from these constraints. This is the positive aspect of its development. However, the change from craft to industrial production takes place under the contradictory conditions of capitalism, in which the pressure towards universality inherent in industry comes into conflict with the system of private ownership and the free market in which it develops. The result is the devastation caused by a social anarchy which turns every economic progress into a social calamity, Marx, 1961a, 487. In the longer term, however, the coming of industry means the elimination of brute physical effort and the reduction of repetitious and mechanical toil. Work becomes more productive, rational, and universal, hence more worthy of human nature, Marx, 1971b, 826. These points about Marx are widely understood. Marxism is thus often seen as a philosophy rooted in industrial conditions that idealizes industrial labor and the industrial working class. This is Hart and Negri's position. However, the reading that I have been proposing suggests a different view. Marx is a historical thinker. At the time he was writing, industry was becoming the predominant form of production and the industrial proletariat was emerging as the most advanced political force. But things have moved on. Hart and Negri are right to insist that Marx's ideas must be rethought and developed to take account of this. Marxism should not be seen as eternally linked to an industrial perspective. Indeed, its underlying philosophy suggests that industry is not the highest development of our productive and creative powers. It points to higher forms of labor, beyond industry, in more universal kinds of work. Hegel assigns this mainly to a universal class of civil servants. This is not Marx's idea. Marx envisages the eventual emergence of forms of work in which the universal tendencies of modern industry are realized, and in which the detail worker of today, crippled by one and the same trivial operation, and thus reduced to the mere fragment of a man, will be replaced by the fully developed individual, for a variety of labors, to whom the different social functions he performs, are but so many modes of giving free scope to his own natural and acquired powers. Marx, 1961a, 488. It is easy to dismiss this as a utopian dream, but that would be a mistake. Aspects of it are already coming true, though within the contradictory conditions of capitalism. In contemporary society, as Hart and Negri, 2285, observe, jobs for the most part are highly mobile and involve exible skills. They are characterized in general by the central role played by knowledge, information, affect and communication. As I have argued, Marx's concept of labor, properly understood, continues to provide a more helpful basis than the concepts of immaterial labor and biopolitical production for understanding these developments. In more favorable conditions, such universal work might extend our rational and creative powers. It could become something we do not only because we are forced by economic necessity but as a free activity. This is Marx's ideal, Marx, 1971b, 820. 7. 4. The individual and society. This chapter deals with Marx's account of the individual and society and its roots in Hegel's philosophy. In outline, Marx's views on this theme are well known, and so too is their connection with the theme of alienation, which I shall describe. The Hegelian roots of these ideas are less well documented. Moreover, a knowledge of the Hegelian context helps to clarify the philosophical assumptions involved in Marx's views, assumptions which Marx himself often does not make explicit. The contrast with Hegel's outlook is also useful in bringing out what is distinctive in Marx's approach. Recent philosophical discussion of the topic of individual and society has been dominated by the debate between liberalism and communitarianism. I will situate Hegel and Marx's accounts in this context. My aim is to show that Hegel and Marx have a different and, I shall argue, more fruitful approach which raises large and important issues about the character of modern society. Starting from society. Much liberal social thought starts from the assumption that the individual is an atomic entity, unencumbered, Sandel, 1982, by any necessary social relations. Individuals are taken to exist and to have an identity which is logically prior to and independent of any social relations. Work is treated as an individual activity to meet individual needs which involves relations with others only contingently, and society is regarded as a mere collection of such individuals interacting together. Both Marx and Hegel reject this approach. According to Hegel, there are always only two possible viewpoints in the ethical realm, either one starts from substantiality, or one proceeds atomistically, and moves upward from the basis of individuality. The latter viewpoint excludes spirit, because it leads only to an aggregation, whereas spirit is not something individual, but the unity of the individual and the universal. Hegel, 1991, 156a, 197. Marx is equally insistent that social and economic theory must start from the social totality. Whenever we speak of production, what is meant is always production by social individuals. Marx, 1973a, 85. He explicitly contrasts his starting point with the atomistic approach adopted by Adam Smith in The Wealth of Nations. According to Marx, Smith begins with the assumption of an isolated individual, a Robinson Crusoe-like Gur, working alone to satisfy his own needs. Only subsequently does this Gur encounter others, exchange products, and enter into social and economic relations. Marx, 1973a, 83-5. Marx's objections to this approach are partly empirical. The supposition of an initial pre-social, purely individual condition, the idea of a state of nature which runs through 18th-century liberal social thought, has no historical basis. The more deeply we go back into history, the more does the individual, and hence also the producing individual, appear as dependent, as belonging to a greater whole, in a still quite natural way in the family, and in the family expanded into the clan stam, then later in the various forms of communal society arising out of the antitheses and fusions of clans. Marx, 1973a, 84. However, Marx also rejects the individualistic starting point on philosophical, ontological grounds. Production should not be thought of simply as an instrumental activity to meet individual needs, it is always and necessarily a social activity. In working to create a material product, at the same time we produce and reproduce our social relations. Marx, 1978a, 103. Human beings are essentially social creatures. Communitarian accounts. Ideas such as these are now familiar and widely held. The rejection of the idea of the atomic individual has been a fundamental aspect of the contemporary communitarian critique of liberalism. To this critique is also applied to liberal society. According to the liberal account, a society based on the free market, in which autonomous individuals can pursue their own interests, best accords with human needs and human nature. In criticism of this, communitarian philosophers argue that liberalism threatens communities by fragmenting them into a mass of competing individuals. Two contrasting accounts of the nature of that threat are evident among these thinkers. Some argue that in liberal society the bonds of traditional community have actually been shattered and destroyed. According to McIntyre, 1985, for example, the picture of the individual and society given in liberal social theory is true, not as an account of universal human nature, but as an account of the way people have become in modern society. Under the impact of the market, society has been dissolved into a mass of separate individuals each pursuing their own independent interests. However, other communitarian writers have pointed out that this sort of account is not compatible with the social ontology of communitarianism. If we are necessarily social beings, then liberal society cannot be understood as the mere negation and loss of community. If the idea of the unencumbered self is a myth of liberal philosophy, it cannot at the same time give a true picture of the individual in modern society. This point is made by Walzer. Modern society cannot involve the total dissolution of community, he argues. The deep structure even of liberal society is communitarian. We are in fact persons and we are in fact bound together. Walzer, 1990, 10, C.F. Taylor, 1991. Walzer is right to criticize MacIntyre in this way and to insist on our social nature. However, his position takes a more questionable turn when he goes on to argue that the liberal notions of individuality and society are only superficial and mistaken appearances and that all that is required to overcome them is a change in consciousness. For on the other side, MacIntyre is right to point out that there is a basis of objective truth in the liberal account of modern fragmentation that Walzer denies, Sayers, 1999b. In short, there is a connection between the liberal account of the individual and society and the objective conditions of liberal society. Marx. For this one must turn to Marx. He gives a historical account of liberal society and of the sort of individuality it involves. In pre-modern societies, he argues, people are much more closely embedded in the community than in modern conditions. Social roles are largely ex-ed and determined for individuals by their place in the social order. In such societies, people enter into connection with one another only as individuals imprisoned within a certain denition, as feudal lord and vassal, landlord and serf, etc. Marx, 1973a, 163. It is only with the development of modern society and the free market that individuals get separated from ex-ed and predetermined roles and become independent agents, free to pursue their own particular interests. In this society of free competition, the individual appears detached from the natural bonds etc. which in earlier historical periods make him the accessory of a finite and limited human conglomerate. Marx, 1973a, 83. Of course, the market and money are not inventions of capitalism, they existed long before it developed. In earlier periods, however, the main form of economic activity was production for use and direct extraction of surplus value. It is only with the development of capitalism that production of commodities for exchange on the market comes to predominate. Prices are old, exchange also, but the increasing dominance of the latter over all relations of production only develops fully in bourgeois society, the society of free competition. What Adam Smith, in the true 18th century manner, puts in the prehistoric period, the period preceding history, is rather a product of history. Marx, 1973a, 156. And only at the end of this process, according to Marx, does the situation nally come to be wreaked in the realm of ideas. Only in the 18th century, in civil society Bürgerliche Gesellschaft, do the various forms of social connectedness confront the individual as a mere means towards his private purposes, as external necessity. But the epoch which produces the standpoint, that of the individual and society 51. Isolated individual, is also precisely that of the hitherto most developed social relations. Marx, 1973a, 84. In short, the liberal idea that the isolated individual is a universal, pre-social given must indeed be rejected on philosophical grounds. However, a purely ontological critique of liberalism does not give the whole picture. For the atomistic way of thinking wreaks real historical conditions. The error of liberalism is to mistake this form of individuality for human nature as such and to treat it as universal and existing independent of and prior to any social relations. This 18th century individual, the product on one side of the dissolution of the feudal forms of society, on the other side of the new forces of production developed since the 16th century, appears as an ideal, whose existence they project into the past. Not as a historic result but as history's point of departure. As the natural individual appropriate to their notion of human nature, not arising historically, but posited by nature. Marx, 1973a, 84. Hegel. In arguing in this way, Marx is basing himself on an important Hegelian insight, although he develops and extends it greatly. For Hegel was one of the RST philosophers to identify and describe the social changes to which Marx is referring and to take cognizance of the economic theorists who were beginning to analyze them. As Marx suggests, 1973a, 84, quoted above, Hegel analyzes them under the heading of civil society, Bürgerliche Gesellschaft. 3. He uses this term to denote the sphere of social and economic life governed by the principles of subjectivity and individual freedom in which the individual acts as an independent agent, responsible for his own beliefs and pursuing his own interests, particularly in the economic sphere of the competitive market. Civil society, thus understood, is one of the three spheres or moments into which Hegel analyses modern society for, according to Hegel, a social sphere of this sort, in which people are free to form their own ideas and pursue their own interests, is a distinctively modern development. Of course, he is not suggesting that independent thought or self-interest as such are new phenomena. However, in earlier periods, Hegel argues, independent thought and the pursuit of self-interest were both regarded as threats to social stability. Attempts were made to curb free thought, particularly on religious matters, and to control independent economic activity. 5. The implications of this are the same as those of Marx's ideas just described, the creation of an arena of social life in which people are at liberty to follow their own beliefs and the growth of an economic sphere in which they are free to pursue their own interests is a distinctive development of liberal society. The realm of civil society belongs to the modern world. Hegel, 1991, 182a, 220. According to Hegel, the sphere of civil society is governed by two principles. These appear to be independent and unrelated, but they are not, both must be grasped in order to understand civil society. The error of the communitarian approaches that I have identified, I shall argue, is that each sees only one of these principles and emphasizes it exclusively. Hegel's, 1991, 182, 220, RST principle is that of the particular individual, with the subjective freedom and autonomy just described. The liberal account suggests that this is the sole component of a free market society, which is conceived as nothing more than a collection or aggregation of individuals all freely pursuing their own interests in their own ways. 6. McIntyre in effect endorses this account when he maintains that modern society has involved the complete destruction of all communal ties and relations. However, this is only one side of the story for Hegel. Such particular individuals do not exist on their own. Although individuals in modern society appear to be acting quite independently, they are in fact essentially related to other such individuals and bound up in a system of all-round interdependence. Hegel, 1991, 182, 3, 220-1. People are related to each other in such a way that they can achieve their ends only by simultaneously satisfying those of others. In this way, the subsistence and welfare of the individual are interwoven with, and grounded on, the subsistence and welfare of all, and have actuality only in this context. Hegel, 1991, 183, 221. Thus, in acting as an individual in civil society, we each further a universal, i.e., social, end. This universality, according to Hegel, is the second principle at work civil society. Walzer stresses this aspect of social connection in his account of modern society, but, like McIntyre, he does so in a one-sided, though opposite, way. Hegel, by contrast, insists that both aspects are simultaneously at work in civil society. What this means and how it is possible becomes clearer when one sees that what Hegel is describing in abstract philosophical terms is in fact the operation of the division of labor in a system of market exchange. In such a system, individual agents seem to operate separately. One person farms, another builds houses, still others work in factories and offices, and so on. Though people act independently, they can do so only within an overall division of labor in which each is providing for the needs of the others. The division of labor is simply another term for the social organization of labor. This social arrangement is established and maintained through the operation of the market. Hegel's, 1991, 189 227, account of the way the market operates is sketchy and vague. It is drawn mainly from the work of economists such as Smith, Say and Ricardo, but it lacks the empirical and economic detail that these writers bring to their studies. In a free market situation, individuals seem to be free and independent agents, their social interconnection appears to be external and accidental to them. The social totality seems to have dissolved and to be lost in its extremes. Hegel, 1991, 184, 221. Particular and universal, individual activity and social relations, appear to have fallen apart and become detached from each other. However, the outcome of numerous individuals all pursuing their own economic interests is not the mere chaos of a Hobbesian state of war. Hobbes, 1985, Chapter 13. Rather it is a situation governed by apparently objective regularities, the economic laws of the market. These regularities constitute the subject matter of economics. This proliferation of arbitrariness generates universal determinations from within itself, and this apparently scattered and thoughtless activity is subject to a necessity which arises of its own accord. To discover the necessity at work here is the object of political economy. Hegel, 1991, 189a, 227. 7. Hegel has an optimistic view of the outcome of this economic system. The result of all these particular self-interested individuals competing in the marketplace is that the common good will be served. Particular and universal are reconciled. Subjective selfishness turns into a contribution towards the satisfaction of the needs of everyone else. By a dialectical movement, the particular is mediated by the universal so that each individual, in earning, producing and enjoying on his own account, thereby earns and produces for the enjoyment of others. Hegel, 1991, 199, 233. This echoes the ideas of Adam Smith, who talks of an invisible hand benignly governing the market, and Mandeville, who suggests that the private vice of self-interest leads to public benefits. Smith, 1900, Mandeville, 1970, 8. In related contexts, Hegel talks of the way in which the cunning of reason mysteriously ensures that a rational result comes from the pursuit of individual ends. Hegel, 1988b, 35, 1892, 359, 350, 1969, 746. He holds that civil society creates a framework in which liberty and individuality are both realized. In this way, although he rejects the individualistic ontology of liberalism, he shares much with liberalism in his political and economic views. Rawls, 2000. Alienation. Marx's analysis of the workings of capitalism and the market develops out of Hegel's analysis of civil society, but the critique of liberalism that results is much deeper and more thoroughgoing than Hegel's. Marx questions the idea that the market always acts to harness the interests of competing individuals. Its operation leads also to conflict, stagnation and crisis. 9. So far from being the benign mechanism of reconciliation that Hegel describes, it imposes on individuals and even on whole communities as an apparently independent and inexorable force. Indeed, we are so used to perceiving the economy in this way that we accept it as normal and it passes almost unnoticed. You can't buck the market, people say, for it appears to be a separate and autonomous power governed by its own objective laws which operate despite the will of individuals or even of society. The Rev. Dr. Colin Morris gave a graphic account of such attitudes in a recent radio broadcast. The Sunday newspapers were full of reactions to the budget. They said things like, before the budget the stock market had been skeptical or nervous, but now it's pleased or happy, as though it's a sort of living being. It's the kind of language people once used about that other invisible force called God. In Old Testament times, the people feared Jehovah's reaction to what they'd done. These days, it's the market's verdict that is awaited with anxiety. Morris, 2004. Marx uses the same analogy in his account of our attitudes to the market. Just as in religion, where things which are our own creations appear as independent beings endowed with life, and entering into relation both with one another and the human race, Marx, 1961a, 72, so too in economics we end ourselves at the mercy of forces which we ourselves have created. We have lost control of our own social relations, our own creations and powers, which now appear to rule over us. Thus in liberal society, on the one hand there are a mass of apparently autonomous individuals each independently pursuing their own interests, though in reality they are interdependent and their activities are connected together. On the other hand, the form of their connection and interdependence resides in an apparently separate economic system which appears to operate according to its own objective laws, and which confronts these individuals as a power independent of them. In fact, these two aspects go together, they are correlative aspects of the same situation. Marx describes it under the heading of alienation. The social character of activity, here appears as something alien and objective, confronting the individuals, not as their relation to one another, but as their subordination to relations which subsist independently of them and which arise out of collisions between mutually indifferent individuals. The general exchange of activities and products, which has become a vital condition for each individual, their mutual interconnection here appears as something alien to them, autonomous, as a thing. Marx, 1973a, 157. The Marxist notion of alienation is most frequently encountered in relation to labor. Work is alienated when we relate to our own product or creative activity as to something which is independent and opposed to us. Marx, 1975e, 322-34. In the present case, alienation is from economic and social relations. At root, however, these two forms of alienation are the same. For in producing objects we are also producing and reproducing our economic and social relations, as we have seen. Economic relations are also products of human labor. So far from providing conditions for the realization of individuality and social reconciliation as suggested by Hegel and other liberal philosophers, in conditions of alienation these relations form an independent order which is hostile and opposed to us. Both Marx and Hegel agree that when individuals pursue their own interests in a market society, differences and inequalities will emerge. Specialization and division of labor are inevitable features of modern economic life. Hegel argues that these need not constitute a barrier to the realization of individuality and liberty. On the contrary, the individual attains actuality only by entering into existence Dasein in general, and hence into determinate particularity. He must accordingly limit himself exclusively to one of the particular spheres of need, i.e., economic activity. Hegel, 1991, 207, 238. Again Hegel takes a benign view of the impact of the economic system. No doubt it is true that to achieve anything determinate in a particular activity one must limit oneself, as Hegel is fond of reminding us. Hegel, 1991, 13a, 47, cf 1892, 92a, 173. It does not follow from this that one must confine oneself exclusively to one specific occupation for the whole of one's life. However, this is what Hegel is recommending and what the modern division of labor in effect dictates. So far from facilitating the realization of individuality and freedom, it limits and restricts it. As soon as the distribution of labor comes into being, each man has a particular, exclusive sphere of activity, which is forced upon him and from which he cannot escape. he is a hunter, a shearman, a herdsman, or a critical critic, and must remain so if he does not want to lose his means of livelihood. Marx and Engels, 1978b, 160. This, too, is a manifestation of social alienation. The economic relations that we ourselves have created come to act as coercive constraints on us. 10. This cessation of social activity, this consolidation of what we ourselves produce into an objective power above us, growing out of our control, thwarting our expectations, bringing to naught our calculations, is one of the chief factors in historical development up till now. Marx and Engels, 1978b, 160. This line of thought provides the basis both for Marx's analysis of liberal society and for his critique of liberalism, a form of critique absent from both communitarianism and Hegel's social thought. Communitarian accounts, as we have seen, p. 49f above, fail to understand the way in which, in liberal society, atomist individuality coexists with objective social relations, and so they stress one or other of these aspects one-sidedly. Hegel, I have been arguing, has a deeper understanding of this connection, and Marx draws heavily on his analysis in this respect. However, Hegel believes that liberal society creates the conditions for the realization of individuality and liberty. Though he has some awareness of the alien and negative aspects of liberal society, as we shall see, he tends to discount these as mere anomalies. To repeat, in many respects he is a liberal in his political and economic views. Marx's critique goes further. He argues that the social relations of the market and the atomist individuality associated with it are forms of alienation which limit individuality and freedom. Genuine community and full individual development will become possible only when we regain control of our economic and social relations and organize society in such a way as to allow for our all-round activity as universal beings. This is impossible, Marx argues, in liberal, i.e., capitalist, society. Economic alienation is an ineliminable feature of this kind of society because it is rooted in the economic system of the market itself. His argument goes as follows. Each individual in a market economy appears to be operating separately and to be producing independently. In reality, however, their activities are socially connected and coordinated, as Hegel describes. They are part of the overall social organization and division of labor. But what is the basis of their social connection? It is located in the economic system of exchange through which their products and needs are related. Their social connection becomes explicit and asserts itself only when the products of their separate activities are exchanged in the market. The connection between the activities of individuals, therefore, resides in the economic relations between the goods they produce. The precise way in which this social connection is established through economic exchange is spelled out by Marx in his account of the fetishism of commodities in Capital. As a general rule, articles of utility become commodities, only because they are products of the labor of private individuals or groups of individuals who carry on their work independently of each other. Since the producers do not come into social contact with each other until they exchange their products, the specific social character of each producer's labor does not show itself except in the act of exchange. In other words, the labor of the individual asserts itself as a part of the labor of society, only by means of the relations which the act of exchange establishes directly between the products, and indirectly, through them, between the producers. Marx, 1961a, 72-3. In this way, both the autonomous individuals in market society and the apparently alien economic system which confronts them go necessarily together. The alienation involved is not only a subjective appearance, it is an objective feature of the situation. Its causes lie in the fact that both our apparent separation and our social connections are made through the economic mechanisms of the market. The relations between producers are established via the relation of their products in the market. Social relations are thus not established directly between people, but indirectly via a relation between things, or rather between the economic value bestowed on things within the economic system. To the producers, therefore, the relations connecting the labor of one individual with that of the rest appear, not as direct social relations between individuals at work, but as what they really are, material relations between persons and social relations between things. Marx, 1961a, 73. Social relations between people are transformed into economic relations between things, economic relations which operate in an alien way, independently of us. What this means is that in order to overcome this alienation, regain control over our social lives and relate to each other in a directly social and unalienated way, more than a mere change of consciousness is needed. The overcoming of alienation can be accomplished, Marx's argument implies, only with the abolition of the predominance of market exchange and the whole system of economic life which goes with it. Thus there is a dimension of social criticism in Marx's theory which is entirely absent from the communitarian critique of liberalism. Moreover, Marx's account of social alienation and its overcoming is located within a larger historical picture. Again, Marx's ideas have Hegelian origins. But even though Marx's account of historical development follows a Hegelian pattern, he uses it to reach a very different assessment of modern individuality and social relations and their place in historical development. In the earliest forms of society, according to the Hegelian scheme, individuals are in immediate unity with the community. They are united primarily by natural bonds of family and kinship. Society takes the form of a tribe or clan. Its members accept its customs and traditions as unquestioned laws. The individual is submerged in the community, separateness and particularity have not yet developed, the universal, i.e., the social, predominates. 11. However, individuality starts to develop within such communities. The resulting tensions and conflicts lead eventually to their breakup. A new historical stage commences in which freedom and autonomous individuality begin to develop. This stage evolves through a series of different historical shapes. With the Protestant Reformation and the French Revolution, according to Hegel, the third stage is reached. The conditions are newly created for the modern liberal state. This contains a developed sphere of civil society which allows individuals to pursue their own interests, yet within the overall legal and political framework of the state. Liberal society thus combines the individualism of civil society within the larger whole of the state. The community is no longer a merely immediate unity, it is now a unity which contains individuality and difference within it, it has a concrete and developed form. For Hegel, this is the null stage of historical development, the end of history. The fully developed, free individual is at home in such a society, alienation is overcome, Hegel, 1988a, 92-8. This is not to suggest that Hegel is blind to the problems of liberal society. As we have seen, in Chapter 2 above, he is by no means an uncritical advocate of free market capitalism and industrial society, nor are the economists on whom he relies, such as Adam Smith. He is particularly concerned by the huge gulf of inequality that, as he could see, was a consequence of the development of capitalism and which, he feared, would spawn an excluded and disaffected underclass or rabble 12, but he can see no effective remedies. He half-heartedly suggests a number of possibilities, including charity, the founding of colonies to which the poor could be exported, even simply to leave the poor to their fate, Hegel, 1991, 245r, 267. He holds out little hope for any of these policies. Poverty and social exclusion remain as unfortunate anomalies in Hegel's account of liberal society, but they are not usually allowed to disrupt his optimistic picture of it. 13. For Hegel's historical horizons are limited by liberal society, he cannot see beyond it. When he does despair, society was dividing into the two great hostile camps of the bourgeoisie and proletariat. If the situation appears different now, at least from the perspective of the economically developed part of the world, arguably that is not because capitalism has ceased to be like this, but because these effects are now being worked out on a global rather than national scale. 13. According to Knowles, Hegel gives a penetrating analysis of the problem of poverty in capitalist society. He should not be criticized for failing to come up with a solution for it. The mistake of Marx and of his followers was to suppose that deep and plausible social criticism somehow delivers up distinctive and effective policy prescriptions. This is not a mistake to which Hegel was prone. Knowles, 2002, 293. This is to misunderstand the purpose of both these writers. Neither Hegel nor Marx is trying to give policy prescriptions about what ought to be done. Rather, they are seeking to analyze and understand what is actually the case. If there are inherent and ineliminable conics in modern society, then the liberal order cannot be stable and harmonious, as Hegel maintains. It is inherently contradictory, it is destined to change and be superseded, regardless of what policies are pursued. That is Marx's argument, Sayers, 1998, 106-10. Of a resolution of its problems, instead of looking beyond it, he looks back to an earlier and simpler form of life, where economic activity is still at a local and immediately comprehensible level. His ideal here is the heroic society of Homeric legend, as we have in Chapter 2 above. In such a mode of life, man has the feeling, in everything he uses and everything he surrounds himself with, that he has produced it from his own resources, and therefore in external things has to do with what is his own and not with alienated objects lying outside his own sphere wherein he is master. Hegel, 1975, 261. Though romantic visions of this sort have had and still have great ineance, they were unrealistic in Hegel's day, as Hegel himself was aware, and they are even more so today. It is impossible for us to return to such simple conditions. Moreover, such romanticism connects with Hegel's historical framework, which assumes a progressive development. In this, development occurs through a process of alienation and its overcoming. Society moves from an initial stage of simple and immediate unity, through a period of particularity and separation in which individuals are alienated from each other and from the community. The third endal stage is one of synthesis and reconciliation. The individual is reintegrated with the community and with others, alienation is overcome. It is important to see that alienation, on this account, is not a purely negative phenomenon. On the contrary, it is a necessary stage in the process of development. Equally, however, alienation is not a condition to remain in, for in it individuals are divided from each other and from their social connections. There is a drive to overcome it and end reconciliation, and this, Hegel believes, is achieved in modern liberal society. The Marxist notion of alienation is often interpreted as a purely critical and negative concept, but seen in the light of its Hegelian roots it is clear that this is incorrect. Marx's account of history makes use of the same basic Hegelian framework. He too sees history as a development in which alienation forms a necessary stage in the process of its eventual overcoming. Sayers, 1998, 88-9, 136-41. Moreover, like Hegel, Marx divides history into three basic stages: an initial condition of immediate unity, followed by a stage of division and alienation, and nally a synthesis of the early stages, a higher form of unity in which concrete individuality can develop within community. Gould, 1978. Relations of personal dependence, entirely spontaneous at the outset, are the RST social forms, in which human productive capacity develops only to a slight extent and at isolated points. Personal independence founded on objective sachlicher dependence is the second great form, in which a system of general social metabolism, of universal relations, of all-round needs and universal capacities is formed for the RST time. Marx, 1973a, 158. This second form is liberal society, in which independent individuals are bound together by the alien economic relations of exchange and the market. Marx, 1973a, 83, dates its beginning between the 16th and 18th centuries in Europe, when these relations come to predominate. As we have seen, Marx rejects the view, shared by Hegel and liberalism, that this creates the conditions in which true individuality and freedom can be realized and alienation overcome. This is not to deny that modern liberal society involves a real development of individuality and freedom, particularly in comparison with the relative absence of individual autonomy in earlier forms of society. However, even in the freest of liberal societies, individuality and liberty are limited by the alienation which is a pervasive feature of modern life. On the one hand, individual seems detached and isolated from each other, while on the other hand the enormous economic powers and social relations which we ourselves have created have escaped our control and rule over us as independent and hostile forces. Marx describes the situation with a graphic and powerful metaphor. Modern bourgeois society, with its relations of production, of exchange, and of property, a society that has conjured up such gigantic means of production and of exchange, is like the sorcerer who is no longer able to control the powers of the nether world whom he has called up by his spells. Marx and Engels, 1978 c. 478. The implications of this account are radical and far-reaching. The alienation from our productive powers which Marx is here describing, he insists, is an essential and objective feature of capitalist society. It is rooted in the economic forms of market exchange which are constitutive of it. The sorcerer is modern bourgeois society, and the powers it has summoned up are those of capitalism and the market as such. But this is not the end of the historical story for Marx. There can and will be another stage for which capitalism has created the necessary material conditions. Free individuality, based on the universal development of individuals and on their subordination of their communal, social productivity as their social wealth, is the third stage. Marx, 1973a, 158. Only with this further stage, Marx maintains, will we be able to overcome our present alienation and reappropriate the economic and social powers that now rule over us. This will involve a complete transformation of society, the supersession of the predominance of monetary exchange, and of civil or bourgeois society as such. Only then will the full and free development of individuality in a true community become a genuine possibility. 5. Freedom and the realm of necessity. It is sometimes argued that there are two connecting strands in Marx's thought on work and freedom. In his early writings Marx maintains that, although work in contemporary society is an alienated activity, it need not be so. Alienation can and will be overcome in a future society. Potentially, work can be a fooling and liberating activity. Marx, 1975d, 1975e. This is what I have been arguing in this book so far. In his later work, however, some say that he changes his outlook and that this is evident in the following well-known passage from Capital. The realm of freedom actually begins only where labor which is determined by necessity and mundane consideration ceases, thus in the very nature of things it lies beyond the sphere of actual material production. Just as the savage must wrestle with nature to satisfy his wants, to maintain and reproduce life, so must civilized man, and he must do so in all social formations and under all possible modes of production. With his development this realm of physical necessity expands as a result of his wants, but, at the same time, the forces of production which satisfy these wants also increase. Freedom in this eld can only consist in socialized man, the associated producers, rationally regulating their interchange with nature, bringing it under their common control, instead of being ruled by it as by the blind forces of nature, and achieving this with the least expenditure of energy and under conditions most favorable to, and worthy of, their human nature. But it nonetheless still remains a realm of necessity. Beyond it begins that development of human energy which is an end in itself, the true realm of freedom, which, however, can blossom forth only with the realm of necessity as its basis. The shortening of the working day is its basic prerequisite. Marx, 1971b, 820. Here, it is often said, Marx adopts a more somber and realistic, Berkey, 1979, 53, a gloomy and pessimistic, Cohen, 1988b, 207, perspective on the place of work in human life. He appears to say that economically necessary labor is inescapably alienating and unfree. Cohen, 1988b, 207, for example, glosses this passage as follows: being a means of life, labor cannot be wanted, and will be replaced by desired activity as the working day contracts. True freedom is attainable only outside work. The aim of a future society, therefore, is not to humanize work but rather to reduce it to the unavoidable minimum and to expand the realm of freedom. My aim in this chapter is to question this reading of what Marx is saying in this passage and to clarify his views on work and freedom. It is a mistake, I shall argue, to interpret Marx as opposing the realms of necessity and freedom. Moreover, properly understood, this passage provides no grounds for thinking that Marx's views on work and freedom changed significantly in his later writings. By the realm of necessity, Marx means the sphere of economically necessary labor, labor to meet material needs too. He contrasts it with the realm of freedom, the sphere of activities not so determined. This encompasses time for idleness or for the performance of activities which are not directly productive, as e.g. war, affairs of state, or for the development of human abilities and social potentialities, art, science, etc., which have no directly practical purpose. Marx, 1988, 190. However, it is a mistake, though a common one, to infer that the realm of necessity must therefore be a realm of unfreedom. This inference is predicated on the assumption that economic labor is necessarily unfree. There is no evidence that Marx makes this assumption, either here or elsewhere. Quite the contrary. In this very passage, Marx explicitly talks of freedom in the realm of necessity, freedom in this eld, and spells out the conditions for it. Elsewhere he asserts that labor can be self-realization, objectification of the subject, real freedom. Marx, 1973a, 611. The idea that economically necessary work can be free and fooling is fundamental to Marx's outlook, both here and throughout his work. However, it is unfamiliar to many contemporary philosophers. Indeed, it is denied, implicitly at least, by most traditional philosophies. Plato and Aristotle regard a fully human life as a life of reason, requiring exemption from labor, which they look upon as a lower activity catering only to lower needs. For Kant, too, we are rational beings and our material nature is a lower and merely animal aspect of our being. Such attitudes are also evident in an important strand of Christian thought which treats work as a curse, a punishment for our fallen nature. Work is seen as painful toil by the hedonism which underlies utilitarianism and classical economics. 3. On this view we are essentially consumers rather than producers who work only as a means to satisfy our needs. See Chapter 2 above. Anthony, 1978, Sayers, 1998, Chapters 2-4. Views such as these are pervasive in both philosophy and everyday life, and Marx is often interpreted in the light of them. As we have seen, however, according to Marx, work has a quite different place in human life. We are essentially active and creative beings who can develop and fool ourselves only through productive activity. In his early writings, Marx describes work as the vital activity of human beings, their species activity, the essential activity by which human beings are distinguished from other animals. Marx, 1975e, 328-9, Marx and Engels, 1978b, 150. He maintains these views throughout his life. In the Grundriss he describes labor as potentially a free activity. In the Critique of the Gotha program he envisages that it may become life's prime want. Marx, 1978c, 531. However, he does not spell out the philosophical basis for these views. As I have argued, this derives from Hegel. For Hegel, as for Marx, work plays an essential role in human life. It is the basis on which human beings are distinct from other animals. Non-human animals, on Hegel's view, have a purely immediate relation to nature, both to their own nature and to the surrounding natural environment. They are driven by their own immediate instincts and desires, and they consume the objects they desire immediately and directly. Humans, by contrast, are self-conscious beings. they have being for self. They can stand back from their immediate instincts and from what is immediately present to them, both through conscious reaction and in a practical way. Work is a form of such practical being for self. In work, gratification is deferred, the object is not consumed immediately, nor is it simply annihilated, rather it is formed and altered for later consumption or use. Thus a mediated and distinctively human relation to nature is established. Through work we separate ourselves from nature and establish a self apart. At the same time we begin the process of overcoming this division from nature. By objectifying ourselves in our products, we come to recognize our powers and capacities as real and objective, and thus we develop a consciousness of self. Moreover, by humanizing the world we come to feel increasingly at home in it. For Marx, too, it is through the productive activity of work that we overcome our alienation from nature and develop and recognize our distinctive powers. It is, in his fashioning of the objective world, that man really proves himself to be a species being. Such production is his active species life. Through it nature appear as his work and his reality. The object of labor is the objectification of the species life of man, for man reproduces himself not only intellectually, in his consciousness, but actively and actually, and he can therefore contemplate himself in a world he himself has created. Marx, 1975 e. 329. Thus both for Hegel and for Marx work is not only a means to satisfy material needs, it is also an activity of self-development and self-realization. Moreover, this process of objectification and self-realization is present in other forms of practical activity as well. Its fullest development is in artistic creation. This is the highest form of productive activity for both of these philosophers. A distinctive account of freedom is associated with these views. According to this, freedom is not an all-or-nothing affair, it is present by degrees. Different kinds of practical activity involve different degrees of freedom for the agent and, correlatively, allow different degrees of freedom to the object. Purely natural, animal consumption under the impulsion of immediate desire is not free. It is directly determined by the appetites which drive it. Direct consumption of this sort is also determined by its object. The creature driven by hunger is governed by the food in its environment. Moreover, in such consumption no freedom is granted to the object, it is simply devoured and destroyed. By working on the object and deferring gratification, human beings detach themselves from their appetites and desires and acquire a degree of freedom with respect to them. At the same time, work allows a measure of freedom to the object. The object is not immediately consumed, it is transformed and hence preserved for later consumption or use. Nevertheless, the object is destined ultimately for consumption and destruction, for the purpose of economic work is the satisfaction of needs. Such work is thus still in the realm of necessity. Artistic creation, by contrast, is truly free activity. It is not in the service of material needs and its product is not for consumption, determination by natural desire is entirely transcended. Such activity is not a means to the end of satisfying material needs, it has no economic function. Its aims are aesthetic not economic, it is an end in itself. This is what Marx is referring to when he talks of activity in the realm of freedom. These ideas are held by Marx throughout his life. What he says in Capital in his maturity is entirely consonant with what he says in his youth. In the 1844 manuscripts, animals produce only when immediate physical need compels them to do so, while man produces even when he is free from physical need and truly produces only in freedom from such need. Man also produces in accordance with the laws of beauty. Marx, 1975 e. 329. In short, freedom is a matter of degree according to this conception. It ranges all the way from the unfreedom of instinctive and purely natural, animal, activity, through different kinds of labor and other activity more or less immediately determined by need, up to the truly free activity of artistic creation. Freedom and necessity. Thus, contrary to the views of the commentators cited above, there can be freedom in the sphere of necessary work. Marx is explicit on this score. He specifies two conditions for such freedom in the passage from Capital that I am discussing. For first, alienation from the process of production must be overcome. The associated producers must rationally regulate their interchange with nature, bringing it under their common control, instead of being ruled by it as by the blind forces of nature. Note here that freedom involves not simply an absence of constraint, but the positive aspect of rational self-determination. Second, necessary economic labor must be carried out with the least expenditure of energy and under conditions most favorable to, and worthy of, their human nature. What Marx means is that through the use of human intelligence, especially with the introduction of machinery, the brute physical exertion involved in work can be minimized and the intelligent and scientific aspects of work enhanced. Cf. Marx, 1973a, 611. Marx also insists that the time devoted to necessary labor must be reduced so that disposable time for free activity, the realm of freedom, can be increased. Is there not a contradiction here? If activity in the realm of necessity can be free, as I have been arguing is Marx's view, why should it be reduced? Does this passage from Capital not imply after all that, for Marx, work in the realm of necessity is a regrettable necessity, as writers like Berkey and Cohen assert? Marx does not explicitly answer these questions. What he does say, however, suggests a response along the following lines. To maintain that economic work can be a liberating and fooling activity is not to say that it is the only such activity or that it should be our sole activity. Yet in industrial society, particularly when Marx was writing in the middle of the 19th century, working hours had been extended to extreme lengths, as Marx describes in the celebrated chapter of Capital on the Working Day, Marx, 1961a, chapter 10. Since then they have gradually decreased, but they still dominate the lives of most working people, leaving little time for anything else. Zeisel, 1958. Marx wants work time to be reduced to what he calls a normal length. Marx, 1972, 257, quoted below, not because he thinks that in ideal conditions necessary work should be eliminated altogether, but so that people can have time and energy for other kinds of activities as well, and fool themselves in a variety of ways. In these conditions, and with the removal of class subordination, economic labor can become a free activity. It is self-evident that if labor time is reduced to a normal length and, furthermore, labor is no longer performed for someone else, but for myself, and, at the same time, the social contradictions between master and men, etc., being abolished, it acquires a quite different, a free character. Marx, 1972, 257. Historically, up to now, the surplus labor of the majority has been the basis on which a small elite has been exempt from labor and able to enjoy free time. The free time of the non-working parts of society is based on the surplus labor or overwork, the surplus labor time, of the working part. The free development of the former is based on the fact that the workers have to employ the whole of their time, hence the room for their own development, purely in the production of particular used values. The development of the human capacities on one side is based on the restriction of development on the other side. The whole of civilization and social development so far has been founded on this antagonism. Marx, 1988, 191, cf. Marx, 1973a, 705-6, 708. Work time and free time have stood in antagonistic opposition to each other. To be free has meant not working, and to work has meant being unfree. Neither condition has been satisfactory. Alienated and oppressive work has existed alongside an alienated and disconnected sort of freedom. Philosophical theories for the most part have wreaked at this situation. Activities which provide for material needs have been looked down upon and disparaged as lower forms of activity, in contrast to intellectual and rational pursuits which are regarded as higher and more worthy. Plato is the extreme here. At times he suggests that our bodily and natural appetites are a burden and that we would be better off without them. Other philosophers, such as Aristotle, Kant, and even Hegel, sometimes appear to accept this line of thought as well. At other times, however, all these writers, including Plato, recognize that we are physical as well as rational beings and that our bodily needs are essential to us. Sayers, 1999a, 142-4. Our happiness lies not in opposing the rational to the bodily aspects of our being, but in ending ways of overcoming this antagonism and harmonizing these aspects. Marx, I am suggesting, follows this latter line of thought. In a society of the future, Marx envisages that the antagonism which has hitherto prevailed between these aspects can be transcended. 5. The purpose of limiting the working day is not to minimize or eliminate work in the realm of necessity as such, but rather to overcome the antagonistic relation which has existed historically between work and freedom. The aim is to create the conditions in which alienation can be overcome, conditions in which necessary work can become a free activity, and in which free creative activity can itself become a universal human need. Marx, 1973a, 708. This is Marx's idea, not only in his early writings but also in Capital and throughout. A number of questions are thrown up by the account that I have been developing. Will the aim of society continue to be to minimize necessary labor in order to maximize free time? Will the distinction between the realms of necessity and freedom persist even when the antagonism between them is overcome? It is not easy to interpret what Marx says on these issues. There are different and possibly divergent strands to his thought. On the one hand, in the passage from Capital that I am discussing, Marx insists that the realm of necessity will continue to exist in all social formations and under all possible modes of production. This follows simply from the fact that we are creatures of physical need, a fact which no social changes can alter. So far, as labor is a creator of use value, is useful labor, it is a necessary condition, independent of all forms of society, for the existence of the human race. It is an eternal nature-imposed necessity, without which there can be no material exchanges between man and nature, and therefore no life. Marx, 1961a, 42-3. Marx also maintains that the aim of society will continue to be to minimize the time devoted to satisfying material needs, necessary labor time. In the Grundrisse, Marx spells this out as follows. In a future society, the surplus labor of the mass has ceased to be the condition for the development of general wealth, just as the non-labor of the few, for the development of the general powers of the human head. With that, production based on exchange value breaks down, and the direct, material production process is stripped of the form of penury and antithesis. The free development of individualities, and hence not the reduction of necessary labor time so as to posit surplus labor, but rather the general reduction of the necessary labor of society to a minimum, which then corresponds to the artistic, scientific etc. development of the individuals in the time set. All this seems to imply that the distinction between the realms of necessity and freedom must continue to exist in any future society. However, other themes in Marx's thought point in a different direction, towards the reduction and ultimate overcoming of the very distinction between these realms. Fundamental to Marx's outlook is the view that human needs develop and change historically. As Marx puts it in the passage from Capital under discussion, the realm of necessity expands, needs become more developed and differentiated. This is a theme that Hegel also emphasizes. He gives an illuminating example of the process. Hercules was attired in a lion's skin, and this is a simple way of satisfying the need for clothing. Reaction fragments the simple need and divides it into many parts, according to its particular nature. Each individual part of the body, head, neck, feet, is given particular clothing, and one concrete need is divided into many needs and these in turn into many others. Hegel, 1997, 167-8. Moreover, clothing also comes to have a social and even an aesthetic function. The work to meet our need for clothing, which is in the realm of necessity, thus acquires an aesthetic aspect, a creative and free dimension. A similar process occurs with food, housing, and other basic necessities, all of which expand and come to have an aesthetic dimension. Conversely, as needs develop, free creative activity itself becomes a need. The expansion of needs increasingly takes in the requirement for self-expression and self-realization. 6. Marx foresees the emergence of the person rich in needs who is simultaneously the man in need of a totality of vital human expression, the man in whom his own realization exists as inner necessity, as need. Marx, 1975 e. 356, 7. With human development, that is to say, basic necessities are aestheticized and free expression becomes a necessity. Work to satisfy basic needs becomes free activity and free activity becomes a need. In this way, Marx seems to envisage that not only the antagonism but ultimately even the distinction between the realms of necessity and freedom will eventually be overcome. Thus, on the one hand, Marx says that the distinction between the realms of necessity and freedom must persist even in a classless society. On the other hand, he implies that the distinction between these realms can eventually be overcome. He does not resolve this contradiction. However, even if his view is that the distinction persists, this goes no way towards vindicating the accounts of writers like Berkey and Cohen. For as I have argued, in distinguishing a realm of freedom from a realm of necessity, Marx is not making a distinction between spheres of freedom and unfreedom. Nor is he implying that necessary work can never be free. On the contrary, a proper understanding of Marx's accounts of labor and freedom shows clearly that he believes that necessary labor can indeed be a free and self-realizing activity. This is what I have been arguing. Arendt is one of the writers who criticizes Marx for holding contradictory views on work and freedom. The passage from Capital that I have been discussing is, she maintains, only one example of a fundamental contradiction which runs like a red thread through the whole of Marx's thought, for Marx's attitude toward labor, and that is toward the very center of his thought, has never ceased to be equivocal. Arendt, 1958, 104. Since her criticisms are based on what she herself acknowledges to be idiosyncratic concepts of labor and work, Arendt, 1958, 79-80, I shall deal with them here separately. According to Arendt, there is a fundamental distinction between labor and work which Marx fails to make. Labor, she maintains, is what we do to satisfy our basic physical needs. It is a natural activity to satisfy bodily needs, it is an animal-like activity in the sphere of necessity, a form of activity which we share with other animals and which is necessary for the maintenance of life. Such labor is carried out by what she terms animal laborans. It involves the repetitive and cyclical process of maintaining natural life by continually satisfying needs which constantly re-arise. It is thus primarily concerned with the means of its own reproduction. Arendt, 1958, 88. Either it creates no product at all, or its products are consumed almost as soon as they are created. Work, by contrast, creates durable objects, enduring products for use and not merely for consumption. Work thereby creates a world. It is the distinctively human activity of what she calls homo faber. According to Arendt, Marx fails to make this distinction. He talks of labor in terms which are applicable only to work. He looks upon all labor as work and speaks of the animal laborans in terms much more fitting for homo faber. Arendt, 1958, 87, cf 102. He maintains that the labor of animal laborans can lead to foulement and freedom, whereas Arendt maintains that they can be attained only through the work of homo faber. The animal laborans can be redeemed from its predicament of imprisonment in the ever-recurring cycle of the life process, of being forever subject to the necessity of labor and consumption, only through the mobilization of another human capacity, the capacity for making, fabricating, and producing of homo faber, who, not only eases the pain and trouble of laboring but also erects a world of durability. Arendt, 1958, 236. These arguments are unsatisfactory in several ways. The way in which Arendt conceives of labor muddles the distinction between animal and human activity. She describes human labor as a sort of animal activity and looks upon it as something almost subhuman. Likewise, as the term animal laborans itself suggests, she tends to treat those who perform it as in effect a subhuman species. In a corresponding way, she elevates work, and what she calls action, above the material realm. She thus makes work transcendent and gives it an exaggerated significance. More generally, Arendt's attempt to detach labor from work is confused and untenable. The two are necessarily and inextricably combined in human productive activity. The labor which meets consumption needs also creates a product, it is thus at the same time a form of work in Arendt's sense. As Hegel and Marx maintain, and as we have seen above, labor is a distinctively human activity which creates a distinct product. It is this product which we then consume. As Hegel observes, man, as consumer, is chiefly concerned with human products. There are few immediate materials which do not need to be processed. Perhaps water is unique in that it can be drunk as it is found. Hegel. 1991, 232. 8 animals, by contrast, consume what is around them directly without transforming it into a product through work. In short, human labor does not simply vanish in consumption, it creates a product. Indeed, according to Marx, consumption itself is a form of production. In taking in food, for example, which is a form of consumption, the human being produces his own body. Marx, 1973a, 90, 9. Moreover, human labor takes place in a context of social relations, and it produces and reproduces those relations, and with them the social world. Marx, 1978a, 103. Arendt does not appear to have understood this either. Arendt's account of labor, it is often claimed, applies particularly to domestic labor, to the tasks of cooking, cleaning, mending, etc., usually performed by women. Such labor indeed seems to be endlessly repetitive and cyclical, it appears to vanish as soon as it is done and to create nothing enduring, just as Arendt describes. This is not the case, however. Such labor not only sustains life, it also produces and reproduces a home, a family, a social world. Conversely, work in Arendt's sense, the creation of enduring objects of use and a human world, cannot be separated from the activity of production to meet consumer needs. The human and social world always and necessarily arises out of and exists on the basis of productive activity to meet material needs. This is Marx's materialist theory, at any rate, and Arendt gives no good reasons to question it. Sila Ben Habib argues that Arendt's distinction should be understood as an attempt to construct ideal types. Ben Habib, 1996, 131. Arendt's categories should be treated as mere conceptual abstractions which are useful for theoretical understanding even if they do not exist as distinct forms in reality. Elsewhere, I have argued at length that Marx questions the validity of abstractions of this sort. Integral to his approach is the attempt to comprehend social reality in concrete terms as a totality, Sayers, 1990b, but to pursue that line of argument here would take me too far from the theme of freedom. However, there are other problems with the abstractions created by Arendt's account. As we have seen, Arendt degrades labor and those who do it to an almost subhuman level. In a corresponding way, she elevates work, and what she terms action, above the material realm. She thus gives it an exaggerated and false human significance. Such views were prevalent among the ruling class in the ancient world who relied on slave labor to provide them with the necessities of life, as Arendt, 1958, 80-5, well describes. They looked down upon the slave who did such labor, the animal laborans, with disdain and contempt. Although Arendt explicitly dissociates herself from such views, she criticizes modern society in terms which echo them. She describes modern society as a mass consumer society in which the needs and interests of the modern animal laborans have become dominant. She treats with disdain and contempt the labor which meets consumer needs and those who do it. Such elitist attitudes may have been tenable in the ancient world, where they corresponded to the prevailing social conditions. They are inappropriate and unacceptable in the modern world where such conditions have long passed. It is one of the great achievements of the Hegelian and Marxist theories that I have described that they have criticized and replaced views such as these with an account of the place of labor in human life morphing for modern conditions. 10. 6. Alienation as a critical concept. Marx talks of alienation in connection with a number of areas of life: religion, politics, social and economic relations, but particularly labor. I shall focus on the area of labor in this chapter. 1. In this area, at least, he clearly uses the concept of alienation in a critical manner. But what sort of criticism does it involve? Very often it is taken to be a moral and humanist criticism based upon a notion of universal human nature. This is supposed to provide the standard by which Marx criticizes alienating social conditions. Honneth gives a typical account of this approach. According to Marx, human beings' central feature is their capacity for objectifying and realizing themselves in the product of their labor. It is only by this act of objectification that individual subjects are in a position to achieve certainty of their own powers and thereby attain self-consciousness. Thus the possibility of freely and willingly experiencing their own labor as a process of self-realization forms the deciding precondition for a good life. However, this condition is destroyed by the establishment of the capitalist mode of production, since wage labor robs the active subjects of any control over their activity. Capitalism therefore represents a social form of life that sets human beings in opposition to their own essence, thus robbing them of any prospects of a good life. Honneth, 2007, 14. Although there has been an immense amount of argument about the place of the concept of alienation in Marx's work, this sort of account is seldom disputed. It is at the basis of the humanist Marxism, which celebrates the concept of alienation, and Marx's early writings in which it is prominent, for adding an ethical dimension to his thought, a dimension which, it is argued, is missing from his later work, from 1963. A similar account of alienation is also given by structuralist anti-humanists who argue that Marx abandoned the idea of universal human nature and the concept of alienation in his later work, Althusser, 1969. Others question both these positions and argue that Marx retained the concept of alienation throughout, but many of these also regard alienation as a humanist moral concept. In this chapter I will argue that there are serious problems with this sort of account. The concept of alienation is more complex and less readily assimilated to the familiar pattern of universalist moral thought than it suggests. One more preliminary: as I have made clear, I share the view that the concept of alienation remains a part of Marx's thought throughout his work, though I shall not attempt to establish this point here. However, the most extensive explicit account of it is in the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844. I shall focus mainly but not exclusively on this work in this chapter. Hegel on work. As Honneth says, Marx's concept of alienated labor is based on a distinctive theory about the place of work in human life. This derives from Hegel, as we have seen. Labor is a fundamental concept in Hegel's philosophy. It is also a fundamental concept in classical economics, one of the other main sources of Marx's ideas in this area. In economics, work is generally treated as a purely instrumental activity, a mere means to the end of meeting our needs. For Hegel, by contrast, work is also a spiritual activity, an activity that distinguishes humans from other animals. Other animals are purely natural beings. They have a direct and immediate relation to nature. Work involves a break with this natural and immediate relation to nature. Although it entails a breach with natural immediacy and leads to a condition of alienation, it is also the means by which this breach is overcome. For through it we give human form to the world and change ourselves. We begin to make ourselves at home in the world and overcome our alienation. The process of development involved here follows a characteristic pattern. Starting from an initial condition of immediacy and simple unity, it moves through a stage of division and alienation. It culminates eventually in a higher form of unity, a mediated and concrete unity which includes difference within it. According to Hegel, all human, spiritual, phenomena follow a path of development of this sort. Individual human development proceeds from an initial state of infant simplicity and innocence, through stages of division and alienation, to adult maturity and self-acceptance. A similar pattern is present also in the course of social and historical development. The earliest societies are simple unit communities. For example, clan groups and the early stages of ancient Greek society take this form. With historical development, division and alienation occur and individuality and difference are increasingly manifest. In Europe, the eventual culmination, according to Hegel, 1956, is a modern liberal form of society. This, he believes, is a higher form of social unity in which individuality and difference are contained within a unit social order. As we have seen, in chapter 2 above, Hegel uses the biblical story of the fall of man to explain this account. As he interprets the story, the Garden of Eden embodies the idea that human beings initially led a simple life, in harmony with each other and with nature. Social development disrupts this innocent state. With the fall comes division, alienation from others and from nature. According to the Bible, Adam and Eve eat the forbidden fruit and they are expelled from the garden as a punishment. The usual interpretation is that the original condition of simplicity is the ideal to which we should aspire, and the story is taken to imply an idyllic and romanticist vision of life before the fall and a yearning to return to it. Hegel's interpretation is very different. He does not idealize the past or advocate a return to it. On the contrary, historical development is leading towards a higher and different form of unity in the future. The disunion that appears throughout humanity is not a condition to rest in. But it is a mistake to regard the natural and immediate harmony as the right state. Childlike innocence no doubt has in it something fascinating and attractive, but only because it reminds us of what the spirit must win for itself. The harmoniousness of childhood is a gift from the hand of nature, the second harmony must spring from the labor and culture of the spirit. Hegel, 1892, 24z, 55. Marx takes over these Hegelian ideas and develops them in a radical and critical way. Like Hegel, he sees labor as a distinctively human form of activity. It is an essential human activity, it is our species' activity. Moreover, he regards labor, all labor, as a process in which we objectify ourselves in our products. However, Marx makes a crucial distinction between objectification, Vergegenstandlichung, and alienation. Work does not always lead to self-realization. In conditions of alienation, this does not occur. The object that labor produces, stands opposed to it as something alien, as a power independent of the producer. Marx, 1975 324, in the 1844 manuscripts, Marx distinguishes four aspects of alienated labor, of which such alienation from the object of labor is the RST. Workers are also alienated in relation to the activity of labor. This is the second aspect. Work is experienced as externally imposed, as forced, and not free. This is how classical economics usually conceives of work, and it is how work is often experienced in fact. According to Marx, however, this is characteristic of alienated labor, it is a feature only of specific social and historical conditions. For implicit in the concept of alienation is the idea that labor need not have this character. Work can be a self-realizing activity, alienation can be overcome. Marx takes over the Hegelian account of human nature and of the role of work in human life that I have been explaining. This is embodied by Marx in the notion of species being. This is our distinctively human being. Work is our species activity, the activity which distinguishes humans from other animals. These are driven by appetite and instinct. Their activities are directly the means to satisfy their material needs. In conditions of alienation, work is reduced to its animal character, it becomes a mere means to satisfy our purely material needs. Thus we become alienated from our species being. This is the third aspect of alienation that Marx distinguishes. For the classical economists, work is an essentially individual activity to satisfy individual needs. It may or may not take place within the context of relations with others, these are purely contingent and external. Marx rejects this account. Like Hegel, he sees human beings as essentially social. Work, as a human activity, always and necessarily occurs within a context of social relations. In the 1844 manuscripts and subsequently Marx makes this point by maintaining that in work we create not only a material product, at the same time we also produce and reproduce our social relationships. Through estranged labor, man not only produces his relationship to the object and to the act of production as to alien and hostile powers, he also produces the relationship in which other men stand to his production and product, and the relationship in which he stands to these other men. Marx, 1975 e. 331. In other words, social relations are just as much the creation of human labor as are its more tangible material products, and labor is objected in them just as it is in our material products. 2. As the products of our labor, we should be able to recognize them as a confirmation of our powers and abilities. In conditions of alienation, however, they become independent of us and opposed to us. This is the fourth aspect of alienation, the alienation of man from man. In the 1844 manuscripts, Marx's account of it is brief and sketchy. However, what Marx is referring to is the way in which economic forces have dissolved communal bonds, with the result that individuals are atomized, and economic forces take on a life of their own and obey their own objective laws. 3. This is how both individuals and the economy are usually regarded in economics. However, Marx argues, individuals are not separate atoms, and economic laws, unlike natural laws, are specific to particular forms of society. Classical economics thus presents what are the alienated forms of specific societies as though they were objective and universal. In this way, Marx's critique of political economy in this area parallels his critique of the economist's picture of labor described earlier, in that alienated labor is treated as if it were the universal form of it. Marx describes his project as the critique of political economy, for the main categories of political economy are criticized for portraying the capitalist system as in accord with universal human nature. The concept of alienated labor plays a central role in this, as we have seen. His account of alienation is usually taken to imply a humanist moral critique of present kinds of work and social relations. Alienation is portrayed as a purely negative condition that thwarts the realization of a universal human nature. Work and its products should be avenues of self-realization, but they are turned into their opposites. One should be cautious about attributing such ideas to Marx. Of course, Marx condemns capitalism, but the view that the main purpose of the concept of alienation is moral criticism is mistaken, even in relation to his early work. Like Hegel and others in the post-Kantian philosophical tradition, Marx insists that his primary aim is theoretical understanding rather than moral condemnation. 5. This is not to suggest that the moral account is entirely mistaken. Marx does indeed hold the view that work can be a self-realizing activity, and that in conditions of alienation this potentiality is thwarted. However, human nature is not an unchanging universal, it is an historical phenomenon which develops dialectically. Work and alienation play an essential role in this process. Hence, alienation is not a purely negative phenomenon, its impact is more complex and contradictory. In Hegel, as we have seen, work entails a break with purely natural conditions. It involves a separation of humans, as self-conscious beings, from an initial situation of natural immediacy. Equally, however, it is through work that we overcome this division from nature. We give human form to the world around us and come to recognize our powers and capacities as real and objective. We transform our environment and our relationship to it, and in the process we transform ourselves. As we have seen, Marx follows Hegel in comprehending work in these terms, and he derives his views directly from Hegel, as he explicitly acknowledges. The importance of Hegel's phenomenology lies in the fact that Hegel conceives the self-creation of man as a process, objectification as loss of object, as alienation, and as supersession of this alienation. He therefore grasps the nature of labor and conceives objective man, true, because real man, as the result of his own labor. Marx, 1975 e. 385-6 quoted above p. 15. The full significance of what Marx says here has not been sufficiently noticed. The process of human development that Marx describes follows the characteristic Hegelian and dialectical pattern described earlier, though of course the specific stages of development are quite different to Hegel's. Starting from an initial condition of immediacy and simple unity, this moves through a stage of division and alienation, to culminate eventually in a higher form of unity, a mediated and concrete unity which includes difference within it. 6. As Marx makes clear in the passage just quoted, his account of the role of alienated labor in human development conforms to this Hegelian pattern. It must be comprehended in these terms. An important implication of this is that alienation is not a purely negative or critical concept. Alienation does not involve the pure negation of human possibilities in the way that the moral interpretation implies. 7. On the contrary, a stage of division and alienation is an essential part of the process of human development. It represents the beginning of the process of emancipation through which human beings are gradually freed from a condition of natural immediacy and develop self-consciousness and freedom. Alienated labor and alienated social relations play an essential role in this process. 8. This is not to suggest, of course, that alienation is a satisfactory state or a condition to rest in as Hegel puts it. On the contrary, it is a condition of disunity. It involves distress and suffering. However, these negative aspects themselves drive us to try to overcome them and seek unity. According to Hegel, this cannot be found by a return to earlier conditions. Rather, we are driven on, to look for a higher unity. This is not given immediately, it must be created, and this can be achieved only through the activity of labor. Marx gives specific detail to this picture. Thus, alienated labor creates the material conditions for a higher, communal form of society. This is what Marx, 1971 b. 819, calls the civilizing mission of capitalism. However, it does not contribute to human development in only an external and instrumental way, it is also the way in which the producers transform themselves. Through alienated labor and the relations it creates, people's activities are expanded, their needs and expectations are widened, their relations and horizons are extended. Alienated labor thus also creates the subjective factors, the agents, who will abolish capitalism and bring about a new society. Seen in this light, alienated labor plays a positive role in the process of human development, it is not a purely negative phenomenon. It should not be judged as simply and solely negative by the universal and unhistorical standards invoked by the moral approach. Rather, it must be assessed in a relative and historical way. Relative to earlier forms of society, strange as this may at RST sound, alienation constitutes an achievement and a positive development. However, as conditions for its overcoming are created, it becomes something negative and a hindrance to further development. In this situation, it can be criticized, not by universal moral standards but in this relative way. This sort of account is criticized for implying a quasi-theological narrative of fall and redemption, cf. Lear in Honneth, 2008. In some respects it does conform to that pattern. Hegel is quite explicit about this, as we have seen, he appeals to the biblical story of the fall to explain his position. In and of itself, the fact that this account has this form is not a valid objection to it. There is nothing wrong with portraying human development in this way, provided that reality actually conforms to this pattern and it is illuminating to see it like this. However, Hegel is also criticized for presenting his account of history as a theodicy which is designed not just to describe the pattern of historical development but to reconcile us to the evil and suffering that it has involved. Again he is explicit about this. Our approach is a theodicy, a justification of the ways of God. Leibniz attempted a theodicy in metaphysical terms, so that once the evil in the world was comprehended in this way, the thinking mind was supposed to be reconciled to it. Nowhere is there a greater challenge to such intellectual reconciliation than in world history. This reconciliation can be achieved only through the recognition of that positive aspect, in which the negative disappears as something subordinate and overcome. Hegel, 1988a, 18. Marx's idea of progress is criticized for portraying historical development in similar terms. 9. However, Marx cannot be accused of trying to justify the destructive impact of historical development, particularly not in its capitalist form. His outrage at the suffering and misery caused by capitalism is evident in almost everything that he wrote. Nevertheless, he does argue that this suffering does not refute the idea of progress. Indeed, he portrays it as an inescapable part of the process. While historical development proceeds through conflict and strife like a blind process of nature, this is the way it occurs. In this sense, Marx does seek to reconcile us to it, but his description is far from what is usually understood by a theodicy. Has the bourgeoisie ever effected a progress without dragging individuals and peoples through blood and dirt, through misery and degradation? Marx, 1978e, 662. Only in the future, when a great social revolution shall have mastered the results of the bourgeois epoch, the markets of the world and the modern powers of production, and subjected them to common control, only then can historical development be made to take a more benign form. Marx, 1978e, 664. This is Marx's Hegelian, historical and dialectical account of alienation and its role in human development. At least, these are its abstract and formal outlines. However, as a historical condition, alienation is a feature of concrete and specific societies. It comes about at a certain point in the history of particular societies, and it will be overcome given certain historical developments. When does it start? How will it end? For Hegel, modern liberal, i.e. capitalist, society means an end to the alienation of individual and community which characterizes earlier forms. Marx, of course, rejects this view. He regards alienation as an inescapable feature of capitalist society. It is also clear that he believes that alienation can be overcome with the advent of communism. 10. But is alienation con to capitalism, or does it also exist in pre-capitalist conditions? Marx is surprisingly inexplicit about this, particularly as regards alienated labor, specifically, Elster, 1985, 77n. What he does say on the topic seems contradictory. In the 1844 manuscripts, for the most part, he appears to assume that alienated labor is specific to capitalism. This is Lukács' view. He points out that when Marx, 1975e, 330-1, 324, talks of the product of alienated labor being owned by another, he is clearly describing the situation of the so-called free worker who has to work with the means of production belonging to another, and for whom, therefore, these means of production as well as his own product exist as an independent, alien power. Lukács, 1975, 549. Marx is even more explicit that alienation is specific to capitalism in his celebrated account of the fetishism of commodities and the secrets thereof in Capital, Marx, 1961a, chapter 1.4. There he describes the way in which social relations under capitalism take on the alien and fantastic form of a relation between things. Marx, 1961a, 72. He contrasts this with the simple, clear, and intelligible way in which social relations appear, both in pre-capitalist forms of society and in a future community of free individuals, carrying on their work with the means of production in common. Marx, 1961a, 77-9. A similar account is presented in a passage in the Grundrisse, which is a preliminary draft for this section of Capital. In this, moreover, Marx presents the development as a dialectical process which moves from an initial condition of simple unity, through a stage of alienation, towards a higher form of unity. The process of social and economic development, as he describes it, begins with pre-capitalist conditions in which there are personal, historic, relations of dependence in production. Marx, 1973a, 156. These are the RST social forms, in which human productive capacity develops only to a slight extent and at isolated points. Marx, 1973a, 158. With the coming of capitalism, the social character of activity, as well as the social form of the product, and the share of individuals in production, appear as something alien and objective, confronting the individuals, not as their relation to one another, but as their subordination to relations which subsist independently of them and which arise out of collisions between mutually indifferent individuals. The general exchange of activities and products, appears as something alien to them, autonomous, as a thing. Marx, 1973a, 157. These alienated relations will eventually be overcome. Free individuality, based on the universal development of individuals and on their subordination of their communal, social productivity as their social wealth, is the third stage. Marx, 1973a, 158. Marx is explicit that the second stage creates the conditions for the third. Marx, 1973a, 158, that is, a passage through capitalism and alienation is necessary in order to create the conditions for their overcoming and for communism. 11. In other places, however, Marx appears to maintain that alienation is a more pervasive phenomenon, not con to capitalism. Thus at one point in the 1844 manuscripts he describes feudal landownership as a form of alienation. Marx, 1975e, 318. Elsewhere, too, he seems to suggest that features of work usually associated with alienation are present in other kinds of society as well. In the German ideology, for example, he suggests that the division of labor as such is a form of alienation. Marx and Engels, 1978b, 160. This has existed throughout known history. Similarly, in the Grundriss he suggests that work is regarded as purely instrumental and unfree, not just in capitalism but in all class-divided societies. Marx, 1973a, 611. Is alienation, then, specific to capitalism, or is it present in all societies with class divisions? The question is wrongly posed, I believe. Rather than trying to answer it, the concept of alienation that it presupposes should be questioned. The historical account that I have been describing sees alienation as a necessary stage in a larger process of development. This is a general theoretical schema for thinking about the course of human change. It is quite possible to apply it in different ways, even to the same historical phenomena. There is no single right way. We should not be looking for a single unique condition of alienation. Rather, we should ask whether specific historical changes can usefully be seen as following a pattern of alienation and its overcoming, and, if so, how. There are various ways in which this can be done, various time scales on which these stages can be seen to occur. Different conceptions of alienation will correspond to these. For example, the entire course of human social development can be thought of as starting with a stage of natural simplicity and unity. Engels explicitly posits such a stage which he calls primitive communism. Marx and Engels, 1978 c. 473 n. Engels, 1958 c. Chapter 9. With class divisions, humanity enters into a long development, taking it through numerous forms of division and alienation. Eventually, according to Engels, it will transcend these in a future classless society. On this view, alienation has been a feature of class-divided societies throughout history. It is unclear whether Marx accepted the hypothesis of an initial prehistoric stage of primitive communism. Some passages, as I have suggested, seem to imply a similar picture. 12. More frequently, however, he treats alienated labor as a specific feature of capitalism, with the implication that labor in pre-capitalist societies is not alienated. This is not to suggest that people in pre-capitalist conditions do not experience their work as toil and as unfree. Of course, in such societies work is often felt to be harsh and unpleasant, and it is often experienced as a forced imposition, either by the imperatives of natural needs or by coercion from others or both. On the reading that I am arguing for, however, alienated labor means something more precise and definite than mere dissatisfaction with work. It is not a universal and abstract moral notion, it has a specific historical reference. It is illuminating to interpret Marx's account of the four aspects of alienated labor in the 1844 manuscripts in this light as descriptions that apply specifically to labor in capitalist conditions. 13. 1. The crucial factor that creates alienated labor with the coming of capitalism is the predominance of commodity production and wage labor. In pre-capitalist conditions, commodity exchange plays only a limited role. Production is to satisfy needs that seldom extend beyond the household and the local community. There is a direct and immediately visible connection between work and the needs it satisfies. With the coming of capitalism, this changes. The direct connection between work and needs is broken. Money and the market now intervene between producer and consumer. The product is no longer created to satisfy local and immediately apparent needs, it is made for exchange on the wider market. Moreover, in the capitalist system, the direct producers no longer control the exchange process. They are dispossessed of everything except their ability to labor. They are now wage laborers who own neither their tools, nor the materials they work on, nor the products of their labor. These now take the form of capital, which becomes a power independent of the workers and opposed to them. This is the concrete meaning of the RST aspect of alienation described by Marx, alienation from the object of labor, Marx, 1975 325. It is not a vague, subjective lack of connection with the product, but a specific and objective economic condition. It is important to see that the impact of alienated labor thus understood is not purely negative. By severing its connection with the object, labor is at the same time freed from the subservience, even bondage, to the object that exists in pre-capitalist forms of labor, in serf labor, where it is quite explicit, and in craft labor within a restrictive guild context. Alienated labor thus creates the conditions in which more universal forms of work and life can develop, cf. Chapter 3 above. In this way, the loss of connection with the object in alienated labor also liberates it and creates the conditions through which the object can later be reappropriated in a fuller fashion. 14. 2. As to the second aspect, alienation from the activity of labor, again what Marx is referring to is not a general sort of discontent but a specific condition brought about by the advent of wage labor. Work in all conditions is an instrumental activity in that it is aimed at producing goods that satisfy human needs, use values. In pre-capitalist societies, work is an autonomous activity which for the most part directly meets the needs of the household and locality. With the coming of capitalism, work itself becomes a commodity, undertaken for wages. People no longer work for themselves but for another, and their activities are owned and controlled by that other, by capital. The external character of labor for the worker is demonstrated by the fact that it belongs not to him but to another, and that in it he belongs not to himself but to another. The activity of the worker is not his own spontaneous activity. It belongs to another, it is a loss of his self. Marx, 1975 326-7, again such alienation is not a purely negative phenomenon. Though work is no longer done to meet the particular needs of the household or community, it now caters for more general needs. These are mediated through the market, they appear in an alien form. In working for another, for wages, work is freed from an immediate connection with the satisfaction of particular needs, it acquires a more universal character. In this way, the worker is no longer connected only with particular individuals and the locality but is brought into a wider network of social relations. In becoming a wider social activity, moreover, work becomes part of a more extensive division of labor. And even though this division of labor appears to be an alien and external imposition, it is in fact the estranged form taken by the social character that the labor has acquired. The social power, i.e. the multiplied productive force, which arises through the cooperation of different individuals as it is determined by the division of labor, appears to these individuals, not as their own united power, but as an alien force existing outside them, of the origin and goal of which they are ignorant, which they thus cannot control. Marx and Engels, 1978b, 161. These alienated forms of activity will ultimately be reappropriated and brought back under conscious human control. Alienated labor and the relations it creates play a crucial role in preparing the way for this all-round dependence. This natural form of the world historical cooperation of individuals, will be transformed, into the control and conscious mastery of these power, which, born of the action of men on one another, have till now overawed and governed men as powers completely alien to them. Marx and Engels, 1978b, 164. 3. In pre-capitalist conditions, work is a direct response to natural need. In this respect it is like a natural activity, such as eating or breathing. It is not a means external to life, it is inseparable from life itself. With wage labor, the direct connection between work and needs, production and consumption, is broken. The result is that productive and socially useful work, our essential and distinctive species activity, is made into a means to earn a wage. Work becomes a purely instrumental activity, related only externally to the needs it satisfies. Any kind of work will do as long as it pays. Our species activity is reduced to a mere means to satisfy physical needs and we are alienated from it. This is the third aspect of alienation. However, this alienation of productive activity also constitutes a step on the way towards our emancipation from purely natural conditions. For in this way productive activity ceases to be quasi-natural and quasi-instinctive, it is on the way to becoming a conscious and, ultimately, a freely chosen activity. 4. The fourth aspect is the alienation of man from man. In the 1844 manuscripts Marx's account is sketchy, as I have said, but in later works he analyzes this aspect of alienation in detail, for example, in the Grundrisse, and in Capital under the heading of the fetishism of commodities, Marx, 1973a, 156-65, 1961a, chapter 1.4. In these places, moreover, he explicitly presents such alienation as specific to capitalism and commodity production. In pre-capitalist conditions, people are bound together in a quasi-natural community. The market destroys this. In working for wages, individuals appear to be working purely for themselves, independently of others. The community seems to be fragmented into a mass of atomic individuals. At the same time, the goods produced appear to take on an economic life of their own in the market. On the one hand, society appears to be composed of a mass of separate individuals each pursuing their own interests, and on the other hand, the economy appears to obey laws which are objective and independent of human will. Both appearances are deceptive. Unlike natural laws, these economic laws are historical phenomena specific to capitalist society, and so too are these individuals who are alienated from each other. The categories of bourgeois economy are forms of thought expressing with social validity the conditions and relations of a finite, historically determined mode of production, viz., the production of commodities. Marx, 1961a, 76. What appear to be impersonal economic laws of the market operating between commodities, between things, are in fact alienated social relations between their producers, between people. They are the social form of human creative activity, but in an alien and external form. 15 Such alienated economic forces do not exist in pre-capitalist societies, in which the market does not dominate, and where the social relations between individuals in the performance of their labor, appear, as their own mutual personal relations, Marx, 1961a, 71-2. They are specific to capitalism. And such alienation will be overcome in a future society, in which productive activity will be brought back under conscious social control. The global economic system of capitalism creates the necessary conditions for this by developing economic and social relations in a universal fashion. In these ways, the conditions for the overcoming of alienation are created by alienated labor itself. Alienated labor thus creates not only the objective, material conditions for its overcoming, it does create these and they are essential, it also creates the subjective and human conditions. For alienated labor is not simply a means to an economic end, as it is portrayed to be by economic theory. It is not a purely negative activity which leads also to a desired result. It is a more complex and contradictory phenomenon. It contains a positive as well as a negative aspect within itself. It itself produces the conditions for its own supersession. Labor is man's coming to be for himself within alienation or as an alienated man. Marx, 1975e, 386, the idea that alienated labor is a necessary stage in historical development is sometimes thought to be inherently conservative. So far from explaining the critical force of the concept of alienation, it is said, it has the effect of rationalizing capitalism and justifying it as progressive. Marx's own arguments are targeted mainly at the political economists who try to justify capitalism by claiming that it accords with universal human nature. The moral critique of capitalism condemns it in similarly universal terms as connecting with universal human nature. These are equally unsatisfactory, I have argued. The historical approach judges capitalism relatively. It does indeed maintain that capitalism forms a necessary stage in historical development. However, it is only a stage, its necessity is limited and relative. It is progressive, but only relative to previous conditions, not inherently. With time it ceases to be progressive and becomes a hindrance to development. It can then be criticized in these terms, relative to the conditions of the future whose advent it is impeding. Likewise, it is necessary, but only for a specific time, for capitalism is only a stage which in time will be superseded. Engels, 1958d, Section 1, Sayers, 1998, Chapter 8. This is Marx's historical theory at least, but it would be wrong to be too dogmatic about it or assert it as an inviolable law. Marx himself did not do so. Towards the end of his life, he considered it possible that there might be a revolution in Russia which would build communism on the basis of existing Russian rural communes without going through a capitalist stage. Marx and Engels discuss this in the preface to the Communist Manifesto written for the Russian edition of 1882. In Russia we end face to face with the rapidly lowering capitalist swindle and bourgeois property, just beginning to develop, more than half the land owned in common by the peasants. Now the question is, can the Russian Obshchina peasant commune, though greatly undermined, yet a form of primeval common ownership of land, pass directly to the higher form of communist common ownership? Marx and Engels, 1978 c. 471-2, 16. Marx and Engels do not rule out this possibility. Such a transition might occur, they go on to say, given the right international circumstances, viz., if a proletarian revolution in the West occurs at the same time to support it. Historical processes are complex and unpredictable, Marx acknowledges, they cannot be foretold with any certainty. More recently, these issues have been raised by the Russian and the Chinese revolutions. Both attempted to leap over the capitalist stage and create communist societies on the basis of predominantly pre-capitalist conditions. Lenin and Mao each argued that exceptional international conditions had made this possible. Lenin, 1969b, Mao Zedong, 1967. With the collapse of the Soviet system and the evolution of China into a rampantly capitalist society, doubt must be cast on the very idea that the forms of actually existing communism that were created in these societies were forms of communism at all. It is possible therefore that these developments, so far from being exceptions to the theory that capitalism is a necessary stage, are rather confirmations of it. McCartney, 1991. The overcoming of alienation. How can alienation be overcome? This too must be understood in terms of the historical and dialectical account that I have been giving. According to this, as we have seen, alienated labor is not the purely negative phenomenon implied by the moral account of it. It is not the mere thwarting of an unchanging human nature. It has an essential role in the process of human self-development, it constitutes a necessary stage in the process. Moreover, the overcoming of alienation is not accomplished simply by negating or abolishing the conditions that give rise to it. It cannot be achieved by a return to earlier, pre-capitalist conditions. Even though these are not alienating, they would no longer satisfy us. On the moral account, by contrast, there is no reason why alienation should not be overcome in this way. Kamenka, 1966, 124-8, for example, takes Marx's concept of alienation to criticize capitalism in a way that implies this. He is then puzzled by its inconsistency with Marx's insistence that communism requires an industrial base. According to the historical account, however, overcoming alienation presupposes the achievements of alienated labor and builds upon them. It involves an advance beyond alienation to a higher stage. In short, the overcoming of alienation is not a bare negation of it. It takes the form of a dialectical supersession in which the conditions of alienation are not only transcended and negated, but also preserved and built upon for the result. 17 Hegel uses the word Aufheben to describe this sort of development. This term has been variously translated into English as to supersede, transcend, or sublate, but none of these adequately captures the German meaning. According to Hegel, 1969, 107, to sublate, Aufheben, has a twofold meaning in the language. On the one hand it means to preserve, to maintain, and equally it means to put an end to. Thus what is sublated is at the same time preserved. Again, these are the formal and abstract philosophical outlines of the process. What is its concrete character? How can the alienation that is a specific feature of capitalist society actually be superseded? Marx says little about this, either in the 1844 manuscripts or subsequently. He was famously reluctant to speculate about the future. However, what he does say, in the 1844 manuscripts and elsewhere, sometimes seems to imply that alienation results from the fact that the product of labor is owned by capital and not the producer, and that it is used to dominate and exploit the worker. In other words, Marx seems to be suggesting that the capitalist system of private property is the main cause of alienation. That ties in well with the common understanding of Marx's ideas, and it suggests that what is needed to overcome alienation is the abolition of capitalist property, private property in the means of production. Undoubtedly this is an essential aspect of Marx's account, but it is not the full story. It is not sufficient, either as an account of Marx's views or of the realities of the situation. In a passage towards end of the manuscript on estranged labor, Marx, 1975 331-2, insists that private property is not the cause of alienated labor but rather its consequence. This has puzzled a number of commentators. Arthur, 1986, 156n. It is particularly problematic if, as is often the case, alienation is taken to be a purely subjective attitude towards work. On the other hand, if alienated labor is interpreted as I have been suggesting, to refer to wage labor and to the objective economic system of which it is a part, then Marx's words make good sense and cohere with the rest of his philosophy. What Marx is saying is that it is the economic system of wage labor and capitalism that gives rise to the property system, not vice versa. This is the basic thesis of what later becomes known as historical materialism. 18 What this also implies is that more needs to be changed than the property system in order to overcome alienation. It is important to see that this is Marx's position, both in the 1844 manuscripts and in Subsequent works. One of his most extended accounts of the overcoming of alienation is contained in the section of the 1844 manuscripts entitled Private Property and Communism. Marx there criticizes what he calls crude communism. This involves the abolition of private property and its conversion into communal or state property. This is contrasted with what he regards as genuine communism, which requires a much deeper and fuller transformation in order to create the conditions for the true appropriation of the human essence. Marx, 1975 348. In his later writings, this account is superseded by the theory that post-capitalist society will be divided into two stages. The RST stage has many of the features attributed to inadequate conceptions of communism in 1844. 19 in particular, it involves the abolition of capitalist private property by transforming it into communal property. In the 1844 manuscripts, Marx criticizes this as resting on a restricted and unsatisfactory idea of appropriation. In his later work, however, he regards this as a necessary RST stage. Marx, 1978 c. 531. Only after a period, of unspecified duration, will the conditions be created for the transition to the second stage of full communism and true appropriation. As Marx makes clear, this will involve not only the legal and political changes achieved in the RST stage, but the much wider and deeper human and social transformation required for alienation to be decisively overcome. The idea that such a transformation is needed in order to overcome alienation is a constant feature of Marx's thought, but he indicates only in general terms what it will involve or how the overcoming of alienation can actually be brought about. 20 In the 1844 manuscripts, however, there are indications of some of the human changes to which it will lead. The account is vague, but suggestive, and even visionary nevertheless. Two sets of themes emerge. True appropriation will entail a transformation of our relations to objects and to our fellow human beings. These themes can be related to the four aspects of alienated labor that Marx describes, though Marx does not explicitly do so. All our ways of relating to objects, seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, feeling, thinking, contemplating, sensing, wanting, acting, loving, are, for Marx, 1975 351, ways we have of appropriating them. Alienated labor and the system of private property limit and constrict these relations, narrowing them down to issues of ownership and utility. Private property has made us so stupid and one-sided that an object is only ours when we have it, when it exists for us as capital, or when we directly possess, eat, drink, wear, inhabit it, etc., in short, when we use it. Marx, 1975 351, 21. For example, the dealer in minerals sees only the commercial value, and not the beauty and peculiar nature of the minerals. He has no mineralogical sense. Marx, 1975 353, 22. Such limitation is a form of alienation. The true appropriation involved in its overcoming goes beyond a mere change in ownership. It will lead to the complete emancipation of all human senses and attributes. Marx, 1975 352. It will liberate the senses and allow them to function in a fully human way. Overcoming alienation from the activity of work will transform it into a self-realizing activity. A change from private property to common ownership will not bring this about by itself. Much work is intrinsically unsatisfying, it is inherently limiting and stultifying. A mere change in the form of ownership may well increase the motivation to work, but it will not fundamentally alter the intrinsic nature of the activity itself. Deeper changes are needed that will transform the present form of work and the division of labor. The changes that Marx envisages can be achieved only on the basis of the advanced industrial economy created by the alienated labor of capitalism. These thoughts are central to Marx's discussions of future forms of work in German ideology and capital. However, there is little mention of them in the 1844 manuscripts. I will not pursue this topic further here except to note that this is a major limitation of his account in this work. I will return to it in chapter 9. In work, as we have seen, we produce not only goods but also social relations, and indeed we produce and transform human nature itself. The whole of what is called world history is nothing more than the creation of man through human labor. Marx, 1975 357. This process involves passing through a stage of alienation, as I have stressed. Its outcome is not only wealth in the form of property and goods, wealth in the narrow economic sense, but also ultimately the fully developed social individual, the truly wealthy individual rich in needs. This is the realization of our species being. The rich man and the wealth of human need take the place of the wealth and poverty of political economy. The rich man is simultaneously the man in need of a totality of vital human expression. He is the man in whom his own realization exists as inner necessity, as need. Marx, 1975 356. These developments are predicated on the fullest growth of human productive and creative powers. The elimination of the alienation of man from man means ending economic fetishism, bringing social and economic relations back under conscious social control. Again, this entails a radical transformation that eliminates not only private property in the means of production, but commodity production and the market altogether. And this is to be achieved, not by a return to pre-capitalist conditions where production is centered around the immediate locality and dictated by the imperatives of natural needs, but in a fully communal and social fashion. Let us suppose that we had produced as human beings. In that event, in the individual expression of my own life I would have brought about the immediate expression of your life, and so in my individual activity I would have directly confirmed and realized my authentic nature, my human, communal nature. Our productions would be as many mirrors from which our natures would shine forth. Marx, 1975 d. 278-9. The idea that the overcoming of alienation means regaining control over our own productive activity and social and economic lives is not an explicit theme in the 1844 manuscripts, 23, but it is implicit in the notion of alienated labor and its overcoming as the true appropriation of human powers. Marx, 1975 348, which I discuss at length in chapter 7 below. It is spelled out in a number of Marx's later works. 24. These themes, I have been arguing, have a historically specific critical content which cannot be comprehended when alienation is interpreted as an abstract and universal moral concept. They become visible only when Marx's account of alienated labor is interpreted against the background of the Hegelian ideas in which it was developed. 7. Private property and communism. The distinguishing feature of communism is not the abolition of property generally, but the abolition of bourgeois property. But modern bourgeois private property is the null and most complete expression of the system of producing and appropriating products that is based on class antagonisms, on the exploitation of the many by the few. In this sense, the theory of the communists may be summed up in the single sentence: abolition of private property. Marx and Engels, 1978 c. 484. Marx deems communism as the abolition of bourgeois property, that is, private property in the means of production. This familiar formula runs through Marx's later work. His ideas about what it might mean in practice are developed and led out in various ways as his political experience accumulates and as his thought matures. These developments are traced by Lenin in State and Revolution, 1969b, which gives the classic account of the evolution of Marx's ideas about communism from 1847, when he wrote Poverty of Philosophy, Marx, 1978a, onwards. Since Lenin's time, earlier works by Marx have come to light which reveal earlier phases of his thought. One in these, as in the later works, communism is regarded as the overcoming of private property. In them, however, Marx conceives of property in ways that seem to bear little relation to the familiar juridical idea that he uses later. He treats property as an ethical phenomenon. He describes private property as human self-estrangement, and maintains that communism will lead to the true appropriation of the human essence. Marx, 1975 348. Indeed, in the 1844 manuscripts, Marx dismisses the idea that communism can be achieved simply by abolishing bourgeois private property in the narrow legal sense as crude communism. Communism, he insists, means a far deeper social and human transformation. For Marx at this time, as Arthur says, communism is no narrowly political and juridical adjustment of existing powers and privileges. It has fundamental ontological significance. Arthur, 1986, 35. It involves the creation of what Marx, 1975 333, calls truly human and social property, and a true form of appropriation, 1975 346, through which man will be completely restored to himself as a social and human being and alienation overcome, 1975 348. My aim here is to explain these ideas and to show that, although there are indeed major changes in Marx's conception of communism between his early and later work, not least in the language he employs, there are also significant continuities in his thinking. Important aspects of Marx's early conceptions of private property and communism are retained in the later work. So far from expressing views that he later comes to abandon, Marx's early writings on private property and communism, I shall argue, give expression to radical and visionary themes which run right through Marx's work and help to illuminate aspects of Marx's thought that are often overlooked. Marx discusses private property and communism in a number of his early works, of which the section on private property and communism in the 1844 manuscripts is the most extensive and important too. In this, Marx explains and defends his conception of communism by contrasting it with what he calls crude communism. Some aspects of crude communism are similar to features of what he later comes to believe will be a necessary transitional stage between capitalism and full communism. This has led a number of writers to identify this early notion of crude communism with the later idea of a transitional stage. Avinery, 1968, 223. Tucker, 1961, 154-6, but that is clearly wrong. In 1844, Marx appears to believe that communism can be achieved immediately after the overthrow of capitalism. The idea that a transitional stage between capitalism and communism might be needed has not yet occurred to him. By crude communism, Marx is referring to what he regards as various mistaken ideas of communism held by his contemporaries. Arthur, 1983, 36-8, Elster, 1985, 451. There is considerable disagreement about whom specifically Marx has in mind. For nevertheless, crude communism has some features in common with what Marx later regards as the transitional RST stage of communism. For crude communism, the community is simply a community of labor and equality of wages, which are paid out by the communal capital, the community as universal capitalist. Marx, 1975 346-7. In other words, private capital is abolished in the sense that it is taken over by the state. The community becomes the universal capitalist. Marx, 1975 347. No individual can live by mere ownership, everyone must work for wages, hence the category of worker, i.e., wage worker, is not abolished but extended to all men. Marx, 1975 346. Marx makes two basic criticisms of this crude notion of communism. First, it does not understand the human nature of need. It envisages a simple ascetic community which negates wealth and levels down. It abstractly negates the entire world of culture and civilization, and seeks to return to the unnatural simplicity of the poor, unruined man who has no needs. Marx, 1975 346. It does not see that the growth of production and of needs for which capitalism has been responsible means also the growth of human powers and capacities. This is a familiar theme in Marx. it runs through Marx's work from RST to last. Marx rejects the romantic desire for the simple life. The growth of needs is a positive development, it means the growth of production, the growth of human powers and capacities, the growth of human nature, Sayers, 1998, 65-8. But crude communism does not comprehend this, it does not understand the alienated form that industry takes under capitalism. Marx's second criticism of crude communism is that by taking private property into common ownership, it achieves only a partial and abstract negation of it. Crude communism has not yet comprehended the positive essence of private property, and hence it is still held captive and contaminated by private property. Marx, 1975 348. The very idea that there is such a thing as a positive essence of private property is itself striking. Many on the left at that time and still today regard private property as an entirely detrimental phenomenon. It is important to realize that Marx takes a quite different view. Great development has occurred within the social framework of private property. Under capitalism, this development has occurred in an estranged or alienated form. Communism should not simply negate and destroy this development, rather it must build upon it and transform it. As we have seen, Chapter 6 above, communism should be the dialectical supersession, Aufhebung, of capitalism, not the abstract negation of it. Hence capitalist private property should not be repudiated absolutely, or in an abstract way. Rather, its alienated form must be overcome and its positive aspects appropriated in an unalienated fashion. Similarly, as Marx goes on to say, in capitalist conditions, industry and its products often seem to have detrimental effects, but they should not be repudiated entirely. Rather, we must see that they constitute the realization of human powers in an alienated form. In everyday, material industry, we find ourselves confronted with objective powers of the human essence, in the form of sensuous, alien, useful objects, in the form of estrangement. Marx, 1975 354, the economy, likewise, confronts us as an independent system which rules over our lives. In fact, however, the market is nothing but our own social activities and relations in an estranged and alien form. Exchange is the social species activity, the community, social commerce, and integration of men within private property, and for that reason it is the external, alienated species activity. Marx, 1975 d. 267, true communism recognizes the real character of these alienated powers, activities, and relations. It does not simply repudiate or abstractly negate them, rather, it seeks to overcome them dialectically and to reappropriate them in an unalienated form. This will not happen as the result of superior theoretical understanding. Even in these early writings, communism for Marx is not simply a better theory or set of ideals to be counterposed to the mistaken ideas of crude communism. As in his later work, he sees communism as the projected culmination of real historical processes that are actually occurring. It is the complete restoration of man to himself as a social, i.e., human, being, a restoration which has become conscious and which takes place within the entire wealth of previous periods of development. Marx, 1975 348. What does Marx mean when he talks of true appropriation and of truly human and social property? There is little explanation of these phrases by Marx himself. 5. However, this way of talking about property is characteristically Hegelian and, to understand it, it helps to set Marx's ideas in the context of Hegel's theory of property and of the liberal philosophical tradition from which it emerges. We commonly think of property as the right to possess, use and dispose over things, enforceable by law. This is how property is conceived by the natural rights and utilitarian accounts of property that dominate liberal social philosophy in this area. The idea that property is a universal natural right is given its classical philosophical expression by Locke. The natural right of private property, he claims, is founded on the universal right that every individual supposedly has to the ownership of themselves and their activities, to the labor of his body, and the work of his hands, and hence to whatsoever he hath mixed his labor with. Locke, 1988, 287-8, 6. By contrast, utilitarian thinkers, such as Hume, 1894, Chapter 5, Bentham, and the classical economists, Bentham et al., 1987, reject the notion of natural rights as a philosophical tion and argue that property is a socially created right, an institution that is useful and hence justed only when and because it is conducive to social order and prosperity. Hegel's account of property draws on both these philosophies but goes beyond them. Crucially, Hegel does not see private property simply in legal or economic terms, he places it in a much wider context. It has a fundamental, spiritual, role in human life. It is the basis on which individuality and freedom develop. The rational aspect property is to be found not in the satisfaction of needs but in the superseding of mere subjectivity of personality. Not until he has property does the person exist as reason. Hegel, 1991, 41a, 73. Hegel agrees that the institution of property serves to maintain order and create the conditions for prosperity as the utilitarians and classical economists argue, but for Hegel it is not a merely contingent arrangement. It plays an essential role in human life. It is a basic aspect of the way in which a person relates to things, including other persons and even their own body. As Playmenitz explains, it is partly in the process of coming to own things, and to be recognized as their owners, that human beings learn to behave rationally and responsibly, to lead an ordered life. It is partly in the process of learning to distinguish mine from thine that the child comes to recognize itself as a person, as a bearer of rights and duties, as a member of a community with a place of its own inside it. Playmenitz, 1975, 121, 7. Property is what a person has the socially recognized right to regard as their own. For Hegel, as for Locke, it is founded on the act of appropriation by which a person puts their will into something and makes it their own. By thus appropriating things we distinguish ourselves from mere things that have no wills. We develop our abilities and liberate ourselves from domination by nature, including our own nature, and by others. Hence we develop our freedom and individuality. Stillman, 1980b, 108, Rayburn, 1921. For Hegel, property is thus a fundamental condition for self-development and a feature of all human societies. However, its social form is not unchanging, it develops historically. Stillman, 1974. In the earliest societies, property is communal, and individuals have an immediate and indissoluble unity with the collective. As private property spreads, it provides the basis on which individuals achieve autonomy from the collective. It thus liberates individuals from submersion in the community and enables them to form a will and an identity apart. 8. In earlier periods, moreover, the right to own property is not universal, only some have this right. Other human beings can themselves be made property, as with slaves or serfs. The idea that another person cannot be made into property is characteristic of the modern age. It goes together with the idea that all have the inalienable right of self-ownership, the right to own property at least in themselves and their own labor. For Hegel, private property is the external embodiment of individual freedom, and modern civil society, i.e., bourgeois society, based on the universal right to private property within a liberal state, is for him the fullest development of individuality and liberty. Hegel's philosophy runs into problems here. The liberal right to own property that Hegel is defending is purely formal. What and how much I possess is purely contingent as far as right is concerned. Hegel, 1991, 49, 80. My right to property exists undiminished even if I own nothing but my ability to labor. This seems unsatisfactory. The Hegelian view that property is at the basis of liberty and individuality can plausibly be taken to imply that everyone must have some actual external property in order to be able to exercise their freedom and realize themselves. Knowles, 2002, 125-7. The social problems that were being created by the advent of industrial capitalism made this a pressing issue at the time, as Hegel was aware. Previously independent workers were being dispossessed of everything but their ability to labor and forced to work for wages in factories. They were thus deprived of even the minimum necessary property for the exercise of the most basic freedoms. In response, Hegel, 1991, 230, 259-60, makes some gestures towards the idea that everyone should be guaranteed a basic minimum livelihood through welfare provision for the very poor, but he is inclined to think that poverty is inevitable in capitalist society and he is not optimistic that it can be eliminated. Hegel, 1991, 243, 5, 266-7, 453-4. Despite being aware of its problems, capitalism based on private property remains, for him, the fullest realization of freedom, and he cannot envisage a more satisfactory alternative. The early Marx. At RST site, Marx's views on property may appear to be the very opposite of Hegel's, and that is how they are often taken. According to Avinri, for example, for Marx property is not the realization of personality but its negation. Consequently, the problem is not the assurance of property to all, to Marx an inherent impossibility and imminent contradiction, but the abolition of all property relations as such. Avinri, 1968, 109, 9. In fact, Marx's position is more complex. Seeing it in the context both of the Hegelian philosophy he is drawing on and of the later development of his ideas that are reviewed below makes it clear that he follows Hegel in regarding property relations as the social form within which we appropriate things. He thus sees property as a universal human phenomenon which exists in all forms of society. 10. Moreover, as we have seen already, he does not see the impact of private property as purely negative. In the 1844 manuscripts, as we have seen, he insists that there is a positive essence of private property that must be preserved when that particular form of property is transcended. Avinri is wrong, therefore, to suggest that Marx advocates the abolition of all property relations as such. However, Avinri is right to say that communism will not attempt to assure an equal distribution of property. Marx, 1975 332-3, rejects Proudhon's demand to equalize wages, and he denounces the idea of an enforced rise in wages as nothing more than better pay for slaves that would not mean an increase in human significance or dignity for either the worker or the labor. Marx, 1975 332. According to Marx, 1975 332, wages and private property are identical, and communism involves the transcendence of both. Moreover, Marx, like Hegel, sees property in historical terms. We see this historical approach taking shape in the 1844 manuscripts. The advent of private property under capitalism leads to a development of human powers, but in an estranged and alienated form. These powers must be reappropriated, their alien form must be overcome. This is what will be achieved by the true appropriation of communism. It will reclaim these powers for individuals as members of a free and conscious community. This reappropriation is not the absolute negation of all property, it is the concrete negation of a specific form of property, namely, as Marx later calls it, bourgeois private property, and the creation of what he calls, in the 1844 manuscripts, truly human and social property. Marx, 1975 333. Communism will establish this, and the new form of appropriation it involves, for the RST time, Lobkoes, 1967, 367. 11. In capitalist society dominated by private property, individuals appear to pursue their own separate interests. I produce for myself, not for you, and vice versa. Society appears as a framework extraneous to the individuals, as a limitation on their original independence. The only bond that holds them together is natural necessity, need and private interest, the conservation of their property and their egoistic persons, Marx, 1975 c. 230. In communism, by contrast, the domination of private property and self-interest are overcome. Individuals are brought together, not separated in their relations. We each work for each other as well as for ourselves as part of a common society. Lebowitz, 2010, 66 ff. In some of these early writings, Marx gives visionary glimpses of what these new forms of appropriation and production will mean in human terms. He talks of the emancipation of all human senses and attributes that will occur when they are freed from their instrumental dominion by private property. Marx, 1975 e. 352, and as we have seen in the previous chapter, he gives a remarkable description of what unalienated creation will be like. If we produced in this way, as social and human beings, moreover, our individuality would also be developed and realized. Each of us would have affirmed himself and his neighbor in his production. Our productions would be as many mirrors from which our natures would shine forth. This relationship would be mutual. What applies to me would also apply to you. My labor would be the free expression and hence the enjoyment of life. Moreover, in my labor the specific character of my individuality would be affirmed because it would be my individual life. Labor would be authentic, active, property. Marx, 1975 d. 277-8. Communism, as true appropriation, he says, will be the complete restoration of man to himself as a social, i.e., human, being. It is the genuine resolution of the conflict between man and nature, and between man and man, the true resolution of the conflict between existence and being, between objectification and self-affirmation, between freedom and necessity, between individual and species. It is the solution of the riddle of history and knows itself to be the solution. Marx, 1975 e. 348. In Marx's early writings there are few details about how this new form of appropriation will be brought about. What the overcoming of private property means in practical terms is left vague. Some of these details are worked out gradually in subsequent writings. A big step forward in this direction is taken in the German ideology, where Marx and Engels begin to work out a detailed historical account of the development of the division of labor and the changes in forms of property associated with it, these for them being equivalent. The various stages of development in the division of labor are just so many different forms of ownership. Marx and Engels, 1978 b. 151, Marx, like Hegel, rejects the idea that individuals initially exist in a pre-social state of nature. On the contrary, in the earliest conditions, individuals live in immediate unity with their tribe or communal group. The apparently separate individual is a later creation of historical development. Likewise, the earliest forms of property are communal. The RST form of ownership is tribal ownership stamme agentum. Marx and Engels, 1978 b. 151, cf 186. Property evolves through stages that are sketched out by Marx and Engels, but only roughly at this stage. Private property is a late development. Tribal property evolved through various stages: feudal landed property, corporative movable property, capital invested in manufacture, to modern capital, determined by big industry and universal competition, i.e. pure private property, which has cast off all semblance of a communal institution. Marx and Engels, 1978 b. 186. The idea that such private property is the result of an individual will assert it over things is a juridical illusion. 1978 b. 188. Property is, always, a form of social relation. 12. This historical account of the evolution of property is deepened and extended in subsequent works. In an important section of the Grundrisse, Marx gives a detailed analysis of pre-capitalist economies and the kinds of property associated with them. 13. Developing the account given in the German ideology, he argues that in these societies, in contrast to capitalism, individuals associate together as members of the community and property is communal. Individuals relate not as workers but as proprietors, and members of a community, who at the same time work. The aim of this work is not the creation of value, although they may do surplus labor in order to obtain alien, i.e. surplus products in exchange. Rather, its aim is sustenance of the individual proprietor and of his family, as well as of the total community. Marx, 1973a, 471-2. The modern form of private property is a historical product, and so too is the free worker who owns nothing but his own power to labor. The positing of the individual as a worker, in this nakedness, is itself a product of history. Marx, 1973a, 472. In other words, the idea that private property is derived from the natural right of self-ownership is a myth. The self-owning worker is a modern creation. In earlier periods, the individual can never appear in the dot-like isolation punctualitat in which he appears as mere free worker. Marx, 1973a, 485. The modern individual worker, detached from the community and the means of production, is a creation of history. 14. It is not the unity of living and active humanity with the natural, inorganic conditions of their metabolic exchange with nature, and hence their appropriation of nature, which requires explanation or is the result of a historic process, but rather the separation between these inorganic conditions of human existence and this active existence, a separation which is completely posited only in the relation of wage labor and capital. Marx, 1973a, 489. This process of separation is described by Marx in Capital, in his celebrated account of the primitive accumulation of capital. Marx, 1961a, chapter 32. It begins with the spread of individual private property in the late Middle Ages in Europe. The initial result is a society of small-scale individual or household producers in which individual energies are liberated from what had increasingly become communal constraints. The private property of the laborer in his means of production is the foundation of petty industry, whether agricultural, manufacturing, or both. Petty industry, again, is an essential condition for the development of social production and of the free individuality of the laborer himself. Of course, this petty mode of production exists also under slavery, serfdom, and other states of dependence. But it nourishes, it lets loose its whole energy, it attains its adequate classical form, only where the laborer is the private owner of his own means of labor set in action by himself, the peasant of the land which he cultivates, the artisan of the tool which he handles as a virtuoso. Marx, 1961a, 761. However, this mode of production and the individual form of property associated with it is suitable only for small-scale individual production, and the degree of individual development that can be achieved on the basis of such property is limited. It presupposes parcelling of the soil and scattering of the other means of production. As it excludes the concentration of these means of production, so also it excludes cooperation, division of labor within each separate process of production, the control over, and the productive application of the forces of nature by society, and the free development of the social productive powers. It is compatible only with a system of production, and a society, moving within narrow and more or less primitive bounds. Marx, 1961a, 762. As industry develops and the productive forces become more social in character, this individual form of private property is increasingly at odds with them. It itself becomes a hindrance to further economic development. Small property is taken over and large capital accumulates. At a certain stage of development, this mode of production brings forth the material agencies for its own dissolution. From that moment new forces and new passions spring up in the bosom of society, but the old social organization fetters them and keeps them down. It must be annihilated, it is annihilated. Marx, 1961a, 762. Small producers are driven off the land. They are dispossessed of their means of livelihood, forced into cities to become industrial workers, employed by capital, working for wages. Thus there comes to exist at one pole large capital and at the other a mass of dispossessed workers who own nothing but their power to labor, dispossessed, not in the sense that they are destitute, though they often were and still are where these processes are still occurring, but in the sense that they do not have the minimum of property to enable them to exercise control over their basic conditions of life. As we have seen, these developments were beginning to be evident to Hegel in the early years of the 19th century. They became more apparent as the century progressed. The impoverishment and distress of the working class became a major issue of social concern. Some maintained that these were unavoidable consequences of a free market economy, but since this had also led to huge economic development, it was a price worth paying. Others advocated welfare measures to ensure a minimum of property as the necessary condition for freedom and self-development, and some influential thinkers questioned the purely formal notion of property right on these grounds. Thus Th. Green, a 19th-century British Hegelian, says of the industrial working class, "In the eye of the law they have rights of appropriation, but in fact they have not the chance of providing means for a free moral life, of developing and giving reality or expression to a good will, an interest in social well-being. A man who possesses nothing but his powers of labor and who has to sell these to a capitalist for bare daily maintenance, might as well, in respect of the ethical purposes which the possession of property should serve, be denied rights of property altogether." Green, 1999, 220, 168. The lesson for Green is that there should be welfare provision to ensure a basic minimum for all. 15. Of course Marx is also critical of the dispossession of the working class, but his response is very different. Since the time when Green and Marx were writing, capitalism has changed greatly, and largely in the direction that Green was advocating. Welfare measures of the sort that he was arguing for have become widespread. Absolute destitution has been almost entirely eliminated, at least in the more advanced capitalist societies, although poverty and deprivation remain. A minimum wage, unemployment benefit, free education, state-funded health services and old age pensions, and many other forms of welfare provision exist in most of these societies. Moreover, the standard of living of working people has increased very greatly. It may well seem that Marx's account of the way in which capitalism dispossesses the working class has simply ceased to apply. However, this misses the point of Marx's critique. When Marx talks of the dispossession of working people under capitalism, he is not referring only to the deterioration of their standard of living, 16, but to their alienation from, their loss of control over, their work and its products which comes with capitalism and wage labor. This is the deeper meaning of the dispossession that working people have suffered under capitalism. Even the most radical welfare measures within capitalism will achieve only a more equal distribution of resources. They do not address this fundamental dispossession. Marx is calling for something far more radical. He is arguing for the abolition of private property and wages altogether, and for a new, social form of property which will lead to the reappropriation by working people of their work and social relations. Moreover, he maintains that the forces at work within capitalism are themselves leading towards this outcome. Capitalist production begets, with the inexorability of a law of nature, its own negation. Marx. 1961a, 763. On the one hand, it leads to the growth of large-scale social productive forces that are increasingly restricted by the individual form of private property. These require a social form of ownership and control for their further development. At the same time, moreover, capitalism creates the agents who will bring such a change about, in the shape of a working class disciplined, united, organized by the very mechanism of the process of capitalist production itself. Marx, 1961a, 763, cf. Marx and Engels, 1978 c. 480-3. The communist society that will eventually result, 17 Marx believed, will not redistribute private property to the producers, as suggested by those who advocate welfare measures to ameliorate the impact of capitalism. It does not re-establish private property for the producer, but gives him individual property individualeigentum based on the acquisition of the capitalist era, i.e., on cooperation and the possession in common of the land and of the means of production. Marx. 1961a, 763. This possession in common 18, social property, is the appropriate form for an advanced industrial society with highly social and cooperative means of production. Let me note that in Capital Marx casts this historical process in the dialectical form of a negation of the negation, in which large capitalists expropriate small producers and then are themselves expropriated. 19. Thus Marx's mature account retains the Hegelian form of his earlier one, though his language is much altered, and now his account is laid out with historical detail and made more concrete. The phrase individual property individualeigentum in the passage just quoted is puzzling and calls for some comment. The dialectical form of the negation that Marx uses implies a return to individual property but in a higher form, and that, no doubt, partly accounts for Marx's use of the phrase here. Arthur, 2002, 124. But what form does property take in communist society, and in what sense does it remain individual? As Marx says explicitly, he is not suggesting a return to private property, but beyond that his meaning is not clear. Engels gives the following account of this passage. The state of things brought about by the expropriation of the expropriators is characterized as the re-establishment of individual property, but on the basis of the social ownership of the land and of the mean of production produced by labor itself. This means that social ownership extends to the land and the other means of production, and individual ownership to the products, that is, the articles of consumption. Engels, 1962, 180. Arthur questions Engels' interpretation on the grounds that it introduces a division between production and appropriation that is rather foreign to the spirit of Marx's thought. Arthur, 2002, 114. However, such a division is a feature of the RST stage of communism, in which there is social ownership of the means of production and yet there is still payment of individual wages and private property in consumption goods. This may be what Engels takes Marx to be referring to here. But it is not clear that Engels is referring to the RST stage only, since he also quotes a passage earlier in Capital where Marx notes specifically that at different stages of the development of communist society different principles of distribution will apply. Engels, 1962, 180, quoting Marx, 1961a, 61. Nevertheless, as Arthur argues, the restoration of property to the individual worker is a recurrent theme in Marx's work. In this connection, Arthur quotes Marx's defense of the Paris Commune against its critics. The Commune, they exclaim, intends to abolish property, the basis of all civilization. Yes, gentlemen, the Commune intended to abolish that class property which makes the labor of the many the wealth of the few. It aimed at the expropriation of the expropriators. It wanted to make individual property a truth by transforming the means of production, land and capital, the means of exploiting labor, into mere instruments of free and associated labor. Marx, 1958, quoted by Arthur, 2002, 126. In this way, with communism society regains control over its economic life and makes individual property a truth by restoring it to the individual as a member of the community, as a social individual, that is, not on the basis of separate individual right but rather as an agreed share of the common property. The story that Marx tells of the historical development of property forms in these later writings thus extends and deepens the account initially sketched in the German ideology. It is an Hegelian story of the emergence and growth of individuality and freedom, RST, on the basis of the petty private property of the peasant and artisan at the end of the Middle Ages. Then human powers develop in an alienated form under capitalism, and now they are reappropriated by social individuals under communism. Again, it is important to see that private property is by no means the purely negative phenomenon it is often thought to be in Marx's work. On the contrary, in the passage from Capital that I am discussing, Marx argues that petty individual property forms the basis on which the individual is liberated from immediate unity with the community, and it unleashes individual productive energy and creativity. As the productive forces develop and become more cooperative, however, their private ownership becomes a limitation. Capitalist property transcends this limit and makes possible an enormous development of human social productive powers. In capitalism, these powers take an alienated form. The expropriation of capitalist private property will reclaim these powers by appropriating them as powers for the social individual in a conscious and unalienated way. Property will no longer be regarded as exclusively private and individual. It can be freely appropriated and used by the individual to satisfy their needs, without regard to their particular contribution or abilities. 20. This is what Marx refers to in 1844 as true appropriation. 21. Thus the picture that Marx paints in Capital is a development of the ideas he put forward in this earlier work. Of course, there are many reasons why one might wish to question Marx's account of the future trajectory of capitalism, but that is not the issue I am dealing with here. The point I am making is that, according to Marx, communism does not attempt to create a fairer or more humane distribution of private property, it abolishes it. However, this is not to say that communism will eliminate all property relations as such, whatever that might mean, as Avinery suggests. Marx, like Hegel, sees property relations as the social form within which we appropriate things. 22. They are a necessary feature of all forms of society. All production is appropriation of nature on the part of an individual within and through a specific form of society. In this sense, it is a tautology to say that property, appropriation, is a precondition of production. Marx, 1973a, 87. Communism does not abolish property as such. Rather, it will socialize it so that it corresponds to the social character of advanced industrial production. After capitalism. In 1844, Marx appears to believe that genuine communism can be achieved immediately after the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism. By the time of writing the Communist Manifesto in 1847, only a few years later, he has abandoned that view. The creation of a truly communist society will require a transitional stage between capitalism and communism, as he later puts it. Marx, 1978 c. 538. 23. In this transitional stage, the state will not be abolished immediately. Instead, a workers' state will be created, a state in which the working class is the ruling class. 24. Nor will all forms of private property be abolished, but only bourgeois private property, capital, private property in the means of production, this will be taken into state ownership. 25. Payment for work, i.e., wages, and private ownership in the sphere of consumption will continue. Everyone who can will have to work for wages. In some significant respects, this program is similar to the crude communism denounced by Marx in 1844, in that capital is concentrated in the state and everyone works for wages. Now, and in subsequent works, Marx does not reject such a program outright, he sees it as a necessary stage towards the creation of full communism. 26. However, this RST, transitional phase, is not Marx's ideal of communism, nor is it its null form. Marx makes this absolutely clear in the Critique of the Gotha program. What we have to deal with here is a communist society, not as it has developed on its own foundations, but, on the contrary, just as it emerges from capitalist society, which is thus in every respect, economically, morally and intellectually, still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it emerges. Marx, 1978 c. 529. In this work, Marx goes into detail about the economic principles involved in this transitional stage. He criticizes the Lassaline idea that the undiminished proceeds of labor should be distributed equally to all members of society. Marx, 1978 c. 528. Some deductions, he insists, must be made centrally to cover the replacement of means of production, for the development of production and to ensure against accidents and other contingencies, etc. In addition, provision must be made for administration, for the common satisfaction of needs, such as schools, health services, etc., and to provide for those unable to work, the young, the elderly, the sick, etc. 27. According to Marx, in the RST phase of communism, after such deductions have been made for social expenditure by the state, individuals will be paid according to the amount of work they perform. Distribution is to be governed by the principle, to each according to their work. As Marx observes, this is a principle of equal exchange, an exchange of equal values. In this respect it is similar to the economic principle governing capitalism. Marx calls it a principle of bourgeois right, except for one important difference: in communism it is no longer possible to gain an income merely by owning capital. Everyone is a worker, everyone who is capable of doing so must work in order to earn a living. Hence, Marx says, there is an advance in equality. Marx, 1978 c. 530. Equality. Many recent writers have tried to maintain that Marx advocates communism on the basis of principles of equality and justice. In this passage, in particular, it is often argued, he justifies RST phase communism as an advance in equality compared with capitalism, with the supposed implication that full communism will involve an even more equalitarian distribution of wealth. 28. This is a fundamental misunderstanding. This passage should not be interpreted as an endorsement by Marx of RST stage communism for its greater equality. Its main purpose, rather, is to point out the defects, the inequalities, that exist in this form of communism. The principle of equal exchange leads inevitably to inequalities, inequalities that are an inescapable effect of the principle of equal right itself. This equal right is still constantly encumbered by a bourgeois limitation. The right of the producers is proportional to the labor they supply. The equality consists in the fact that measurement is made with an equal standard, labor. But one man is superior to another physically or mentally and supplies more labor in the same time, or can work for a longer time. This equal right is an unequal right for unequal labor. It recognizes no class differences, because everyone is only a worker like everyone else, but it tacitly recognizes unequal individual endowment, and thus productive capacity, as a natural privilege. It is, therefore, a right of inequality, in its content, like every right. Besides, one worker is married, another is not, one has more children than another, and so on, etc., etc. Thus, with an equal amount of work done, and hence an equal share in the social consumption fund, one will in fact receive more than another, one will be richer than another, and so on. Marx, 1978 c. 530-1. Even from an egalitarian point of view, in other words, the principle of equal right that prevails in the RST stage of communism has defects. Rawls, 2007, 367, questions Marx's view that distribution according to work must inevitably lead to inequalities. Why, example, can society, adopting a principle like the difference principle 29, impose various taxes etc., and adjust incentives so that the greater endowments of some work to the advantage of those with fewer endowments? Of course, a socialist society can take steps to mitigate inequalities, as, indeed, do virtually all capitalist societies through their tax and welfare systems. 30. The deductions that Marx speeches are made for precisely this purpose, for the support of the sick, the elderly, and others who cannot work. Graham, 1990. However, in a communist society the support would not be left to the goodwill and voluntary contributions of private self-owning individuals. It is achieved socially by means of the deductions just described. Moreover, Marx's argument is more radical than Rawls realizes. Marx insists that any principle of distribution according to equal property rights will generate inequalities. Where people have different needs and responsibilities, equal wages will result in differences of individual wealth, as Marx argues in the passage just quoted. The general point is that any system of property right must necessarily result in inequalities, since every right is a right to inequality in its content. Marx, 1978 c. 530. Wood explains the point that Marx is making as follows. Equal rights, whatever their nature, are always in principle rights to unequal shares of need satisfaction or well-being. When I have a right to a certain share of means of consumption, I have a claim on this share against others which, within very broad limits, I may enforce irrespective of the consequences to others of my so doing. This is part of what it means to have a right. Wood, 1981 b. 208. However, Marx is not arguing for communism on egalitarian grounds. On the contrary, he is criticizing the principle of equal right as bourgeois, even though he believes it is necessary for the immediate post-capitalist stage of historical development. These defects are inevitable in the RST phase of communist society as it is when it has just emerged after prolonged birth pangs from capitalist society. Right can never be higher than the economic structure of society and its cultural development conditioned thereby. Marx, 1978 c. 569. To do away with these defects, communism must wholly transcend the narrow horizon of bourgeois right. Its aim is not a more equal distribution of private property, 31, but rather the overcoming of private property altogether. In present society, quantity of labor is measured both by its duration and intensity. The longer, harder or more skillfully individuals work, the more they are rewarded. Marx, 1978 c. 530, suggests that similar principles will apply in the RST phase of communism. Why not pay people simply according to hours worked and regardless of intensity? Would that not be fairer? That is debatable. In a wages system, people expect to be rewarded for the amount of work they do, measured not only in terms of time but also of intensity, as is presently the case under capitalism. If working harder is not rewarded, people feel that their effort is not being fairly recognized. Moreover, there is no material incentive to work harder. The result is likely to be a decrease in productivity that is detrimental to all. 32. In short, according to Marx, a system of payment according to work is a necessary feature of the RST phase of communism in which the wages system remains. This leads inevitably to inequalities. However, the ultimate aim of communism is not to construct a more equal form of property distribution or a fairer system of wages. It is to abolish private property and wages altogether. This is what is also envisaged in the idea of true appropriation, introduced in 1844. It remains Marx's ideal of communism right through to the end of his life. Full communism. So far I have been considering the RST transitional phase of post-capitalist development. Full communism requires much deeper and more extensive economic, social, and human changes. It means not only the abolition of private property in the means of production, capital, i.e., not only a partial and abstract negation of private property, as Marx puts it in 1844, but a complete overcoming of private property, and, going along with that, the elimination of all class divisions, the abolition of the state, the overcoming of alienation, and the creation of a free and consciously organized community. The radical and far-reaching character of this vision was not well understood in much of the mainstream Marxist literature of the Soviet period. The abolition of private property in the means of production by the Soviet regime had, it was supposed, removed the material basis for class differences and created the material conditions for communist society. The transition to full communism was then expected to occur more or less spontaneously with the passage of time, as old habits died out and were superseded. Lenin, 1969 b. Bukharin and Preobrazhensky, 1969, Nov., 1983. The ending of all class distinctions and the withering away of the state, it was assumed, would occur automatically and relatively rapidly, in 20 or 30 years was the optimistic estimate of an initial work published in the early years of the Soviet Union, Bukharin and Preobrazhensky, 1969, 116. Unfortunately, there were no signs of this happening in the Soviet Union, quite the reverse indeed. Nor has there been any discernible movement in this direction in any other of the actually existing communist societies. It seems clear that more is involved in creating communism than the abolition of private property in the means of production. Sayers, 1980, Sayers, 1990a. Moreover, as I am arguing, a careful reading makes it is clear that Marx believed this too. Communism, for him, means a far fuller and deeper transformation than can be achieved by a change in the property system in its usual narrow legal sense. This theme is central to his earliest communist writings, as we have seen. It is continued throughout his later work, as we will now see, even though the way he talks of communism changes, becoming less abstract and philosophical, and more concrete and specific, both economically and socially. The essential features of this later account of full communism are presented for the RST time in the poverty of philosophy, but only in hazy outline. The working class, in the course of its development, will substitute for the old civil society an association which will exclude classes and their antagonism, and there will be no more political power properly so called, since political power is precisely the actual expression of antagonism in civil society. Marx, 1978a, 170. Class distinctions will be eliminated. The state will lose its political character and it withers away. Sterb 33. Although Marx's descriptions of full communism become somewhat more detailed as his thought develops, they always remain vague and sketchy. There are some important and suggestive passages in later works dealing with economic and social relations that have been relatively neglected in this context. As these make clear, full communism will also entail a total transformation of economic and social life, of the division of labor and the system of distribution. It will involve entirely new forms of appropriation and economic organization. Under capitalism, where there is commodity production and wage labor, individuals work separately and independently in a complex division of labor. The social connection of their activities is established subsequently through economic exchange, and the connection appears to be established by the independent and alien mechanism of the market. The social character of activity, as well as the social form of the product, and the share of individuals in production here appear as something alien and objective, confronting the individuals, not as their relation to one another, but as their subordination to relations which subsist independently of them and which arise out of collisions between mutually indifferent individuals. The general exchange of activities and products, which has become a vital condition for each individual, their mutual interconnection here appears as something alien to them, autonomous, as a thing. In exchange value, the social connection between persons is transformed into a social relation between things, personal capacity into objective wealth. Marx, 1973a, 157, 34. Communism, by contrast, is a system of communal production in which ownership is social and the social form of production is explicit and presupposed in advance. Instead of a division of labor, such as is necessarily created with the exchange of exchange values, there would take place an organization of labor whose consequence would be the participation of the individual in communal consumption. Marx, 1973a, 172. Relations between individuals are no longer mediated through exchange and exchange values, they are transparent and directly cooperative and social. There is free exchange among individuals who are associated on the basis of common appropriation and control of the means of production. Marx, 1973a, 159. Communism is a consciously planned system, a community of free individuals, carrying on their work with the means of production in common, in which the labor power of all the different individuals is consciously applied as the combined labor power of the community. Marx, 1961a, 78. In such a system, the idea that the individual's labor creates a distinct product that should be rewarded by an individual wage will cease to apply. 35. Communality is presupposed as the basis of production. The labor of the individual is posited from the outset as social labor. Thus, whatever the particular material form of the product he creates or helps to create, what he has bought with his labor is not a specific and particular product, but rather a specific share of the communal production. He therefore has no particular product to exchange. His product is not an exchange value. The product does not have to be transposed into a particular form in order to attain a general character for the individual. Marx, 1973a, 172. Of course, distribution to individuals will still be necessary, and different individuals will appropriate different things, not as their private property, however, but rather as their portion of the common lot. 36. In short, social relations will no longer be dominated by alien economic forces, they will be clear and transparent. Individuals will be able to reappropriate them and determine their lives consciously and freely. In Engels' words, the whole sphere of the conditions of life which environ man, and which have hitherto ruled man, now comes under the dominion and control of man, who for the time becomes the master of his own social organization. The laws of his own social action, hitherto standing face to face with man as laws of nature foreign to, and dominating him, will then be used with full understanding, and so mastered by him. Man's own social organization, hitherto confronting him as a necessity imposed by nature and history, now becomes the result of his own free action. Engels, 1958b, 153. Equality. This conception of communism is radical and visionary. Although it involves the abolition of private ownership of the means of production, it encompasses a far fuller and deeper economic, social, and human transformation than is usually understood by that phrase, as I have been stressing. 37. This is only partially understood by recent writers on communism in the analytic tradition, such as Cohen and Rawls. To illustrate his idea of communism, Cohen uses the example of a camping trip by a group of friends in which equipment is shared collectively and activities are organized cooperatively and by mutual agreement. In other words, private property is suspended and treated as communal, and the principles of market exchange cease to operate for the duration and purposes of the trip. When one of the group requires something or needs help, this is given freely, as it is needed, without an accounting of the cost or expectation of payment. Cohen is concerned mainly with issues of equality and justice, so too is Rawls. This is not a promising starting point for interpreting Marx, since Marx consistently repudiates the idea that communism can be understood in these terms, as I have already stressed. Wood, 1981b. Nevertheless, Cohen's camping trip example serves well to bring out some of the essential features of communism that I have been describing. Unfortunately, however, Cohen continually forgets these in his attempt to impose liberal standards of equality and justice that communism transcends, with the result that his account is inconsistent and unsatisfactory. According to Cohen, both the camping trip and communism are governed by two basic principles. One is a principle of community, the anti-market principle according to which I serve you not because of what I can get in return by doing so, but because you need or want my service, and you, for the same reason, serve me. Cohen, 2009, 39. This is indeed the fundamental principle governing social relations in communist society. Cohen is right. However, he also insists that the camping trip and communism are governed by a principle of equality. This claim is more problematic. In some senses, no doubt, communism involves principles of equality, but many different things can be meant by that term. According to Cohen, 2009, 13, the crucial principle concerns what he calls radical or socialist equality of opportunity. This seeks to correct for all unchosen disadvantages. When socialist equality of opportunity prevails, differences of outcome wreak nothing but differences of taste and choice, not differences in natural and social capacities and powers. Cohen, 2009, 17-18, as Cohen points out, an important feature of equality of this sort is that it can exist together with large differences. Different individuals will appropriate different things and use different facilities and services according to their preferences. Somebody shees, somebody else prepares the food, and another person cooks it. People who hate cooking but enjoy washing up may do all the washing up, and so on. There are plenty of differences. Thus everyone's needs or preferences, as Cohen calls them, are met. There is equality in that sense, but there is no attempt to achieve a quantitatively equal distribution of resources, and there is no need for an accounting of resources to ensure this. Cohen does not sufficiently appreciate this. He is worried that large inequalities can arise that are not ruled out by the principles of socialist equality of opportunity, but which are nevertheless repugnant to socialists when they obtain on a sufficiently large scale, because they then contradict community. Community is put under strain when large inequalities obtain. The sway of socialist equality of opportunity must therefore be tempered by a principle of community. Cohen, 2009, 34. Thus, he argues, certain inequalities that cannot be forbidden in the name of socialist equality of opportunity should nevertheless be forbidden, in the name of community. Cohen, 2009, 37. He gives the following example. On the camping trip, we eat pretty meagerly, but you have your special high-grade SH pond which you got by means that do not violate the principles of socialist equality of opportunity. Even though there is no injustice here, your possession cuts you off from our common life, and the ideal of community condemns that. Cohen, 2009, 38. Here Cohen seems to have forgotten that equipment and resources are supposed to be shared on the camping trip. Private property and hence the principles of distributive justice associated with it have been set aside. There are no individually owned SH ponds. In his discussion of the principle of equality that is supposed to operate on the camping trip and under socialism, however, Cohen repeatedly talks of differences of income and inequalities of property, forgetting apparently that money and private property are not operative. The inequalities that he describes are the sort that can arise in the RST stage of communism, in which the principle of equal exchange still operates, but it is abolished in full communism, where what Cohen calls the principle of community reigns supreme. With the abolition of private property, the differing needs of different individuals will be satisfied in different ways. One person may eat much, another little, one may eat SH, another not, and have no gastronomic interest in Cohen's SH pond. One may play tennis, another football, one may be tea and healthy, another chronically ill, etc. Each will get what they require to satisfy their particular needs. Wood overstates the case when he says that the principle of distribution according to need is not in any sense a principle of equality. However, he is quite right to insist that it does not treat people alike or equally from any point of view, but considers them simply as individuals with their own special needs and faculties. Wood, 1979, 292. As Lebowitz points out, even the principle of distribution that operates in the RST stage of communism fails to do this. Just like the political economy that Marx criticized in his earliest writings, the conception of distribution according to contribution looks at the producer only as a worker. This was a perspective Marx always rejected. Lebowitz, 2010, 72, quoting Marx, 1975 cf. Marx, 1978 c. 530-1, and Lebowitz goes on to say, indeed, precisely because differences in ability imply no differences in needs, the German ideology argued that the false tenet, to each according to his abilities, must be changed into the tenet to each according to his need. In other words, a different form of activity, of labor, does not justify inequality, confers no privileges in respect of possession and enjoyment. 38. In so far as one can talk of equality here, it consists only in the fact that the needs of all are equally respected and served, but communism is no longer concerned to achieve an equal distribution according to quantitative principles. It has moved beyond equality in that sense. Cohen does not grasp this. He cannot relinquish the quantitative idea of equality. Thus he tries to introduce a quantitative measure to show that the evident inequalities that will exist in the distribution of goods and services are only apparent. Although there are differences of benefits and burdens, these do not constitute inequalities, he argues, because there can be no principled objection to differences in people's benefits and burdens that wreak nothing but different preferences, when, which is not always, their satisfaction leads to a comparable aggregate enjoyment of life. Cohen, 2009, 19, Cohen's italics. In a system of distribution according to need, individual needs or preferences may differ greatly. Equality exists only in that they are all met. This is a qualitative notion. The quantitative idea of different aggregate enjoyments of life is an unworkable notion. How can one assess whether meat eaters and vegetarians, the T and the ill, have comparable aggregate enjoyment of life, except in that each has their needs met? 39. This notion is concocted by Cohen only to sustain the idea that a quantitative principle of equality is still operative here. It plays no other role. Distribution according to need supersedes this sort of equality. Is communism also beyond justice? Will property also be transcended in a communist society? It is often thought that Marx believes so, and that he foresees the total elimination of principles of right. 40. In this respect, Marx's philosophy is often compared to that of Hume and other utilitarians. Hume argues that property is a social institution which is justified only as a means of maintaining social order and promoting prosperity. Where it does not have these consequences, it has no justification and should be dispensed with. Thus Hume argues that the right to private property is not universal or natural but varies according to social conditions. In situations of acute scarcity, considerations of property may cease to be justified. If a person is starving, for example, they cannot be expected to refrain from eating surplus food that is at hand because it is not their property. Hume, 1894, Section 5, cf. Hegel, 1991, 127a, 155. Similarly, where there is abundance there is no need or justification for property rights. For example, there is no need to treat the air we breathe or sea water as private property. Marx's views may seem similar in that he maintains that communism will be a society of abundance in which private property will be transcended, and his philosophy is often identified with Hume's in this respect. Buchanan, 1982, Ryman, 1991, 153 ff. However, as I have argued, Marx does not hold that there will be no notion of property under communism, nor therefore is communism beyond justice in that sense. It is wrong to assimilate Marx's account of communism to utilitarianism in this way. For Hume, institutions of justice, which Hume equates with private property, are simply means to the end of preserving social order. Only coercive justice will be eliminated, and creating the conditions for prosperity. They have no necessary place in human life, for it is an entirely contingent matter whether or not they have these consequences. As I have been arguing, Marx comes out of the Hegelian philosophical tradition in which justice and property have a deeper and more fundamental role. For Marx, as we have seen, property relations are a necessary feature of all established societies. Communism abolishes bourgeois private property, but it does not abolish property altogether. It creates a new communal form of property and, with this, new communal, principles of justice and right. Rawls is another writer who thinks that Marx's communism is beyond justice and that it involves the complete elimination of principles of right, but for somewhat different reasons. His understanding of Marx is influenced by his reading, or rather misreading, of Cohen's attempts to assimilate Marxism to left libertarian equalitarian ideas of self-ownership. 41. Cohen gives an over-literal reading to Marx's statement that in communism I can act just as I have a mind. Marx and Engels, 1978b, 160, and he appears to have persuaded Rawls that Marx holds that in communist society we will act always as we have a mind to act without worrying about or being aware of others. Rawls, 2007, 372. This is an absurd and untenable reading of Marx. Graham, 1990. 42 Rawls then goes on to criticize Marx and argue that principles of justice are necessary in all societies. The absence of concern with justice is undesirable as such, because having a sense of justice is part of understanding other people and of recognizing their claims. Rawls, 2007, 372. It is true that Marx describes communism as a society in which the state has ceased to exist, and which is governed by voluntary consent and democratic agreement, not by coercively backed laws. And this does indeed mean that legal justice, law and legal authority, has ceased to operate. Pashukanis, 1978. Such views are not unique to Marx. The idea that genuine community must be founded on consent and mutual understanding rather than on legal coercion is at least as old as Plato. 43 However, notions of justice in a broader sense will continue to exist in that there will still be moral norms of right and wrong governing human relations, and this is the sense intended by Rawls above. Such norms make up what Hegel calls Sittlichkeit, ethical life, and are a constitutive feature of all human social relations. Moreover, in common with many others who hold that Marx's communism rejects justice, Rawls denies that the principle from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs is a principle of distributive justice. It is simply a descriptive precept or principle that is accurate to what is done and to how things happen in the higher phase of communism. Rawls, 2007, 370. 44 This is a strange and untenable view. The principle of distribution according to need is quite clearly normative. It expresses an ideal of communal distribution. For example, to say that the National Health Service in Britain distributes medicines and services according to need is to describe the ideal to which it aspires, though not necessarily how it actually functions. The same is true in the case of communism. Rawls and others are obliged to deny this only because they are committed to the position that Marx's communism does not involve norms of justice. As I have been arguing, this is simply mistaken. 8. The division of labor and its overcoming. It is a fundamental element of Marx's philosophy that the division of labor is harmful and that it will be overcome in a future communist society. People will be able to exercise their powers freely in an all-round way and develop as universal beings. What does Marx mean by these ideas? How does he justify them? Are they as utopian and impractical as many have said? First, we need to be clear about what Marx has in mind when he talks of the division of labor and its overcoming. In the enormous literature on the division of labor in economics, sociology, philosophy, etc., the term is used in a surprising number of different ways to describe various features of work and its organization. Even within the Marxist literature there is considerable variation. On the one hand, the term is used to refer in various ways to the differentiation of productive activities. Thus it can refer to the existence of different sectors of production, industry, agriculture, etc., or to the various operations which make up these sectors, spinning, weaving, sewing, reaping, etc., or to the way in which each of these operations is further divided into component tasks. Division of labor in this sense refers to the different activities involved in complex productive processes. On the other hand, the term is also used to refer to the way in which different tasks are distributed to different individuals in a given society, that is, to the way in which labor is organized socially. When this involves occupational specialization, and individuals are conned to specific and limited types of work, the social organization of labor takes the form of a social division of labor. Weiss, 1976, 104. Some degree of specialization has been a feature of work in virtually all societies. Even the simplest and earliest communities have a division of labor between the sexes, for example, with the men hunting, and women gathering food and looking after the home. This is what Nove, 1983, 46, calls the horizontal division of labor. The social division of labor often also involves a vertical division or social hierarchy, a division of authority and subordination, rulers and ruled. Marx uses the term to refer both to the division of productive activities, industry, agriculture, etc., Marx and Engels, 1978b, 150, and also to describe the social division of labor or occupational specialization, Marx and Engels, 1978b, 150, 160, as well as in other ways. However, when he talks of overcoming the division of labor in a future communist society, it is the social division of labor or occupational specialization that he has in mind, in both its horizontal and vertical forms. I shall henceforth use the term social division of labor to refer to both. For Marx, the social division of labor is at the basis of class division. The conning of people to particular forms of work, or exempting them from work, is what determines their social class and their relation to the means of production. It is at the basis of property relations. The various stages of the division of labor are just so many different forms of ownership. Marx and Engels, 1978b, 151. It is also a form of alienation and unfreedom in that it is a social restraint which takes the form of something externally and objectively imposed, a cessation of social activity. A consolidation of what we ourselves produce into an objective power above us. Marx and Engels, 1978b, 160. Communism, as Marx conceives it, means the abolition of class divisions. It involves eliminating private property in the means of production, and overcoming alienation. Communism will thus involve the overcoming of the social division of labor. That is, it will mean the elimination of enforced occupational specialization and social hierarchy. Of course, the division of labor in the sense of the division of tasks will still remain. All the various operations of social production will still have to be performed, but individuals will not be conned exclusively to particular tasks or functions. In a communist society there are no painters but at most people who engage in painting among other activities. Marx and Engels, 1970b, 109. There will need to be people to direct and lead, to manage and command complex productive and economic activities, but there will not be a and permanent class of managers, commanders, or rulers. Attitudes to the division of labor. By the time that Marx was writing, in the middle of the 19th century, the effects of the capitalist division of labor were evident. Concern about its impact and ideas about its overcoming were widespread. They are not peculiar to Marx. While the capitalist division of labor contributed to a huge economic expansion, it had destructive human effects as well. Even some of its strongest advocates were well aware of these. According to Adam Smith, for example, the understandings of the greater part of men are necessarily formed by their ordinary employments. The man whose whole life is spent in performing a few simple operations, of which the effects are very nearly the same, has no occasion to exert his understanding or to exercise his invention in ending out expedients for removing difficulties which never occur. He naturally loses, therefore, the habit of such exertion, and generally becomes as stupid and ignorant as it is possible for a human creature to become. Smith, 1900, 613. Such concerns are also expressed strongly in the post-Kantian philosophical tradition, the tradition in which Marx's ideas were formed. Writers like Schiller and Hegel deplore the human impact that the division of labor was having, fragmenting the worker's activity and rendering it routine and meaningless, too, even though they agree with Adam Smith and other economists in acknowledging, indeed applauding, the increase in productivity that the division of labor had brought about. Whence this disadvantage among individuals when the species as a whole is at such an advantage, asks Schiller, 2001, 99. Although all these writers are concerned about the harmful effects of the division of labor as it had developed under capitalism, however, none of them can envisage any way of overcoming it. Despite their criticisms, Smith, Schiller, and Hegel all regard the modern division of labor as an unavoidable part of modern economic life and as a cost that ultimately needs to be borne for the benefits it brings in terms of improved productivity. They commit themselves to suggesting ways to mitigate its worst effects. 3. Smith recommends education, but only in what Marx, 1961a, 362, describes as homeopathic doses. Schiller advocates aesthetic education, neither give any details. Some of the early socialists were much bolder. Fourier and Owen envisage ideal communities in which the division of labor would be eliminated altogether. Fourier, 1973, spells out plans in extraordinary detail for his ideal society, or phalanstry, in which individuals were to move from activity to activity throughout the working day. Owen, 1970, 237-70, actually introduced plans for overcoming the division of labor by combining education and work into the community he set up at New Lanark. 4. Division of labor in the German ideology. In this way Marx inherits ideas about the division of labor and its overcoming from a number of sources, from political economists like Smith, from post-Kantian philosophy, and from earlier socialists, cf. Lenin, 1969a. Throughout his life, moreover, Marx follows socialists like Fourier and Owen in aspiring, not only to ameliorate the impact of the division of labor, but to do away with it altogether. However, he is hazy about precisely how this is to be achieved. He was famously reluctant to spell out his ideas about future society in any detail. One of his fullest accounts is in a well-known and much discussed passage in the German ideology. The division of labor offers us the RST example of how, as long as man remains in natural society, man's own deed becomes an alien power opposed to him, which enslaves him instead of being controlled by him. For as soon as the distribution of labor comes into being, each man has a particular, exclusive sphere of activity, which is forced upon him and from which he cannot escape. He is a hunter, a shearman, a herdsman, or a critical critic, and must remain so if he does not want to lose his means of livelihood, while in communist society, where nobody has one exclusive sphere of activity but each can become accomplished in any branch he wishes, society regulates the general production and thus makes it possible for me to do one thing today and another tomorrow, to hunt in the morning, sh in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, criticize after dinner, just as I have a mind, without ever becoming hunter, shearman, herdsman or critic. Marx and Engels, 1978b, 160. These words have provoked an enormous amount of controversy and criticism. 5. They pose genuine problems of interpretation. In the light of Marx and Engels' usual ideas about communism, the account in this passage seems puzzling in several important respects. The inclusion of critical criticism is particularly perplexing. 6. Is it meant seriously? Could it not perhaps be some sort of send-up? Carver has recently reported some important research on the original manuscript which, he claims, sheds light on this. According to Carver, in the original manuscript this passage is written mostly in Engels' hand. A few words and phrases have subsequently been inserted by Marx. These include, or a critical critic, criticize after dinner and or critic. 7. Carver, 1998, 106, surmises that Marx may have added these phrases to the passage humorously, in order to send it up. That seems quite plausible. However, it is not at all clear what exactly is being sent up or why. Carver, 1998, 106, suggests that Marx's insertions are intended to reject it as a serious draft. He goes on, to me it shows Marx sharply rebuking Engels for straying, perhaps, momentarily, from the serious work of undercutting the fantasies of utopian socialists. Carver gives no evidence or arguments in support of these suppositions. They are inherently unlikely. In the RST place, the targets of Marx's insertions are the young Hegelian critical critics, not the utopian socialists, a quite different group. Second, there is no evidence of a rift between Marx and Engels as regards their attitude to either group. 8. Besides the references to critical criticism, the passage poses other problems of interpretation. It purports to describe a communist society of the future, yet, as has often been pointed out, the occupations referred to are solitary, Nov. 1983, and with the exception of critical criticism, typical of a simple bucolic, Carver, 1998, 99, Pastoral, Arthur, 1986, 137, Traditional and Pre-Industrial Community, Kallinicus, 2003, 175. This jars with Marx and Engels' insistence, elsewhere in the German ideology and throughout their work, that communism is a form of society that can arise only on the foundation of advanced industrial conditions. Radical schemes for abolishing the division of labor were widespread at the time that the passage was being written. As mentioned above, Fourier and other utopian socialists had devised detailed blueprints for alternative forms of social organization. A number of commentators have pointed to specific similarities between the occupations mentioned in this passage and Fourier's vision of work in his ideal community. 9. This has led to the suggestion that Marx and Engels may be parodying Fourier in this passage. Again, however, it is unclear exactly what is being parodied or why. According to Arthur, 1986, 137, the pastoralism may well be ironical, since Marx had already, in the 1844 manuscripts, criticized Fourier for taking agricultural work as exemplary. However, the main theme of the passage is the division of labor and its overcoming, and there is no reason to believe that Marx would have wished to reject this aspect of Fourier's ideas. Of course, Marx criticizes Fourier for conceiving socialism as a fantastic ideal. Equally, however, he acknowledges the importance of Fourier's criticisms of capitalist society, particularly on the topic of the division of labor and its overcoming. For he shares with Fourier the belief that the division of labor is humanly destructive and that a variety of activities is required for a fully realized life. Moreover, he recognizes Fourier's pioneering importance in understanding this and seeking ways to realize it. As Arthur, 1986, 137, says, although the pastoralism of this passage may be ironical, what is not ironical, apparently, is the general idea of such a solution to the division of labor. 10. All this is equally true of Engels. There is no evidence of a rift between him and Marx on these matters. The need for a variety of activities in a full life and the overcoming of the division of labor that will be required for this is a constant theme of Marx's thought, and Marx explicitly acknowledges Fourier's contribution to developing this idea in various works. 11. One should be wary of the idea that Marx simply dismisses Fourier as a mere utopian. On the contrary, given how fantastic and absurd Fourier's writings now seem, what is striking is how favorably disposed Marx is towards them. 12. This is true not only in his later works, when his criticisms may perhaps be thought to have softened somewhat, but also in his early writings. Fourier is compared favorably to Bauer in The Holy Family, Marx and Engels, 1956, 118, published only a few months before the writing of the German ideology. In this passage, moreover, as Ferner, 2011, points out, Hunting and Sching are used as examples, with no suggestion of ridicule. Fourier is one of the critical utopian socialists discussed in the Communist Manifesto 13. Although the utopian character of their proposals is criticized, their ideas are not rejected entirely. On the contrary, Marx and Engels endorse, and indeed praise, these writers, particularly for their ideas on the division of labor and its overcoming. Their writings are not purely utopian, Marx and Engels maintain, they also contain an important critical element. They attack every principle of existing society. Hence, they are full of the most valuable materials for the enlightenment of the working class. Marx and Engels, 1978 c. 498, mention specifically their ideas for the abolition of the distinction between town and country, a fundamental aspect of the division of labor. In short, there are no grounds for thinking that this passage from the German ideology is purely ironic, or that Marx is dissociating himself from Fourier and/or Engels in it. Indeed, given Marx and Engels' admiration for Fourier's ideas on the topic of the division of labor, one might just as well speculate that they are echoing Fourier's words in order to associate themselves with them. However, the fact is that evidence for any of these interpretations is lacking and the passage remains problematic and puzzling in a number of respects. In view of this, it is tempting to try to discount the passage altogether, as Carver, 1998, 107, for example, recommends when he writes, "The relevance of this passage to the issue of a communist division of labor, however it is conceived, is now thoroughly compromised." This is also a mistake. The passage expresses ideas that are fundamental to the Marxist critique of capitalism and its conception of communist society. The view that specialization is harmful and that it will be overcome in a future society is Marx's unvarying view, held throughout his work. It is expressed in a number of other passages in the German ideology, Marx and Engels, 1970b, 108-9, 117-18, as well as in other works throughout his life, Marx, 1961a, 483-4, Marx, 1978c, 531, etc. The same theme is echoed and implied by Engels, 1962, 400-8, 1958c, chapter 9. It is sometimes argued that Marx's criticisms of the division of labor are con to the particular form that it takes in what he calls the manufacturing workshop, where it is developed to an extreme pitch. In such workshops, handicraft work is divided into its component operations and each fragment assigned to a detail worker as his or her sole activity. In the famous description of a pin factory with which The Wealth of Nations begins, Adam Smith, 1904, describes how the worker's activity is deliberately reduced to some one simple operation which was made the sole employment of his life. Smith, 1906. Smith waxes lyrical about the economic benefits of this sort of division of labor, though as we have seen he was also well aware of its detrimental effects. Nevertheless, he regards these as the inevitable price for economic development. Marx, too, is particularly eloquent in his criticisms of the detail division of labor in the manufacturing workshop. It converts the laborer into a crippled monstrosity, by forcing his detail dexterity at the expense of a world of productive capabilities and instincts. Marx, 1961a, 360, and thus attacks the individual at the very roots of his life. Marx, 1961a, 363. This has led some to argue that Marx's critique of the division of labor is conned exclusively to its manufacturing form. Llorente, 2006, Ratansi, 1982. There is no basis for this view. As we have seen, Marx maintains that the division of labor is at the root of every kind of class division, not only that of the capitalist manufacturing period. Just as Marx criticizes all kinds of class divisions and believes that they will eventually be overcome, so too he criticizes occupational specialization in all its forms and maintains that it will be done away with in a future communist society. Hunt, 1984, Hunt, 1986. To subdivide a man is to execute him, if he deserves the sentence, to assassinate him if he does not. The subdivision of labor is the assassination of a people. Marx, 1961a, 363, quoting Erkwer. Overcoming specialization. Now let us turn to Marx's idea itself, the idea that the social division of labor will be overcome in communist society. What Marx is envisaging is a system of job rotation through which people will no longer be conned to limited and specialized tasks but will be able to move freely from one job to another. Arthur, 1986, 137, objects. One does not overcome the present fragmentation of production by collating a heap of fragments. Why not? Different, or if you like fragmentary, tasks need to be performed in every sort of society and all forms of production. How else can the social division of labor be overcome other than by arranging work so that individuals can collate them? What Marx envisages is that people will no longer be conned to limited and specialized tasks but will be able to engage in a variety of activities and develop in an all-round way. There is a great deal of skepticism both about the feasibility and the desirability of this idea. First, as regards its feasibility, specialization is frequently thought to be an indispensably necessary feature of the social organization of work in all but the simplest sorts of society. Many pre-modern thinkers believed it to have a natural basis. Plato and Aristotle, for example, maintain that there are natural human differences that predetermine the division of labor. Few modern thinkers accept this view. Modern advocates of the division of labor tend to argue for it on the pragmatic grounds of economic efficiency. Adam Smith, for example, makes the case for the division of labor in this way. Marx questions both of these approaches. The social organization of labor is not naturally determined, but nor is it simply a matter for pragmatic choice. The division of labor is a fundamental aspect of the system of relations of production and class divisions. At the present stage of economic development, such economic and social relations take on an alien and independent form, they cannot be altered merely at will. Their form corresponds to the level of development of the productive forces. As these develop, so the division of labor changes. Marx, 1978a, chapter 2.2. It is destined ultimately to be overcome altogether and specialization eliminated when the stage of full communism is reached. This approach is often questioned. The division of labor, in the sense of occupational specialization, it is argued, is necessary economically in a developed society. According to Adam Smith, it is the main means for increasing economic productivity. The very RST sentence of The Wealth of Nations announces this theme. The greatest improvement in the productive powers of labor, and the greater part of the skill, dexterity, and judgment with which it is anywhere directed, or applied, seem to have been the effects of the division of labor. Smith, 1900, 3. The separation of different trades and employments from one another, he argues, has great economic advantages. Smith, 1900, 5. Conversely, when the same person performs many different tasks, expertise and productivity suffer. Arguments of this kind are familiar. Jack of all trades, master of none, as the saying goes. 15. However, Smith goes far beyond anything that can be justified by general arguments of this sort. He is trying to defend the extreme form of the division of labor involved in the detail work of the manufacturing workshop. He talks of reducing workers' activity to some one simple operation and making this operation the sole employment of his life. Smith, 1900, 6, 16. Up to a point, concentrating on a particular activity leads to an increase of expertise and is necessary for the development of specialized skills. Beyond that point, however, it also results in fatigue and boredom. Smith gives no good reasons to suppose that people can be effective only if they are conned to one particular sphere of work as their sole employment. Even the most specialized craft worker, scientist, or athlete needs other activities for a satisfactory and full life, and all their activities also benefit from such a diversity. The need for such diversity is well recognized in the psychological literature on work. Work in America, 1973, even though these other activities are often regarded as hobbies, leisure pursuits, etc. Insofar as they contribute productively, however, they should be thought of as aspects of the division of labor. Human universality. Fourier and Marx take an even stronger view. They maintain that variety of work is not only better for productivity and hence perfectly feasible, it is inherently beneficial and desirable. This is sometimes questioned. Cohen, 1988a, 142, for example, asks, why, ideally, should people engage in richly various activities? What is so bad about a person dedicating himself to one or a small number of lines of activity only? The case for variety is often made on empirical and psychological grounds. Thus Fourier maintains that human beings have an inherent psychological need for variety of activity. He calls this the alternating or buttery passion, the desire felt by the soul of periodical variety, of changes of scene and occupations, of contrasted situations, of incidents and novelties calculated to excite charm, and to stimulate at the same time the senses and the soul. Fourier, 1971, 181. Excessive specialization makes for unhappiness and inefficiency, he maintains. Activity and energy in labor are increased by brief periods of repose and by variation of work. Fourier, 1971, 182, 17. Marx's ideas have a different foundation. They have an ontological rather than a merely empirical or psychological basis. According to Marx, human beings are universal beings, endowed with universal capacities and powers. To develop fully as human beings they must exercise these capacities and powers in an all-round way. Other animals, by contrast, are governed by particular drives and instincts, they have only limited powers and are capable of engaging only in limited and particular activities for particular purposes. These ideas continue and develop a way of thinking about human nature that runs right through the Western philosophical tradition. We are not mere creatures of need and instinct, we are self-conscious and rational beings. Unlike other species, we are capable of acting according to the universal principles of reason, morality, and beauty. We can rise above the level of mere instinct and exercise freedom and choice. The ideas of human universality and all-round development are central to classical German philosophy. In this tradition these ideas are often worked out in the eld of aesthetics. There are historical reasons for this. In Kant's Metaphysics and Ethics, the topics of his RST2 critiques, the ideal is conceived as a mere ought, separated absolutely from what actually is. Kant's philosophy thus results in an impassable divide between the ideal and the actual, value and fact. In the null part of his system, the Critique of Judgment, Kant, 1987, points to beauty as a way to bridge this divide. For Kant, however, aesthetic judgment remains purely reactive and subjective in character. Schiller led the way in seeing a much wider application for these ideas. Hegel, 1975, 61-2. Schiller, 2001, letters 1-3, sees Kant's philosophical dualities as mirroring the social divisions that had arisen in the modern world after the French Revolution, and specifically the division of labor which had developed with capitalism. He looks to beauty and to art to heal these actual divisions and restore human wholeness in modern society. For Schiller, aesthetic education thus becomes the means to overcome the divisions and alienation of modern life. In this way aesthetics plays a central role in social critique in post-Kantian philosophy. 18. For these thinkers beauty is the ideal actualist, it unites value and fact, the ideal and the actual. Artistic creation both conceives the ideal and shows that it can be actualized. It is the prime example of human wholeness in action, the main means to overcome the divisions and alienation of modern life. The influence of these ideas on Marx's work is evident. The idea of human universality is embodied most explicitly in the concept of species being, Gattungswesen. This is a term that Marx adopts from Feuerbach and uses for a brief period in 1844. Humans as species beings are distinguished from other animals by their universal, or more universal, form of productive activity. The practical creation of an objective world, the fashioning of inorganic nature, is proof that man is a conscious species being. It is true that animals also produce. They build nests and dwellings, like the bee, the beaver, the ant, etc. But they produce only their own immediate needs or those of their young, they produce only when immediate physical need compels them to do so, while man produces even when he is free from physical need and truly produces only in freedom from such need. They produce only themselves, while man reproduces the whole of nature. Marx, 1975 329. Human production is universal in its scope. Its highest, truest, form is the free creative activity of art. 20. Animals produce only according to the standards and needs of the species to which they belong, while man is capable of producing according to the standards of every species and of applying to each object its inherent standard. Hence, man also produces in accordance with the laws of beauty. Marx, 1975 329. Although Marx had abandoned terms like species being by the time he came to write about being a hunter and Asher in 1845, The idea that humans are universal beings whose full development involves the use of all their powers continues to provide the basis from which he criticizes the division of labor in capitalist society. 21 The specialization and detail work to which workers are condemned fragments the whole person and narrows them to a limited and hence less than fully human form of activity. Many classical German philosophers, including Schiller and Hegel, looked to the ancient Greeks for their ideal of all-round activity. Their lives were not divided in this way. They engaged in many different kinds of activity and developed their abilities in an all-round way. 22 According to Schiller, for example, the Greeks put us to shame not only by a simplicity to which our age is a stranger, they are at the same time our rivals, indeed often our models in those very excellences with which we are wont to console ourselves for the unnaturalness of our manners. In fullness of form no less than of content, at once philosophical and creative, sensitive and energetic, the Greeks combined the rst youth of imagination with the manhood of reason in a glorious manifestation of humanity. Schiller, 2001, 98. Schiller contrasts this idealized picture with modern specialization and uses it to criticize modern society with its narrow and limiting division of labor. A similar picture of ancient Greece and critique of modern life is shared by many other thinkers in this period, including Hegel, particularly in his early work, Cain, 1982, 34-40. Marx thinks in similar terms. He, too, criticizes the modern division of labor by contrasting it with conditions in antiquity, particularly in his early work. In The Poverty of Philosophy, 1847, he quotes Lemonti with approval as follows. We are struck with admiration when we see among the ancients the same person distinguishing himself to a high degree as philosopher, poet, orator, historian, priest, administrator, general of an army. Our souls are appalled at the sight of so vast a domain. Each one of us plants his hedge and shuts himself up in his enclosure. I do not know whether by this parcellation the eld is enlarged, but I do know that man is belittled. Marx, 1978a, 138. Marx remains committed to the idea that humans are belittled by the division of labor and to the ideal of all-round activity throughout his work, but he comes to question whether the ancient Greeks embody this ideal in a sufficiently developed form. This is the theme of a remarkable passage in the Grundrisse. 23 As Marx notes, ancient and modern attitudes to wealth are quite different. Why do we never end in antiquity an inquiry into which form of landed property etc. is the most productive, creates the greatest wealth? Wealth does not appear as the aim of production. The question is always which mode of property creates the best citizens. 24. Thus the old view, in which the human being appears as the aim of production, seems to be very lofty when contrasted to the modern world, where production appears as the aim of mankind and wealth as the aim of production. Marx, 1973a, 487-8. However, he goes on to question this view and, with it, the idealization of the ancient world that he had previously endorsed. In fact, however, when the limited bourgeois form is stripped away, what is wealth other than the universality of individual needs, capacities, pleasures, productive forces etc., created through universal exchange? The full development of human mastery over the forces of nature, those of so-called nature as well as of humanity's own nature? The absolute working out of his creative potentialities? Marx, 1973a, 488. What Marx argues is that a fuller and a greater development of human powers and capacities in fact occurs under modern capitalism. However, this takes place in an alienated manner in which human powers take on a form that is independent of individuals and even hostile to them. Thus in capitalist society, this complete working out of the human content appears as a complete emptying out, this universal objectification as total alienation, and the tearing down of all limited, one-sided aims as sacrifice of the human end in itself to an entirely external end. This is why the childish world of antiquity appears, as loftier. Marx, 1973a, 488, Here we have Marx's response to Schiller's paradox mentioned above, whence this disadvantage among individuals when the species as a whole is at such an advantage. Schiller, 2001, 99, 25. Marx's argument is that human powers and human development are, in reality, much greater in the modern world than in antiquity. However, because of the division of labor and the capitalist economic relations of which they are a part, our social powers, which are ultimately the united powers of each individual, have taken on an alien form, external and hostile to the individual. This alienation can be overcome and these powers reappropriated by individuals only with the overcoming of capitalism and the division of labor it has involved. All-round development. Thus Marx criticizes specialization by appeal to the notion of human universality and the idea of all-round development. With the overcoming of the division of labor, the full and free development of every individual, Marx, 1961a, 592, will become a possibility. People will no longer be confined to a narrow range of activities, they will be able to exercise and develop all their powers. What does Marx envisage by these words? Cohen takes Marx to mean that in the future people will engage in every possible activity. As he rightly says, that is inconceivable. Marx wanted the full gamut of each person's capacity to be realized. Free activity, he said, is for the communists the creative manifestation of life arising from the free development of all abilities. Whether or not that ideal is desirable, it is certainly unrealizable, as you will see if you imagine someone trying to realize it in a single lifetime. Cohen, 1988a, 142. Clearly that is not what Marx means. With the present division of labor, people are channeled into particular areas and kinds of work and then confined to these for life. Marx is particularly concerned about the larger divisions, between mental and manual labor, town and country occupations, and so on. The idea of overcoming the division of labor must be interpreted in this context. What is envisaged is that we would do both intellectual and manual kinds of work. This is what is required in order to overcome these major social divisions, and this is what Marx and others in this tradition praise about life in antiquity. When Marx talks of realizing all our powers, as I understand him, he means engaging in an all-round range of kinds of activity. As Ware, 1982, 61, says, what Marx wants is to replace the partially developed individual by the more fully developed individual rather than a totally developed individual. He makes the point as follows. The abilities that we have are much broader than those we wish to develop. For each instrument in the orchestra, I no doubt have the ability to play it with some degree of competence or incompetence, but I surely do not want to develop all of these abilities so that I can play every instrument. After all, one does not have to play every instrument to develop one's musicality. Ware, 1982, 65. The idea of human universality implies that virtually all people normally have the ability to do all kinds of work, at least with some level of skill. Everyone has some ability to hunt and to draw and paint, to do philosophy and mathematics, or operate tools and machinery, etc. With the present division of labor, the opportunity to develop as an artist or philosopher or mechanic varies enormously according to background and upbringing, and, as Marx says, the exclusive concentration of artistic talent in particular individuals, and its suppression in the broad mass which is bound with this, is a consequence of the division of labor. Marx and Engels, 1970b, 109. However, the idea of human universality does not necessarily imply that we all have equal natural abilities in all areas. In particular, Marx does not appear to believe in universal equality of abilities. 26. As he makes clear, he is not claiming that everyone has the same artistic potential, and that with a different division of labor everyone could do the work of a Raphael, but rather that anyone in whom there is a potential Raphael should be able to develop without hindrance. Marx and Engels, 1970b. 108. Marx's main concern is that people should no longer be confined to limited and specialized tasks but should be able to engage in a variety of different kinds of activity and develop as they choose. These issues are interestingly treated in Lee Hall's 2008 play The Pitman Painters. This deals with a group of remarkably talented painters who emerged from an evening class in the Durham mining community of Ashington in the 1930s. The question is raised of whether, with the same opportunities, similar artists would be found in any working class community. In the play, one of the painters indignantly rejects that view. He and the other Ashington painters, he insists, have innate talents that are not universally shared. Not everyone is a potential Raphael. 27. Freedom and specialization. The implication of the idea of human universality is that people have a universal range of abilities that they will normally want to exercise in an all-round way. To return to Cohen's question, what if a person would prefer to specialize? Why should they not be able to do so? Marx does not argue that people should be forced to vary their activities. 28. On the contrary. Integral to Marx's idea is the view that work should be freely chosen. One of his fundamental criticisms of the division of labor in capitalist society is that it takes the form of an alien and coercive imposition. In future communist society, people will for the rest time gain control of their social relations and be able to organize their work in a conscious and free fashion. And as universal beings, given that freedom, the implication is that they will generally prefer an all-round variety of activities over specialization. Cohen questions this. What constitutes the free development of the individual is never his full development, he says, and Marx too casually juxtaposes the two. Cohen, 1988a, 142. As I have been arguing, the way Marx links these ideas is anything but casual. It comes out of a systematic philosophical theory which is part of a long tradition of thought about human universality. 29. The idea that a free choice will be for a full variety of activities is based on the idea that human beings are universal beings. However, given that different individuals have different aptitudes for different kinds of activity, what this variety will consist of will no doubt vary from individual to individual. As Ware, 1982, 65, says, some may even choose to be one-sided or restricted, but I think most will not and will immediately see better alternatives to the capitalist division of labor. As regards this freedom, in the passage about hunting and fishing, Marx says that in communist society it will be possible for me to do one thing today and another tomorrow, just as I have a mind Gerard Lust have. 30. At best this is carelessly phrased. Industrial work in modern society is intrinsically cooperative. It requires the simultaneous activity of many people acting in concert. 31. Individuals cannot simply work as they have a mind. 32. Organization and coordination under the command of a directing authority are needed. This is not a feature only of capitalism or of class societies, it is a technical necessity in all modes of production. Marx is well aware of this. All directly social or communal labor on a large scale requires, to a greater or lesser degree, a directing authority in order to secure the harmonious cooperation of the activities of individual, and to perform the general functions that have their origin in the motion of the total productive organism, as distinguished from the motion of its separate organs. Marx, 1961a, 330-1. For example, a single violin player is his own conductor, an orchestra requires a separate one. Marx, 1961a, 331. Even though authority and direction are required, however, this does not entail that consent and freedom must be lacking. For work can be a matter for collective decision and deliberate social regulation. This is often the case with an orchestra or band, for example, which can be voluntary cooperative endeavors. Work as Marx ideally envisages it could be like this. At present it is not so, its forms are dictated by the alien requirements of capital and the market. As regards the division of labor, the question is, how are these roles to be distributed? In Nove's words, How is the obviously necessary hierarchy of control and coordination to be reconciled with the overcoming of the vertical division of labor? How can one avoid the emergence of the equivalent of an officer class, a distinction between rulers and ruled? Is it a matter of election, delegation, rotation? If management is to be responsible, then to whom? For instance, should railway management be accountable to the railwaymen or to the passengers? Nov, 1983, 47. These are indeed important issues, and not only for Marx's ideas about full communism. Similar issues arise with the running of existing enterprises where the input and consent of those involved is sought. They are tackled in various ways and with varying degrees of success in existing enterprises. Nov gives no good reasons to think that they constitute insuperable obstacles to Marx's ideas. When Marx says that it will be possible for me to do one thing today and another tomorrow, just as I have a mind, my emphasis, he immediately goes on to say, society regulates the general production 33, my emphasis. The two thoughts appear to be in conflict. Marx is often interpreted to be suggesting that people will be able to exercise a purely individual choice over which particular tasks to perform and when to perform them. Nov, 1983, 47, Cohen, 1990, 31-7. This would imply, for example, that a chairman could choose only to sh but not to help mend the nets, or a teacher only to teach but not to do any marking or administration, or a manager opt not participate in the work being managed. Clearly this is not what Marx has in mind. On the contrary, these are the sorts of divisions that prevail at present. It is precisely the sort of division of fooling and unfulfilling work roles that eliminating the division of labor is supposed to overcome. If I can choose exactly what I will do purely individually, without regard to any wider considerations, then the social regulation of production is not possible. However, what Marx has in mind when he says that society regulates the general production may involve a social, positive, rather than the purely individual and negative conception of freedom. If individuals choose what to do not as atomistic individuals but as members of the community, democratically, then perhaps a different way of organizing labor can be freely chosen and agreed upon. Graham, 1990, 53-4. The idea that work might be a free cooperative activity gives rise to some familiar objections. Some jobs are intrinsically unpleasant, it is said, people will never do them willingly. Marcuse, 1969, argues that in a highly developed society in the future arduous and routine jobs will be automated and the issue of unpleasant work will no longer arise. This is unrealistic. Automatic machinery itself generates routine work, it needs to be supplied with raw materials, it needs to be supervised and repaired, and its products need to be dealt with. Indeed, even the most creative kinds of work involve routine and toilsome tasks. Painters must prepare canvases and paints and look after their brushes, musicians must practice, care for their instruments, etc. And, of course, like everyone, they create mess and waste which has to be dealt with. It is unrealistic to imagine that such tasks can ever be entirely eliminated. Numerous routine, dirty, menial and unpleasant tasks will inevitably continue to exist. If work is made a matter of choice, so the objection goes, these jobs will not get done. Fourier has an imaginative proposal for dealing with this problem. Since children positively enjoy playing with dirt, he suggests, gangs of children, little hordes, can be got to do the dirty work. Fourier, 1971, 13-14. That is a charming but absurd idea. Children no more want to do these jobs than adults, as parents who have tried to get their children to help around the home know. Indeed, children tend to be less willing and less disciplined for such work, though perhaps they are more easily coerced. However, it is wrong to think that free adults will never do unpleasant tasks willingly. When such work needs to be done and is seen to be necessary, then people will do it willingly without needing to be externally coerced. Sayers, 1998, Chapter 4. Thus, for example, in cooperative groups disagreeable tasks can be organized on a voluntary rota. It is wrong to think that people are motivated solely by narrow self-interest. They can act cooperatively for the common good even when this means sacrificing their own selfish interests. This is common experience in the family and among friends. Arguments for the possibility of a free cooperative community frequently appeal to this and, it is said, there is no reason to believe that such forms of organization cannot also function on the larger social scale. Cohen, 2009. But can the experience of small groups be transferred to larger communities? This may well be doubted. For example, Rousseau, one of the main advocates of cooperative organization, doubts whether it is possible to create a cooperative community that is large in scale. He therefore argues that a cooperative community must remain small and intimate. Rousseau, 1973. This is not Marx's idea. If communism involves industry, it will necessarily be large, since industrial production is large in scale. Indeed, for Marx communism will be a global system. Marx and Engels, 1978b, 162. These arguments go back a long way. In Plato's ideal republic, the family is abolished in the hope that family loyalties will no longer be socially divisive but will instead be transferred to the wider community. Aristotle criticizes this. He argues that the form of unity of a larger society is different from that of a family or small group, and greater diversity is essential to it. Aristotle, 1981, 1261a, b. Nevertheless, many on the left have followed Plato in wanting to look upon all fellow beings as comrades, as brothers and sisters, and they have insisted that universal fellowship is a valid aspiration. Marx's vision of communism, I am suggesting, is in this tradition. C.F. Sayers, 1999a, 87-9. Nevertheless, in a voluntary cooperative community there will be some who want to enjoy the benefits of communal productive activity without contributing their share to the common effort. Such would-be free riders, it is often argued, present a problem, particularly for a fully cooperative community. It should be noted that there are many free riders in all societies, though it takes a particular way of looking at things to see them as such. In present society, children, the sick, the elderly, the unemployed, for example, consume without contributing their share economically. If Marx's conditions are met, in a communist society, the voluntarily unemployed or underemployed will be added to the list. Marx envisages that there will be two stages in the development of post-capitalist society. In the RST stage, economic life is still governed by a system of exchange according to principles of justice in many respects similar to those of capitalism. There is a system of property which must be enforced. Individuals are rewarded according to the work they do, and free riding by those capable of working is thus discouraged. If you do not work, you are not paid. Marx, 1978 c. 530. 34. The second stage, full communism, will be governed by the principle from each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs. Marx, 1978 c. 531. People will produce and consume as they want to. There are no direct economic sanctions to prevent people from consuming without contributing any work. As a precondition for such a society, Marx envisages that work must have become a pleasure, life's prime want, not a chore, so that people will positively want to contribute without needing to be forced economically to do so. Marx also envisages a situation of material abundance in which people can consume as much as they wish without creating scarcities. Given these conditions, no doubt, free riders will not be an insuperable problem. 35. Marx rejects the assumption that runs through much of mainstream economics, that human beings are motivated solely by material self-interest. Spencer, 2009. Thus he rejects the view that we all inevitably want to be free riders. People are capable of acting in a cooperative fashion for the common good when they can see that their own interests and the common good coincide. However, it is extraordinarily optimistic to believe that work can really become our prime want or that a situation of abundance can be achieved. As regards the less attractive and interesting tasks that will need to be performed, it is difficult to conceive that none will be tempted to relax their efforts. No matter how good the morale of the society and the enthusiasm of its members, there are bound to be some free riders. It is unrealistic to imagine otherwise. Free riding is bound to remain an issue, and it is doubtful that purely moral means are going to be enough to prevent it. 36. However, if a situation of abundance can indeed be achieved, and people will indeed work because they want to, then the problem may not be serious and free riders tolerated. I have been discussing some of the common objections to Marx's idea that the division of labor can be overcome in a future society, and I have presented some of the philosophical reasons for the view that this is both feasible and desirable. For Marx, however, it is not just that, it is the direction in which present society is actually moving. His ultimate answer to skepticism about the possibility of overcoming the division of labor is that this is actually occurring. Accounts of the development of the division of labor sometimes suggest that it has steadily intensified as the forces of production have developed, and that this has led to a continuous increase in the fragmentation and descaling of work. Braverman, 1974. According to Marx, however, its development is more complex than this and goes through a series of different stages, where, 1982, 54-7, Sayers, 1998, 83-8. In pre-capitalist society, individual handicraft workers are in control of their tools and of the whole production process, even though they may work at the behest of another. With the coming of capitalism, handicraft production is gathered together in a manufacturing workshop under the control of the capitalist. The work is divided into its component operations, and each fragment is given to a detail worker as their sole activity. Autonomy is removed, control of the work process passes to the workshop organizer, and skilled handicraft work is converted into a series of fragmented, limited and repetitive detail operations. The advent of machinery and large-scale industry entail new forms of working. The tool is taken out of the hands of the worker and operated by a machine, and the worker is thus subordinated to the machine. Detail work is replaced by industrial forms of labor, the feeding, supervision, and maintenance of machines, assembly line work, etc. In the process, particular and detailed processes are superseded by more general forms of work. Handicraft labor requires specific skills and techniques applied to particular materials. Industrial labor with machinery involves increasingly universal forms. Instead of being tied for life to a specific trade or craft, workers can transfer from one area of production to another. Work becomes transitory and mobile. Workers need to be more flexible, they must acquire transferable skills which will equip them for a variety of different kinds of work. When Marx was writing, these developments had barely begun. They are now quite evident. Some, like Hart and Negri, 2005, who rely heavily on Marx's work, portray these changes in optimistic terms as if they were ushering in a new post-industrial era. That may be so, but it is clear that this is quite different from the ideal communist society imagined by Marx. Indeed, for the most part these changes mean only greater insecurity, alienation, and exploitation for working people. 38. According to Marx's analysis, however, these effects are not caused by any essential features of the division of labor or of the labor process of post-industrial production. On the contrary, these new forms of work could mean a liberation from narrow specializations. Rather, these effects arise because these forms of work have developed within, and are coming into contact with, the economic framework of capitalism and the market, which exercise an alien and coercive power over people's lives. In sum, Marx's account of the division of labor is not vulnerable to much of the skepticism so often directed against it. Actual developments, so far from refuting Marx's analysis, will serve ultimately to confirm it. If the future that Marx envisages is still far from a reality, that is not so much because of errors in his account of the division of labor and its overcoming, but rather because of the continuing domination of capitalism and the free market. Only when these are overcome can human productive life be brought back under human control and organized for the human good. The crisis that capitalism is going through has put the idea of alternatives to it back on the agenda. Marx himself wrote surprising little about this topic. The bulk of his work is focused on capitalism itself. From early on he came to the conclusion that communism cannot be fully established immediately upon the overthrow of capitalism. A two-stage process will be necessary. In the RST stage, the capitalist state, which rules in the interests of capital, will be overthrown and replaced by a state which will rule on behalf of working people. This is what Marx calls the dictatorship of the proletariat, and it supersedes the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie of capitalist society. It will take all private property in the means of production, i.e., capital, into common ownership, and operate it for the common good rather than for private prod one. But this is not full, i.e., fully developed, or true communism, as Marx conceives of it. It is only a transitional phase between capitalism and communism. Marx, 1978 c. 538, to a transitional stage is necessary, Marx believed, because the new society will have just emerged from capitalism and will still embody many of its features. What we have to deal with here is a communist society, not as it has developed on its own foundations, but, on the contrary, just as it emerges from capitalist society, which is thus in every respect, economically, morally, and intellectually, still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it emerges. Marx, 1978 c. 529. The new society needs time to consolidate itself and create the conditions for a new social and economic order, but as these are formed it will develop into the second stage of full communism. This is Marx's idea of an alternative to capitalism. It is described in a well-known passage in the Critique of the Gotha program as follows. In a higher phase of communist society, after the enslaving subordination of the individual to the division of labor, and therewith also the antithesis between mental and physical labor, has vanished, after labor has become not only a means of life but life's prime want, after the productive forces have also increased with the all-around development of the individual, and all the springs of cooperative wealth more abundantly, only then can the narrow horizon of bourgeois right be crossed in its entirety and society inscribe on its banners, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Marx, 1978 c. 531. Brief and sloganistic as this description is, it has given rise to an enormous amount of discussion and controversy. I will focus on it in this chapter. As Marx envisages it, communism will come about only when the productive forces of capitalism have been developed to their full potential and their further growth is fettered by the capitalist system. The overthrow of this system, the abolition of private property in the means of production and its appropriation by the producers, will then unleash the productive forces and lead to a great acceleration of economic development, and this will occur in the already advanced industrial conditions created by capitalism. Although communism emerges out of capitalism, it is important to understand how radical the break with it is that Marx envisages. Communism is not simply an amelioration of the injustices and inefficiencies of capitalism but a completely different way of organizing economic and social life. 3. The economic development unleashed by the new social order will lead, in due course, to a situation of abundance. This will create the conditions for distribution according to need rather than via a system of private ownership and economic exchange. Wages will be abolished, people will work, or not, as they want to, rather than because they must in order to earn a living. Private property will be eliminated, the market and the money economy will be entirely transcended. There will be no accounting of what is mine or thine, and no attempt to abide by the principle of equal exchange. Let us consider the various elements of these ideas in turn. As Marx suggests, if distribution is to be according to need and the market is to be transcended, then conditions of abundance must obtain. Need and abundance are notoriously problematic concepts. I do not have space to embark on a full discussion of them here. For in this context, However, what must be stressed is that the kind of abundance required is not an absolute superfluity, so that anything that any individual could possibly desire is on hand for them. Since desires are potentially unlimited, that is impractical. Rather, it means that whatever a person could reasonably be judged to need is available to them. Needs must be distinguished from mere arbitrary subjective desires or preferences. They are determined by what is objectively necessary for human nourishing. However, that varies socially and historically. Beyond the bare minimum for survival, our needs now, in this society, are different from those of people in other kinds of societies and in different historical periods. We are social beings, and the character of our needs is, in some part, determined socially. Thus, what an individual needs is not a matter of subjective individual caprice, it is a matter of shared understandings about what requirements are reasonable in a specific context. If what we need by that standard is plentiful and freely available, then there is abundance in the relevant sense. In these circumstances, the distribution of resources can be achieved without serious conflict, and without resort to allocation by price or mandatory means, such as rationing. Abundance is a function both of what is available and of the level of our needs. There are thus two different routes to attaining it. A society can either produce more, or limit its needs. Solons, 1974, Chapter 1. Marx clearly and emphatically advocates the RST course. From his early writings on, he criticizes those who would restrict human needs and hence development. There is nothing ascetic about his vision of communism. He envisages it as an advanced industrial society with its abundance resting on high levels of production and consumption. 5. Nowadays, this is often criticized on environmental grounds. Marx's view that abundance can be reached by developing the productive forces, it is said, ignores the existence of natural, objective, and inescapable, environmentally determined, limits to growth. The aim of continued growth is unsustainable. Again, this raises large and complex issues which I cannot deal with adequately here. 6. However, it is clear that growth must be achieved in a sustainable way, and Marx is fully aware of that. Marxism is a form of materialism. It is quite false to suggest that it is blind to the existence of environmental limits. Grundmann, 1991b. Indeed, communism should be well able to take them into account. For doing so requires the ability to plan and control the economy, and that will be possible only when the anarchy of the market is replaced with the conscious planning and organization of economic life that will come with communism. People are skeptical that abundance can be achieved through economic growth for other reasons as well. Needs, it is often said, expand more rapidly than our ability to satisfy them, and they do so indefinitely. We will always want more than we have. Abundance, and hence distribution according to need, can never be attained by increasing production. Only a few moments' reaction are needed to see that this is a highly questionable argument. Abundance is not as inconceivable as it suggests. It is true that human needs have grown continually throughout history with the growth of the productive forces, and no doubt they will continue to do so. However, at any particular historical period, many, indeed, most of our needs are not, and it is quite possible to satisfy them. In fact, abundance and distribution according to need already exist in many areas. In Britain and many other similar countries, many social services and facilities are not directly charged for, but provided according to need, for example, state education, social welfare services, most roads, some public transport, school buses, free travel for the elderly, etc. Many local services are also distributed according to need, such as street cleaning, rubbish collection, public libraries, entry to museums and art galleries, etc. In all these cases, distribution can be free because there are sufficient resources to satisfy all reasonable needs. Moreover, there are many other areas to which distribution according to need could undoubtedly be extended, since needs are not innate and relative abundance is possible. This is true, for example, of basic foods, bread, milk, vegetables, fruit, and other staple goods, and of many other basic goods and services. 8. Perhaps the most significant example of provision according to need in Britain is the National Health Service, NHS, which provides a dramatic example both of the possibilities of distribution according to need and also of some of its problems. The aim of the NHS is to provide all-round healthcare free at the point of delivery, that is, according to need rather than ability to pay. The notion of need here is the one that I have been explaining. In a private healthcare system I can get pretty well whatever I want if I can pay for it. In the NHS provision is according to need, and what constitute needs must ultimately be determined by the service itself. In many cases this is straightforward and clear, but sometimes it raises controversial and difficult issues. These used to be decided by the various units of the service, locally and unaccountably. There is now a body, the National Institute for Clinical Excellence, NICE, which was originally set up to decide, in a more transparent and uniform way, what treatments and drugs are and are not going to be funded by the NHS. 9. To function satisfactorily, these decisions must be socially accepted, that is to say, shared understandings are required about what constitutes need. Moreover, the system can function satisfactorily only if there is relative abundance and adequate resources for such needs to be met. Otherwise, the perception will be of generalist want and enforced rationing. Similar issues arise in other areas. Nove gives the example of the supply of domestic water. Writing in 1983, he argued that water in Britain was plentiful and hence it is not necessary to regulate its use through rationing by price, it is available in sufficient quantities for all purposes. There is no competition for water, there are no conics over water, Nove, 1983, 15-16. Of course, as he notes, things are very different in some other parts of the world, where water is scarce and competition for it intense. Since Nove wrote this, the way water is distributed in Britain has changed. In 1983 it was freely available to domestic users after payment of a XED water rate, 10. It is now usually metered and charged for partly according to the quantity used. A justification that is often given for this change is that water usage in Britain has increased and rationing by price is needed to restrain demand. Usage has indeed grown, but to respond in this way is a political choice. 11. Water is plentiful in most parts of Britain. Demand for it, although it has increased, is not limitless. It would be quite possible to discourage wastage and increase supply to meet reasonable needs in other ways, for example, by building more publicly funded reservoirs. Nove's arguments are still valid, and what they show is that, in a country like Britain, it is possible to have an abundance of water and to distribute it according to need. No doubt, there are some areas in which distribution according to need could not be introduced at present, for example with expensive and scarce items, such as housing, cars, or luxury goods, Leibman, 2007, 194. Even in these cases, however, this not because needs for these items are innately expandable. These needs, too, are inherently limited. Rather it is because such goods cannot readily be produced in sufficient quantities to satisfy them and create a situation of abundance. However, there is no economic or philosophical reason to prevent distribution according to need being adopted much more widely than at present, and gradually extended as conditions allow. Leibman, 2007, 193-4, Mondell, 1968, 664-8. Such creeping socialism has in fact steadily occurred over the years even in the most staunchly capitalist countries. Despite the fears of some on the extreme libertarian right, however, it is clear that the result of this is not usually socialism, let alone communism. Communism will be achieved only when the market and monetary exchange have ceased to predominate in economic life, and that is still a far distant prospect. What I have been arguing, in short, is that abundance and distribution according to need are not fantastic and utopian ideas but practical and feasible goals. To repeat, this is not to deny that our needs, even for the most basic items, grow and develop. They have done so continually throughout history with the development of the productive forces, and there is every reason to expect that they will go on doing so. It would be futile to try to curb them, and communism, as I have stressed, does not aim to do so. Marxism is not an ascetic philosophy of the kind advocated by some romantic and environmental thinkers. It does not seek to limit economic development. Quite the contrary, it celebrates the development of the productive forces. Why does it do so? Greater production creates greater economic wealth, more goods to consume, and that is what is valued in most mainstream economic thought. For Marx, however, neither production nor consumption is an end in itself, nor is economic wealth as such, it is not true wealth. Marx's conception of wealth is quite different. The wealth and poverty of political economy must be replaced by the idea of the rich man and the wealth of human need. Marx, 1975 356. The development of needs is of value because it goes together with the growth of human productive and creative powers. This is true wealth. Lebowitz, 2010, 42-5. Communism is of value because it will create the conditions for human development. It will lead to the absolute working out of man's creative potentialities, with no presupposition other than the previous historic development, which makes this totality of development, i.e. the development of all human powers as such, the end in itself, not as measured on a predetermined yardstick. Marx, 1973a, 488 punctuation amended. On the other side of the equation, in a communist society people will contribute according to their abilities. They will work because they want to, not just because they are paid to do so. Work will become life's prime want. 12 Alienated labor will be overcome. How can communism bring this about? What are the causes of such alienation and how can it be overcome? Its primary cause, according to Marx, is the capitalist system in which ownership of the means of production is concentrated in a few private hands, and the direct producers have been dispossessed of everything but their power to labor, which they are thus forced to sell for wages to the owners of capital. As a result, workers have lost control of their work and its products. The whole process is owned and controlled by capital. In Marx's words, workers are thus alienated both from the object and the activity of labor. Marx, 1975 323-7. The RST step towards the overcoming of alienated labor is taken by communism when it abolishes capitalism and takes the means of production into common ownership. This is the momentous step that was taken by actually existing communist societies such as the Soviet Union, China, and Cuba. It constitutes the essential precondition for further transformations towards a communist society. More limited forms of common ownership and control of the means of production can be achieved even in capitalist society, for example, in cooperatives and worker-owned enterprises. When workers own and control their means of production, their motivation usually increases, they have a greater involvement in their work and a greater commitment to it. At least in the early period of the Russian Revolution, when enthusiasm for it was still high, many were prepared to work an extra day on Saturday voluntarily. Lenin, 1969 c. However, alienation soon returned as estrangement from management and the state became more widespread. Carr, 1979, 133-4. Even in the best of cases, however, what is accomplished in the RST stage of communism, the taking of the means of production into common ownership, is not sufficient to overcome alienated labor. No doubt, in the right circumstances it can lead to increased motivation, but more is required for the overcoming of alienation. The changes involved in full communism are far more radical. There is an instrumental aspect to all work, for work is undertaken to create a product, to achieve an end. Where this end is internally connected to the work itself, the achievement of the end can be satisfying and self-realizing. But insofar as work is done purely to earn a wage, work becomes a means to an end that is external to it. The work activity itself, what it creates and for whom, is indifferent as far as the end of earning a wage is concerned. The worker works simply as a means to satisfy his own needs and interests. What he produces and how becomes arbitrary and irrelevant. In Marx's words, wage labor consists of the following elements: 1. The estrangement of labor from its subject, the laborer, and its arbitrariness from his point of view. 2. The estrangement of labor from its object, its arbitrariness vis-a-vis the object. 3. The determination of the laborer by social needs alien to him and which act upon him with compulsive force. He must submit to this force from egoistic need, from necessity. 4. The laborer regards the maintenance of his individual activity as the aim of his activity, his actual labors serve only as means to this end. Marx, 1975 d. 269. In this way, wage labor as such is alienating. The abolition of alienation requires its abolition. People will work not because they are forced to by economic necessity but because they want to, out of an inner need. If they do not want to, they will not suffer economically. Is it really possible to organize society on this basis? The very idea, it is often said, is contrary to human nature. A common view is that we work only as a means of gaining a living. That is also what is implied by the hedonist theory of human nature that underlies much mainstream economics and utilitarian moral philosophy. This holds that we are driven solely by the search for pleasure and the avoidance of pain. Work means toil and pain, we do it only in order to meet our needs, we would avoid it if we could. Common as these views are, the evidence shows that attitudes to work are a great deal more complex and contradictory than they suggest. There are compelling reasons for rejecting them. Human beings are not mere passive consumers. We are active and productive beings. Working to create and produce things can, potentially, be a fooling and self-realizing activity. This view is at the basis of Marx's conviction that the alienation in so much modern work can be overcome, and that work can become a fooling activity that is undertaken not just as a means to an end but as an end in itself. 13. Even if it is true that people want to be active and productive, there are other aspects of work which appear to be responsible for alienation, and which even the abolition of both capital and wage labor, radical as these changes would be, would not alter. For there are alienating aspects of work that appear to have nothing to do with the economic system within which it is performed. A great deal of work, it seems, is intrinsically unsatisfying, it is uncreative, unskilled, repetitive, monotonous, and soul-destroying. A change in the ownership system might perhaps give those who do it a greater sense of involvement in it. It might increase their motivation, but it will not alter the inherently unsatisfying character of such work itself. Further changes are needed if work is to be made into a self-realizing activity. Some argue that the root cause of alienation is modern industry. Industrial work as such, it is said, is inherently alienating. Nothing less than a return to handicraft forms of work is needed in order to overcome the alienation of modern forms of work. Ruskin, 1928, Morris, 1973a, Kamenka, 1966. This is not Marx's view. Alienation, he argues, can be overcome only with the help of the most advanced industry. Handicraft work limits and constrains creative possibilities. It can ease the worker to specific materials, activities, and skills. Machinery can and should have a liberating effect on work. It has the potential to lighten the burden of physical labor and make work more intelligent and attractive. It can take over routine and repetitive tasks. Automation can free people and allow work to become more rational, creative, and worthy of human nature. Marx, 1971b, 820, see Chapter 3 above. But it does not usually have this effect. Why not? In handicraft work, the worker controls the tool and is in control of the work process. In industrial work in capitalist conditions, by contrast, the worker becomes subordinated to the machine and controlled by it. But this is not because of the industrial character of the work. Rather, it is because of the way work is organized under capitalism, in which the machinery is owned and controlled by capital and not by the producers. Under communism, the producers will reappropriate the means of production and subordinate them to their collective will. Then industry and science will no longer take the form of alien and hostile powers. They will become forces whose creative potentialities can be controlled and exercised by the producers themselves for the common good, and the benefits of automation will be realized. Automation is not the whole answer to the problem of alienation, however. Even with a high degree of it, much routine and repetitive work will inevitably still remain to be done. Indeed, even the most intelligent and creative kinds of work, like painting, writing or composing music, have repetitive aspects. Repetition in work is ineliminable. The problem of unsatisfying work concerns not just the nature of the tasks that work involves but also the way in which they are distributed. Socially. In the present division of labor, many workers are conned to doing only the routine and repetitive tasks that require little skill. They are treated as unskilled and paid correspondingly. A much smaller number of others are trained to do the creative and intelligent work of planners and managers, designers, scientists, artists, and writers. Overcoming alienation and class divisions in a communist society must also involve overcoming the present division of labor. No one will be forced to spend their whole working life doing mindless and routine tasks, not because such tasks will somehow have been eliminated but because they will be shared and distributed more equally. In a communist society the division of labor will be overcome. In such a society, Marx says, nobody has one exclusive sphere of activity but each can become accomplished in any branch he wishes. Society regulates the general production and thus makes it possible for me to do one thing today and another tomorrow, to hunt in the morning, in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, criticize after dinner, just as I have a mind, without ever becoming hunter, shearman, herdsman or critic. Marx and Engels, 1978b, 160. These ideas raise a great wave of skepticism. How can a modern society possibly be run without specialization and the division of labor? I have dealt with these issues at length above, Chapter 8, and will not return to them here except to reiterate that specialization of the sort that existed in Marx's time is already being superseded. The division of labor is being transformed and some of the changes that will eventually allow for it to be overcome are occurring already. Handicraft labor involves specific and limited skills and techniques applied to particular materials. Much industrial labor is very different. The more automated it becomes, the more it involves forms of work that require general skills. Instead of being tied for life to a specific trade or craft, workers can transfer from one area of production to another. Moreover, the pace of technological change means that people are forced to be adaptable and flexible, and continually to acquire new skills. Work becomes more transitory and mobile. People need transferable skills which will equip them for a variety of different kinds of work. 14. When Marx was writing, these developments had barely begun. They are now quite evident. In capitalism they are forced on people by economic pressures and they usually mean only greater insecurity, exploitation, and alienation. However, when the alien power of capital and the market is overcome, then it will be possible to use these developments to enrich and broaden people's lives. Is all this really possible? Is it really possible to create a society in which capital and wage labor, money, and the market, are abolished? We are so often told that there is no alternative to capitalism and the free market that many will dismiss these ideas as completely fanciful and utopian. That would be a mistake. Of course there are alternatives to capitalism. Indeed, communal and cooperative social arrangements not governed by private ownership and market exchange are common and we have all experienced them. Family life and cooperative activities among friends are familiar examples. To explain and defend the idea of communism, Cohen describes a camping trip among a group of friends. As in a family, this involves social relationships not governed by considerations of property and exchange, but rather by what Cohen, 2009, 39, calls a principle of community, the anti-market principle according to which I serve you not because of what I can get in return by doing so but because you need or want my service, and you, for the same reason, serve me. Other examples include monastic communities and socialist experiments such as the early kibbutzim in Israel. Indeed, the idea of communist community goes back to Plato's Republic. Moreover, as Cohen, 2009, 54, observes, people regularly participate in emergencies like UD or on camping trip principles. It is important to remember that such non-market social arrangements actually exist because they refute the claim that there is no alternative to capitalism, and also because, ever since Plato, they have been used to suggest models of what the alternatives might be like. However, it will be said that such models are applicable only in small groups or in exceptional situations, and even then one should beware of idealizing the family or friendships, which are often full of rivalries and tensions. In any case, what may work on a small scale or in a limited way, it will be argued, could not possibly work for a whole society, let alone on a global scale as Marxism requires. Families or groups of friends can function as they do because their members feel an immediate bond of fellowship, but this cannot be extended to the larger society. 15. Moreover, most people are not sufficiently generous and self-denying for communism. Human beings are ultimately self-interested, this is what will ultimately prevail. It would be naive to deny that people are self-interested and argue for communism on the grounds that people are cooperative by nature. Kropotkin, 1955. Human nature is a good deal more complicated than either of these extremes suggest. The ideology of self-interest has become so prevalent that we are in danger of forgetting the extent to which fellow feeling exists in almost everyone. A great deal of what gets done in society, for example by parents, carers, teachers, nurses, doctors, and many others, is not determined entirely by self-interest, it relies on cooperation and generosity. Cohen, 2009, 58-9. The idea that we are driven purely by self-interest is untenable as an account of the way in which many aspects of society actually function. But so too is the view that, with the advent of communism, people will set aside self-interest and be motivated solely by fellow feeling. The possibility of communism can neither be refuted nor proved by arguments about human nature. Cohen does not properly understand this. One of his main reasons for doubting the feasibility of communism is that we do not know how, through appropriate rules and stimuli, to make generosity turn the wheels of the economy. Cohen, 2009, 55. However, communism is not predicated on that, it does not require people to be specially generous. People tend to act on what they perceive to be their best interests. The question is, where do these lie? With abundance and distribution according to need, there will be nothing to be gained by amassing material possessions. Most people will get more from exercising their creative powers and in working with and for others. They are likely to behave accordingly. But if they do not want to be socially productive, they need not be so, and they will not suffer materially. As I have argued, however, everything we know about human behavior suggests that few will take this option, particularly when work is made more attractive, not out of motives of generosity but because being unproductive and inactive is not what they will want for themselves. To return to Cohen's doubts about communism, his claim is that we supposedly know how to make an economy run on the basis of selfishness, but not in other ways. 16. Shorn of dubious claims about human nature, the argument that Cohen is pointing towards and that is often made is that the market provides the best mechanism for organizing production and distribution in a complex economy. Communism abolishes the market and replaces it with a system of production by freely associated men, consciously regulated by them in accordance with a settled plan. Marx, 1961a, 80. Such central planning and control, it is argued, is inefficient and will not work on a large scale, as the economic record of actually existing communist societies has shown. The problems of these central planned economies are evident, but that should not be taken as a reason to write off central planning altogether and think that there is no alternative to the free market. The evidence of experience is far more mixed. In the RST place, it is important to see that central planning is an essential feature of the internal organization of all large-scale enterprises, and of the attempts by governments to regulate and control the economy, even in capitalism. The idea of pure free market capitalism is a myth. Moreover, the market has not shown itself to be the efficient, self-regulating mechanism, the automatic recipe for successful economic management, that its advocates claim. Quite the contrary. As recent experience has shown all too clearly, the market behaves like an alien system with a life of its own. It does not necessarily lead to growth and prosperity. Rather, it is an uncontrollable and inherently unstable mechanism. It lurches from booms to depressions in which large numbers of people are thrown out of work and deprived of their livelihoods, and useful means of production are wantonly destroyed. It is a dysfunctional and crisis-prone, wasteful and irrational way of organizing economic life that has brought the whole global economic system to the brink of catastrophe. There is no reason in principle to think that a better way of running things cannot be found. 17. Of course there are alternatives. That is what the experience of capitalism really shows. As I have gone out of my way to stress, many of the alternative forms of economic organization that communism advocates already exist in embryo in present society. Thus communism will not arrive as a bolt from the blue, as a sudden and completely unheralded transformation. The ground for it is already being prepared in present society. As Marx, 1973a, 159, says, if we did not end concealed in society as it is the material conditions of production and the corresponding relations of exchange prerequisite for a classless society, then all attempts to explode it would be quixotic. An essential feature of Marxism is that it understands society in historical terms. One of most important insights that comes from this approach is that capitalism is not eternally ordained, either for economic reasons or by any universal features of human nature. It is not the only way of organizing economic and social life. It is a particular stage of human historical development. It came into existence at a certain time and in a certain place, and it has evolved and developed. Its periodic crises, Marx argues, show that it is becoming incapable of mastering the productive forces that it itself has created. Marx and Engels, 1978 c. 478. Even though this is still a distant prospect, it is reasonable to believe that this system will eventually be superseded by another and different economic and social system, a communist system in which production will be organized not for private profit but for the common good, and the anarchic and uncontrollable mechanism of the market will be replaced by the conscious and rational regulation of economic life. Appendix: the uplifting unions of work and industry. Prokofiev's Soviet ballet L'Epée was conceived in 1925 at the height of enthusiasm for the Russian Revolution both in Russia and abroad. Prokofiev intended it to show the new life that had come to the Soviet Union, and primarily the construction effort. He quotes the ballet's designer Yakulov as saying that the ballet would portray the uplifting unions of organized labor. Prokofiev, 1991, 278. In its theme and its staging it is a celebration of industry and labor. In a delightfully naive and direct way, the ballet expresses ideas about industry and labor which were fundamental to the Russian revolutionary outlook and to the Marxist philosophy which inspired it. These ideas would have been familiar to the Russian audience at the time for whom the ballet was initially intended. They were incessantly conveyed by all the means of propaganda available to the new revolutionary regime, in slogans and speeches, in posters, in the press, in LMS, on the radio, etc. They were less familiar to the audiences at the RST production of the ballet in Paris in 1927, and they are still less familiar to audiences today. At the time of the revolution in 1917, Russia was still a predominantly agrarian country. The process of industrialization was only at its beginning. Nevertheless, the industrial working class was proclaimed to be the political vanguard of the revolution. In this spirit, the main characters of this ballet are a sailor worker and a woman worker. They are typical heroes of the workers' revolution. They are the new dawn, they embody the hopes for the new revolutionary era. It is significant that there is a women worker as well as a man. The emancipation of women from the private domestic sphere through their participation in the public realm of industrial work was high on the revolutionary agenda. However, there is another main protagonist with a central place in the ballet, modern industry, in the form of the railway and the factory. The step of steel is the process of industrialization which would transform Russia into a modern society and create the basis for communism. These two, the workers and modern industry, were the twin forces of the revolution. Together, they had created the conditions for the overthrow of capitalism in Russia. Henceforth, the Bolsheviks believed, they would lay the foundations for the building of a fully communist society. In Russia in the 19th century, in the period leading up to the revolution, the introduction of the railway had played the leading role in economic modernization. Just as in the American West, it had opened up remote and isolated regions of Russia's vast lands. It had connected them for the RST time to the metropolitan centers, it had brought trade and commerce, and introduced cosmopolitan influences to regions which had never before been exposed to them. The arrival of the train was a major event in a remote community. The scene is familiar from numerous Western LMS. The sleeping town is wakened into life. In the RST scene of the ballet, the train brings out a whole gallery of characters typical of the period. This was the time of NEP, New Economic Policy, when for a brief moment the rigors of communism were relaxed and the free market was partially reintroduced in order to get the economy moving. In Russia, in the 19th century, the introduction of industry had hastened the fracturing and dissolution of the old social order. Lenin, 1956, had analyzed this process in detail in one his RST and most substantial works, The Development of Capitalism in Russia, 1899. Much of his later thinking is anticipated in this book. Its theme is that despite its initially harmful impact, particularly on the peasantry, the effects of industrialization would ultimately be progressive and beneficial for Russia. Not only would it bring about the death of the old semi-feudal czarist social order, it would also set Russia on the path towards development and modernization. Ultimately it would lead to the birth of an industrial proletariat, the class that would become the vanguard of a future revolution. These ideas became central to the Bolshevik outlook. Industrial development was one of the highest priorities for the leaders of the new revolutionary regime. They believed it was an essential precondition for building a truly communist society. In 1920 Lenin, 1972-78, summed this up in a pithy slogan, "Communism is Soviet power plus the electrification of the whole country." The October Revolution accomplished the RST part of this equation by establishing a government of workers and peasants. The next priority was electrification, that is, industrialization. The revolutionaries wanted this not just because it would eradicate poverty and backwardness, not just for its material and economic benefits. Industry was welcomed also for ethical reasons. It was celebrated for what Yakulov calls its uplifting moral and human effects. To understand these views it is necessary to understand the Marxist philosophy which underlies them. Work in Marx's philosophy. Many people think of work as an unwanted and unpleasant activity, as something they do only because they have to, a mere means to the end of earning a living. Implicit in this view is the idea that we are primarily creatures of need and desire, consumers, who wish only to satisfy our desires with a minimum of effort and exertion. If we could meet our needs without the effort of working, we would gladly do so. Marx questions these views. We are not only creatures of need and desire, he maintains, we are active, productive, and creative beings. We are producers as well as consumers. Productive activity is what Marx calls our species activity, by which he means that it is a distinctively human activity. He also describes it as man's spiritual essence, his human essence. Through work we satisfy our needs in a way quite different to other animals, and in the process we establish a specifically human relationship to the natural world. Other animals are purely natural creatures. They are driven by their natural appetites and instincts. They satisfy their needs immediately, by consuming what is directly present in their environment. The object is devoured, and annihilated in the process. In work, by contrast, the human being is not driven by immediate instinct. In work we do not simply devour and negate the object. On the contrary, we defer gratification in order to create a product for later consumption. By this process we establish a mediated relation to the natural world and to our own natural desires. Through work, moreover, we fashion and shape the object, we objectify our labor in it and give it a human form. We thus give our own shape and form to things, and we come to recognize our powers and capacities, objected and embodied in our products. Alienation. In this way, according to Marx, work can be a fooling and self-realizing activity. Very often, however, it is not so. Most often it is felt to be an unpleasant but unavoidable necessity. It is experienced as something we are forced to do as a means to earning a livelihood, but which we would avoid if we could. When work is like this, it has become what Marx calls an alienated activity. Alienation in this sense is a widespread and familiar phenomenon. It is the way in which most people experience their work most of the time. This is also the way in which industry is often perceived. There is a great paradox in this which puzzles Marx and many other social commentators. There is one great fact, characteristic of this our 19th century, a fact which no party dares deny. On the one hand, there have started into life industrial and scientific forces, which no epoch of the former human history had ever suspected. On the other hand, there exist symptoms of decay, far surpassing the horrors recorded of the latter times of the Roman Empire. In our days, everything seems pregnant with its contrary, machinery, gifted with the wonderful power of shortening and fructifying human labor, we behold starving and overworking it, the newfangled sources of wealth, by some strange weird spell, are turned into sources of want. Marx, 1978 d. 577-8. The development of large-scale industry has led to a gigantic growth of human productive capacities. It should be experienced as the greatest expression of human creative power. But it is not perceived in this way. Rather, it seems to involve a loss of power for the producers themselves. It appears to result not in their enrichment but in their impoverishment. It is as though our own productive powers have been turned into alien and external forces, hostile influences working against us. Modern industry, says Marx, is like a genie which we ourselves have summoned up, but which by some strange weird spell has now become an alien and hostile force, out of our control and turned against us. The industry and technology which we ourselves have created has become a power which threatens to consume and destroy us, and indeed to poison and destroy the whole planet. This need not and should not be the way in which we relate to our own products and powers, Marx argues. It is neither necessary nor inevitable that they should be experienced in this way. Such alienation is not the inescapable result of human nature nor of industry as such. Implicit in Marx's account is the idea that alienation can be overcome. Our productive activity, work and industry, can be fooling, an expression and confirmation of our creative powers, not simply a means to an end but an end in itself. According to Marx, the main causes of alienation lie in the capitalist system. People are alienated from their work and its products in the simplest and most straightforward fashion. They do not control their own activity, it is at the disposal of the will of another. Moreover, the materials, tools, and the product of their work are all owned and controlled by others. They are used to exploit the producers and to make profits for a separate class of capitalist owners. The revolution put an end to this system in Russia. It expropriated the capitalists. It converted privately owned means of production, including factories and industrial plant, into common property. Work and its products were no longer owned privately and deployed for the profit of a few wealthy capitalist owners. They were to be owned by the state and used for the good of working people as a whole. With this, the revolutionaries believed that they had eliminated the main cause of alienation. The workers in the new society would now be the collective owners of their enterprises and their products. They would no longer be working for another. Instead of being alienated from their work and its products, they would identify with it, and they would work with a new sense of commitment and enthusiasm. In the early years of the revolution, commitment and enthusiasm were indeed great. When Lenin, 1969 c., called for workers to work voluntarily and for free on communist Saturdays, Subotniks, the response was impressive. Carr, 1979, 25-7. The ballet is a product of this time. The brief owing of constructivism in the arts, of which it is an important example, expresses what Ehrenberg calls the romanticism of the RST revolutionary years. Ehrenberg, 1964, 91. Related artistic movements in Europe, such as Futurism, had a similar vision of industry as the promise of the future. Soon, industry itself came. Here was constructivism, not on the drawing board but in reality. Ehrenberg, 1964, 93. The reality was less romantic. Naive enthusiasm soon cooled. Is Marx right to argue that capitalism is the main cause of alienation? Many believe that its roots lie deeper, in the industrial form of modern work itself. How can such work possibly be fooling and self-realizing? This is the starting point for the earlier critique of industrial society developed by writers like Ruskin, Morris, and Tolstoy. It is also the basis for their ideas about art. Beauty is the result of work in which the producer takes pride and pleasure. Such satisfaction can be obtained only from work in which skill and technical ability are involved. In industrial work, these qualities are systematically removed. Industry destroys the pleasure of work, hence it produces ugly and cheap products, an ugly society, and an ugly world. Morris, 1973b. Such ideas were highly influential among radical social critics in the 19th and early 20th centuries. They had a particularly strong impact on the pre-Raphaelites, and on members of the arts and crafts movement in England and elsewhere, as well as on Tolstoy and his followers. These artists and craft workers rejected everything industrial and advocated a return to the handicraft methods of an earlier age. Ruskin, 1928, Tolstoy, 1930. Marx rejects such views as a backward-looking sort of romanticism. Marx has a forward-looking and progressive outlook, and this leads to the modernist and constructivist aesthetic expressed so clearly in Pas d'Acier. Industry, he insists, is the highest development of human productive activity. It is the fullest expression and realization of our productive capacities. It can and should be experienced as the greatest fulfillment of human creative powers. For most workers, however, it does not have this character. Factory work is tedious, repetitive, alienating and stultifying. No one is better aware of this than Marx. Owing to the extensive use of machinery, and to division of labor, the work of the proletarians has lost all individual character, and, consequently, all charm for the workman. He becomes an appendage of the machine, and it is only the most simple, most monotonous, and most easily acquired knack that is required of him. Marx and Engels, 1978 c. 479. However, Marx questions the view that these features are due to the industrial character of work as such. All work involves repetition and routine. This is not peculiar to industrial work. Indeed, one of the great benefits of machinery is that it has the potential to take over repetitious and routine operations, as well as onerous and backbreaking tasks, and do them for us. The tedious and soul-destroying character of so much modern work is not due solely to its industrial character. The problem lies rather in the division of labor, in the way in which the worker is employed. The inhumanity and misery of industrial work is due primarily to the fact that the production line worker is confined to a single repetitive activity all day. The work of a craftsman is not fragmented and limited in this way. A carpenter, for example, is involved in all phases of the process, from shaping the raw material through to the null product. We are all acquainted with the image of industrial work presented in LMS like Metropolis and Modern Times. We have the picture of the industrial worker as an insignificant unit of the overall productive process, enslaved to the machine, obliged to repeat a limited set of mechanical and repetitive actions, dictated by the machine. However, it is not industry as such that is the cause of this, but rather the way in which labor is distributed and divided. This is an inherent part of the capitalist organization of production, Marx argues, which seeks to subordinate the worker and make labor as cheap and unskilled as possible. Braverman, 1974. Industry is a cooperative activity on a gigantic scale. An industrial enterprise is a huge collective process which encompasses not only work on the production line, but also the work of designing and maintaining the machinery, organizing, administering and running the plant, and all the other activities which are involved in running an industrial enterprise. Each individual plays only a small part in the overall process. If each thinks only of their individual role, it appears fragmentary and insignificant. However, this purely individual view ignores the collective character of the activity. It is an alienated perspective. Otherwise viewed, each individual worker is contributing collectively to a collective project as an active member and essential part of the whole. When work is experienced in this way, it appears in a different light. For example, a player in an orchestra may see themselves as making an essential contribution to the overall collective activity. Though their part is limited, a mere fragment of the whole, it is essential. There is no reason why they should feel alienated from it, or limited by it. Again, the Marxist view is that it is not simply the industrial character of work which creates alienation and prevents people from getting satisfaction from work, rather it is the way in which work is divided and organized, and people are individualist. If labor was less rigidly organized and divided, if workers were more actively engaged in all aspects of the production process and had more sense of collective purpose in work, it would be a great deal more satisfying and workers would feel more identified with the overall activity that they are involved in. To describe our present situation, Marx uses a graphic image. Modern bourgeois society, he says, with its relations of production, of exchange, and of property, a society that has conjured up such gigantic means of production and of exchange, is like the sorcerer who is no longer able to control the powers of the nether world whom he has called up by his spells. Marx and Engels, 1978 c. 478. He sees modern industry as a genie which we have summoned up, but which by some strange weird spell has now become an alien and hostile force, out of our control and turned against us. The industry and technology which we ourselves have created has become a power which threatens to consume and destroy us, and indeed to poison and destroy the whole planet. This need not and should not be the way in which we relate to our own products and powers, Marx argues. Such alienation is not the inescapable result of human nature, nor of industry as such. On the contrary, that it should appear to be so is itself a symptom of alienation and an indictment of contemporary society. This is the critical force of Marx's concept of alienation and his account of capitalist society. For the sorcerer is capitalism and the uncontrolled operation of the free market. We need to reappropriate the forces that we have unleashed, bring them back under our control and use them for human benefit. This was what the Russian revolutionaries believed they were doing in 1917. These are the hopes expressed in the ballet. Much has happened since then to make us more skeptical and pessimistic. But the issues of work and alienation raised by the ballet are still with us. If anything, they are even more pressing and urgent today. Industry is now an even greater power with a global reach. It has the potential to be an even greater benet. But instead, it is still a genie out of control and even more of a threat than ever, endangering the very future of life on Earth. If the ballet makes us reflect on these issues and consider the possibility that there may be an alternative and better way for us to work and to live, then it will have succeeded in its purpose and demonstrated the continuing relevance of it.